real upward limits, but if it's between $85 and $95 a barrel, closer to the 95 would be preferable for them. That's where they'd want it. And they have gotten concessions out of a lot of the major oil producers in the OPEC region to do this. So Saudi Arabia, obviously one of the biggest ones, and Russia, not being part of OPEC, but being part of OPEC Plus, has agreed to production cuts as well. There is some question marks about if their production cuts are purely voluntary or if they're also due to difficulties in production due to sanctions, which is something that can be discussed in the space as well. On the other hand, the non-OPEC members, especially the US, has been essentially trying to flood the markets with as much Atlantic barrels as possible. But if you wonder why Russian crude trades above the $60 mark, is because the difference between Russian crude and say Brent crude, anything exported from the North Sea, that is Brent, but Brent is also just an index, a benchmark. So if you look at American crude or Brent crude, it'll be much more expensive. So there are still enough buyers to push the Urals, the Russian crude, above the $60 mark. And then I'm sure that Peter will touch on how it gets transported and why it's possible.
Yeah, thanks, Fred Monkey. Absolutely correct with you. I agree with all of that. And I'll add to that just some context around why the prices managed to remain low in the first half of 2023. As you rightly pointed out, OPEC and OPEC Plus have implemented a number of production cuts with the view to stimulate the oil price to try and drive it back up to above the $70 to the targeted rate of $80 or $85 per barrel, which funds their Bentleys and what have you. But I think there's an important conversation to be had about what has also happened in the background in relation to this. So on the outbreak of the war, the US government went to Saudi Arabia and said to Saudi Arabia, you have the largest capacity to increase production. You have the largest reserve and capacity to increase the number of barrels and output. We're expecting our sanctions in September that we'll announce will result in a spike in the price because of fears in the market of a shortage of oil. The Saudis responded by getting together with OPEC and OPEC Plus and dealing with Putin, actually decided to cut their output. So they went the exact opposite way. Now, the first time they went for a cut in their output, I believe it was in July last year, the price had a predictable spike straight away. It did bump it up, and it bumped it up very quickly, very briefly, to above the $60 barrel mark, but then quickly subsided when fears over supply sort of dissipated in the market. So their cut then didn't work. They then met again in 2023 and agreed further cuts, again looking to push the price up, which benefits Putin in terms of the revenue that he's driving. But as you've actually pointed out, an important agreement with the OPEC Plus club was that they all agreed, and Russia also agreed, to cut output by 1 million barrels. And they've yet to come true on that. So whether it was obligatory or voluntary, I tend to believe it's more of a voluntary agreement. And of course, there's going to be some noses put out of joint because Saudi have made their cuts and other OPEC countries have also chipped in and made their cuts. Russia is bound by the agreement to cut their barrels by another 1 million barrels per day, which is a significant cut for them. And of course, would represent a significant loss of income for them.
Very good point. Our colleague Nick has a hand up. Nick, do you have a question pertaining direct to this?
No, I just had a Prigozhin related remark.
Let's come back to that in 5 minutes because we may have an update in 5 minutes from now. Peter.
Right, so just to end this little bit off, I think the other really important thing to speak about, especially at this time of the evening when I'm hoping many of our US friends have joined the space as well. One of the points that I labor very often in many spaces that I do speak in is this. We know that OPEC and OPEC Plus responded to the US's request to increase their capacity by actually cutting their capacity. The US's response to that was then to actually open the gates to their strategic reserves. And it's by virtue of them releasing their strategic reserves that has allowed the world economy to not slip into a deep state of recession as a result of these oil prices. The US has single-handedly kept these prices at bay by literally emptying their reserves. They are now at a 40-year low. And that's a significant sacrifice that the US have made to benefit everyone in the world, really, from an oil price point of view. Not enough is said of that, not enough recognition is given to the US, who single-handedly countered the OPEC Plus's little boys club arrangement to cut production by releasing their strategic reserves. And I'm personally very grateful for that act. Right, with that said, let's move on a little bit. Let's have a look. So what's the impact been on Russia as a resulting from these sanctions? Russian oil sales have been substantially reduced. Most importantly, the profitable business of the refined oil products has been severely restricted. Russia used to be the top dog in refined oil products in the global market. They have 30 mega refineries across Russia. They've effectively been cut out of that. They are now at the very bottom end of the market in terms of supplying refined products. The reason why is because the countries that are now buying crude from them have their own refining capacity, and they prefer to refine their oil themselves and add value to it and make more money. That's where the profit really lay, is in the refined aspects. Well, that market has pretty much been cut out for the Russian economy. In 2021, the EU imported 71 billion euros worth of oil. Of that, crude oil represented 48 billion euros and refined oil was 23 billion euros. Losing this end of the market, this leading lucrative market, has a significant structural effect on Russia, whose budget relies substantially on these oil revenues. The effect of the sanctions are as follows. Oil export losses in numbers. Prior to the invasion, Russia was selling around $200 million per day of Russian crude products. In July 2023, last month, Russia sold 50% less of crude oil at around $100 million per day. They have lost over $40 billion of revenue from crude oil sales in the year. Prior to the invasion of Ukraine, Russia was also selling around $150 million per day of refined oil products. Shortly after the war broke out, prices spiked and went even higher, increasing their daily sales to $260 million per day, or equivalent of $90 billion per annum. There's now been a steady decline over the last 15 months in refined exports. In July 2023, the exports had nearly halved to just over $80 million per day, equivalent to around $30 billion per year. Russia has therefore seen a loss of over $60 billion a year from the peak of oil prices in the months following the invasion on refined oil. In total, Russia has lost over $100 billion per year in oil revenue. So I think we kind of agree that there has been a significant impact as a result of these sanctions and of the price caps. Just taking an overall view of this, if we look at the overall fossil fuel export impact, in January 2022, the revenue Russia was earning on its fossil fuel exports was around $775 million euros per day. In July 2023, that revenue has fallen to around 450 million euros per day. And that's a fall of 325 million euros a day, a drop of 42% in revenue in total on fossil fuel products. And this is primarily due to the EU's embargo and the G7 price caps imposed on Russia in December 22 and February 23. These impacts are now being increasingly mitigated by Russia. And that's the next part of the conversation. I'd like to stop there in case you've got an update.
Yes, we do, and it's actually quite interesting. Shall we go through what we just have gleaned in the recent minutes, although that we can't verify everything quite yet?
By all means.
All right. So we've seen that there are rumors as well as reports, some verified, that there's 2 heavy transport planes currently already engaged in supporting a so-called evacuation of Wagner troops from Belarus. So this is something which seemingly has been ongoing in recent hours, more or less in parallel with the plane's demise. That's one thing. Photos have appeared, supposedly depicting the downed plane with pretty much exactly the kind of depiction of the tail and the wings of that plane, which also coincides with what we saw in one very brief photo, not the video, but a brief photo, which had appeared, which seemed to have shown that the tail had fallen off. So not the front fell off, but the tail fell off. And then there were reports that Putin was supposed to appear on television, which have not yet been verified. Another one countering the forced evacuation was that certain Wagner Telegram channels try to portray Wagner having, so to say, what I would call dead hand switch protocols, which would immediately be triggered in case Prigozhin and Utkin were to die, seemingly of, in this case, suspicious circumstances. None of this has been verified, but of course it's being floated at this point in time, and this continues. Anything else, Em?
No, this sums it up.
All right, we have 2 hands in that regard. Nick, you wanted to say something about the dearly beloved, almost likely to be deceased leader of Wagner?
Yeah, I just saw incidentally someone saying that Putin has left Kursk or the Kursk region hurriedly for Moscow. I looked up Prigozhin's yacht since it got a mention. It's not. The guy's meant to be a billionaire. The suggestion is that it's 38 meters long, which is not all that huge, worth about $6 or $7 million, which is not a lot in oligarch world. I don't know why it didn't get seized. Presumably, it wasn't in a Western country when the sanctions were imposed. It has room for 12 guests and 4 crew. So as these things go, it's called Saint Vitamin. What a stupid name.
Well, there you go. Jack, you had a question as well in this regard or in regard to sanctions?
Yeah, it was a question for Beefeater with regard to sanctions, so I can wait if you want to cover
No, please carry on. I think this is a perfect timing in that regard.
Okay, great, thanks. First let me just thank Beefeater for all the great work he does in posting thoughtful articles on Twitter. I always learn something from those. I noted that their revenue has been more or less halved, but Russia is reporting an increase in GDP over the past quarter, several months or quarter. And that doesn't quite make sense to me. I was wondering if you had some thoughts or insight about that.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a very apt question, and I think you'll probably learn a bit more during my segment, which will kind of either resonate with you or give you a better understanding of how and why Russia's GDP is growing, although allegedly growing, is the statement I'd use at this point. But certainly Russia's ability to mitigate the effects of the sanctions is now evident, which means that they will be earning more income and revenue from their fossil fuels. And I'm hoping my segment will explain this in some detail for you.
All righty, let's carry on.
Here we go. So let's just talk about how these sanctions and price caps are now increasingly being mitigated by Russia. Russia, as you may or may not know, produced around 11% of the world's oil in 2022. In layman's terms, Russian oil, as I've explained, is divided into two markets: crude oil, which is the unrefined oil, and refined products. They've lost their biggest customer, the European Union, as a result of the sanctions, and now Russia's had to establish alternative markets, with the top two customers identified in the alternative markets as being China and India. There are other big customers as well, including the UAE, Singapore, and Turkey. The major issue that Russia has is that none of the replacement customers is willing to buy any substantial volumes of refined products. They only want Russia's cheap crude oil to refine themselves. These new customers for cheap Russian crude are refining the crude products that they then use both in their own countries, but also then sell on into the US, the UK, and the European markets once the product's been refined and blended. There's no way of telling where the oil came from, making it easy for them to effectively sell refined Russian crude back into Europe, the UK, and the US, who incidentally have also, they are the ones who banned Russian crude in the first place. This is the birth of the laundromat countries, who are making vast sums of revenue refining larger volumes of imported Russian crude, and they then export some or most of the refined products to the countries that impose sanctions. The volumes of laundromat countries, their supply have increased over 10 million tons, or 26% of refined oil products exported from those countries, who've increased their imports from Russia. That increase is just to the price cap coalition countries in the 1 year post-invasion compared to the previous 12 months. G7 countries that have largely banned the imports of oil from Russia imported $42 billion worth of oil products from laundromat countries that have increased their imports of Russian crude oil in the last 12-month period since the invasion. So that really brings up the point of the discussion this evening, which is asking some
It seems we just lost your audio. Beefeater, can you hear us?
So we have
Axel,
a couple of
can you hear me?
updates until we.
Hello.
Yes, Beefeater, you're back.
Yeah, you were somewhat gone, Beefeater. Right bang in the middle of the sentence, like
Can you hear
30
me?
seconds ago.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yes.
I think Beefeater cannot hear any of us, so he'll have to recycle. All right, Beefeater, if you can hear me, you weren't hearing any of us, so I removed you from speakers and I sent you an invite, so feel free to accept it and come back up. In the meantime, it seems that at least 1 or 2 heavy transports landed in Belarus trying to evacuate Wagnerites back to Russia. And some rumors floating about Prigozhin leaving behind plans if anything happened to him or if he were to be killed or assassinated for Wagner to carry out a dead man switch, basically. All this is unconfirmed. Mind you, in the Russian information space, because most of the most followed bloggers or sources, they basically cater to whatever their case officers tell them, or they just improvise. So we'll be seeing a lot of rumors over the next few hours, but also it seems that there's an official confirmation that the bodies of Prigozhin and Utkin were retrieved from the crash site.
Absolutely. Beefeater, let's give it a try. Can you hear us again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 555. Excellent.
Great. All right. So
Somehow you were gone. That was spooky.
I'll switch networks. This is the second time. Okay. Did you want me to carry on? Where was I when I cut out?
Like 2 minutes ago, you had just started
Laundromat
and
countries.
talked about the laundromat countries. I was about to ask you about a Latvian blend, but that's where you were stuck.
Okay, great. Well, so I got to the point of asking the first important question of the evening, and that is, are sanctions still relevant? And I wanted to start off by addressing the often parroted line that Russian oil is heavily discounted to cost or even a loss basis, which is a falsehood, and repeating it needs to be stopped, and I'll explain why. This view was born out of estimations from late 2022, when that may or may not have been true. On February the 9th, 2023, David Weck, the chief economist of Vortexa, was quoted in FreightWaves as saying there's about a discount of up to $30 a barrel. And he went on to say that since the EU ban on Russian crude oil imports began on December the 5th, almost all of Russian crude had gone to India and China, with Turkey, previously a major buyer, pulling out. There are essentially only two countries, he said, that are left buying Russian crude as a result, and they are in an extremely strong position to ask for substantial discounts. Now, from that logic has flowed, there's a loose understanding that there's this heavy discount that they have asked for and that they have achieved, and which is the motivation why these two countries are doing so much business. Well, the reason why I called it a falsehood in August 2023 is because there's not just two big countries, there are 5 major countries now doing business on a daily basis. And if they were dealing at a discount of $30 to the barrel, if you look at the price of Brent as of this evening, I think Brent was trading somewhere near the region of $83. That would imply that they are getting this oil at $53 per barrel. In reality, the Urals is trading right now for 69 euros and 30 cents. So there isn't this big discount that they are able to ask. This is a supply and demand market. There is enough demand out there to push the price up, and that big gap that existed in 22 has disappeared. And the distance between Brent and other crude indexes on Urals has now shrunk completely. The suggestion in August 2023, it doesn't stack up against the rising Urals price and the growth of Urals purchases by a dozen countries outside of the G7 group. It is fair to say that the price cap of Russian oil did have a substantial effect during the first half of 2023, forcing Russia to discount some of their oil to keep China and India interested in their oil. But they're now buying it well in excess of the price cap. The price cap on refined oil, which was at $100 per barrel, also pushed Russia from being a major supplier of refined products in the world markets to being an insignificant player. So it did have an effect. These caps, however, have lost their intended effect because the price of Urals crude has now risen to around $70 per barrel, 68.30 as it stands right now. It crossed that threshold on July the 11th. And that means that the spread between Urals and Brent has narrowed to as low as just $7 at one point in August. Reuters reported on July the 13th this year that Urals discounts firmed to around only $7.50 a barrel. To date, it Brent on delivered ex-ship basis ports in India, the main buyer of the grade for cargoes loading late in July to early August. Russian Urals crude loading in the Black Sea port of Novorossiysk was being loaded at $73.57 per barrel on Friday, according to data from price reporting agency called Argus. That's 49% over the past 2 months, to the highest levels since November, prior to the EU ban on Russian crude imports. Urals crude has been above the $60 per barrel mark since mid-July, and is at the lowest spread since the invasion of Ukraine. The discount was near $40 per barrel at the very beginning of the war. Prices are likewise rising for Russia's refined products. Russia's diesel loaded in the Black Sea hit $108.98 against the cap of $100 per barrel. Wednesday, it was still above $107. On Friday, it was up over 50% since early May. Russia's Black Sea origin diesel has been bought over the $100 per barrel price cap since July the 27th. According to data from Argus, the escalating value of Russia's fuel exports is smashing price cap levels. And that is an acknowledgement by the IEA, the International Energy Agency, which they acknowledged last Friday. Russia's oil and products export revenues in July were the highest since November. And that was also acknowledged by the IEA. Do you want me to stop for any updates, Axel?
Yes, very, very briefly. There has been a rumor in the past couple of minutes, and now, as I understand, the Kiev Post has come out with a notice that supposedly, according to Russian sources, which in whatever form and fashion they may have found a way to freak upon the bodies of Yevgeny Prigozhin and Dmitry Utkin, are said to have been identified, but that is Russian media referenced as opposed to having official Russian sources. So the wonderful fog of war rumor mill is constantly turning, as you can hear. But then again, Mr. Utkin, with his rather expressive Nazi tattoos, probably can be identified a bit better than the big potato head. But there you go. I apologize. Carry on, Beefeater. I think it's much more important that we discern the impacts on sanctions at this point in time, whilst the other situation continues to unfold.
Right, I will do. Right, continuing, let's just talk about the crude from Russia's European ports is loaded on Aframax tankers, and those are tankers with capacity of about 750,000 barrels, and Suezmax tankers, which have a 1 million barrel capacity. They are then moved on to very large crude carriers called VLCCs, which have a 2 million barrel capacity, and they conduct this via ship-to-ship transfers, largely off Creta in Spain and Kalamata in Greece. And then they are then shipped off to India and China. I wonder at this point if Freight Monkey had anything to add to that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear the space well before, but I could hear you, but not the others. I just had a quick question in regards to the laundromat countries, if it's okay to go back to that just for a second.
Sure.
And that is, who are the biggest customers for the Russian jet fuel, diesel, and all those middle distillates at the moment? Then is it also India? I'm guessing India are part of it because they export legit their own production back to Europe a lot. But I also understand that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Brazil are also buyers. Do you know a little bit about the ranking on that?
Yes, I sure do. In fact, if you keep on speaking just for a few minutes, I'll give you the stats. Just try and buy me a little bit of time, if you don't mind.
No, I can certainly buy you time if that's what you need. I think you're going on about STS transfers afterwards. Maybe I can quickly explain what those are.
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
So an STS, it's a ship-to-ship transfer. If you want to simplify it, basically you take one ship, which is generally quite a little bit smaller, and one ship that's a little bit bigger, and you transfer from the smaller ship to the bigger ship. Maybe you use several smaller ships to transfer cargo on a bigger ship to parcel up a cargo. And then thanks to that, you will have basically a much cheaper cost of freight to be able to sell your very large cargo. So you might have started off with a few Aframaxes with 800,000 tons, 800,000 barrels of oil on each. And within 3 Aframaxes, you've loaded up a VLCC and you save yourself maybe, I don't know, $5 a barrel in freight in total. And then you can send your big VLCC all the way to, say, China or India. And you can also potentially avoid some maritime choke points that might be a little bit concerning. One of the main issues that we have with STS transfers is that if they're done right by professionals and correctly controlled and done within the rules of the game, they're not more dangerous than anything else in shipping. There's always an aspect of risk. The risks being collisions, being oil spills, maybe fires and explosions. But if they are done properly, then that risk is fairly minimal. But when they're done in the way that a lot of the ships that are doing it at the moment, in unsafe places, in unsafe conditions, without the proper amount of professionals involved, and without generally the types of ships that you need for that, then you can have very quickly oil spills. And these oil spills might go completely unnoticed because they might be fairly small, in the sense that they might be 200, 300 tons above board, or maybe 5,000 tons above board. You wouldn't even notice it on the short term, but over a long period of time, you can imagine what that does to marine pollution. And then that would be a fairly limited, well, not that big of an issue. A bigger issue would be a fire and an explosion that could lead to an environmental catastrophe that could be just gigantic, especially when you're looking at ecosystems like the Mediterranean, off the coast of Spain and the Atlantic, etc. I mean, fish, for instance, is one. Beaches are another. Whereas if your oil spill happens in the middle of the Atlantic, it'll probably take a lot longer to be found out, and you might have a patch of oil basically floating around in the Atlantic for weeks or months, and no one would ever see it. So that's one of the big issues that we have with STS transfers. But it is also important to note that it's a very legit and normal thing to do in general in shipping. It just has to be done properly and with the right supervision.
Thanks very much, Trade Monkey. So I have posted onto my profile, the very last tweet, a link to a thread I wrote called Laundering Russian Oil. In that link on the second tweet, there is a link to a European policy explanation, as well as the details of specific volumes. So just to try and cover off those very quickly for you, Western countries that have largely banned the imports of oil from Russia imported $50 billion worth of oil products from countries that have increased their imports from Russian crude in the 12-month period. Russian oil is still reaching the EU shores by third countries, including China, India, Turkey, the UAE, and the import of Russian crude sanction-free. They then sell these oil products onto price cap countries. 1 year on from the invasion, the price cap coalition countries increased their imports of refined oil products from China by 3.6 million tons, or 94%. They increased their orders from India by 0.3 million tons, or just 2%. Turkey was 1.8 million tons, or 43%. The UAE was 2.6 million tons, or plus 23%, and Singapore 1.8 million tons, or 33% increase imports from that country. Price cap coalition countries' imports of refined oil products from these 5 countries rose by 10 million tons, or 26%, or 18.7 billion euros, which is an increase of 80% in value terms in the year since the invasion began. China's monthly exports of oil products to Europe and Australia spiked in late 2022, far above the historic levels, and in the lead up to sanctions on Russian oil, China significantly increased its oil products exports, reaching 2.9 million tons in the fourth quarter of 2022, which is 150% higher than the quarterly average of 2022. I'm hoping that partly explains, but please do read that thread. I do go into a lot more detail, especially around some of the specific product increases from places like the Indian port of Silka, which has seen the biggest oil product export to price cap coalition countries, and also the largest importing port of the world in seaborne crude oil from Russia. That port alone, the port serves a Jamnagar refinery. 2.7 billion euros of petroleum products have been exported from that location back into the price cap countries since December 2022.
Bifida, do you have any numbers on the Latvian blend market?
No, that's an interesting question. No, I don't. Axel, do you have anything to share?
Yeah, I was wondering because I looked at the Latvian export-import statistics, and it seemed that Latvia was the only country of the 3 Baltic countries which still had massive amount of, say, trade still ongoing with Russia, and that seems to have been from the transshipment first and foremost at the beginning, albeit that it should not, say, pertain to the trade statistics that much, other than for the related services, of course, and the refining services. But this is the whole thing. My understanding was that the refineries they operate are actually on the territory of Latvia, and if the crude is refined and blended there, the value would have to be accounted for in some shape or form. But my understanding, and Freight Monkey, correct me if I'm wrong, was that there is a substantial increase in so-called Latvian blend, which has been shipped out since the full-scale invasion, correct?
I don't know anything about that, Axel. It's the first time I hear about that. It's interesting. I know that historically, a lot of Russian exports have gone through different Baltic states, and then might have been labeled one such. But that's the first time. Please understand, I'm not actually an oil expert. I do shipping only, but yeah, it's the first time I hear about that.
Now, the interesting thing, the Latvian blend means 49.99% of Russian crude in order to create the diesel, and the remainder being other diesel, and that then becomes Latvian blend, which is, funny enough, used by US refineries to import Russian oil. That's the interesting part. But the blending has to occur outside of Russia for it to work. And the US Treasury was actually clamping down on it, but they couldn't really get a hold on it because they were literally just undercutting what is the blending limit. And that at some point in time, Shell at the very beginning was actually involved in this, and they were told in no uncertain terms by the UK government to cut it, and cut it quick.
It's interesting because there isn't an ever ongoing argument in the commodities world about at what point is the product well, at what point can you label the product to be different to what it originally was? And there are different standards, and there are different. It's a spectrum basically, and it depends how much you look into it. For instance, Indian diesel might not be at all Indian. It's just that it was unloaded and reloaded onto another ship, and then suddenly it's become Indian diesel. So these questions are, pretty complicated, and they there's a lot of argument about it, and there's a lot of fraud in this world. But it becomes even more complicated when you start blending stuff. You know, if you put 5% of one product into 95% of the other, it's no longer the original 95, the original product. So what do you call it then? Can you call it something else, etc.? And especially in the petroleum world, where there's so many blends of things. If today you go out to purchase diesel fuel in Fujairah in the UAE, which is one of the largest ports for diesel and fuel oil, you don't know if you're purchasing Iranian fuel oil or fuel oil from the UAE itself, or fuel oil from Kuwait, the Al Saur refinery in Kuwait, or if it's fuel oil coming from Russia. There is no real way of checking unless you went through an extensive process of well, basically going through a scientific process, which no one would really take the time, the efforts, the cost to do. So you basically have to trust the person you're doing business with. But in the first place, what you're purchasing is probably a blend of several different products, because you don't just get, when you crack a barrel of oil, you don't just get, say, diesel. You get all kinds of different products from your cracking process, and then you're going to go and blend different products together to achieve the best sort of pricing mechanism. So I'm going to look into that. So it's called Latvian blend, is that correct?
Yeah, they called it Latvian blend because the first time around this was coined was in sanctions evasion prior proper, and then it stuck onto it, and now the process is being used for a number of other products just like that. But then again, I hear from our friends from Odessa that there are products called Turkish blend, which are essentially the same in that regard. No surprise there. Righty-ho. By the way, just highlighting in about 3 minutes, we will also be joined by a friend of the space, the former infrastructure minister of Ukraine, Volodymyr Melyan, who has been here on the space twice. And given the breaking news, he wanted to briefly give us a quick update as to his views, and we'll interrupt our regular program with it, given the fact that there is more news coming out of the Oblast of Tver and seemingly also Moscow. But back to you, Beefeater, and then we'll see that Volodymyr has already entered the space and will be joining us in a minute. Beefeater, please.
Okay, so I'll just wrap this part up, Axel, and I think what you're highlighting is a really important question that needs further explanation, perhaps in another segment, and I can do some homework on that, and I'm sure Fred Monkey will do as well. And basically the question in my mind around this is, in the world of blended oil, we have created a rod for our own back. It is such a murky, there is so much unclarity. It's an opaque market, and there's an opportunity there for abuse and further sanctions, circumvention. So just to finish this part off, the other one I just wanted to quickly touch on was the product tanker scenario is quite different in terms of seaborne oils. There are many more places to place Russian diesel than Russian crude. And that's according to Vortexa, a senior analyst called Pamela Munger. She says Turkey is continuing to buy Russian diesel. And we know that Turkey has been the biggest importer of refined products from Russia. And Morocco has dramatically increased its imports and replaced its cargoes from Saudi Arabia. And the questions is therefore, are sanctions still relevant if the average Urals barrels are now trading at over the price cap? And how is seaborne cargo being shipped if the G7 nations and EU prohibit the transport of oil above the price cap? That's the fundamental question. And the answer is Urals is being shipped primarily by seaborne vessels, but the carriers and the infrastructure has moved from a dominant European-controlled shipping fleet to the rise and the growth of alternative fleets that aren't subject to the sanctions. And this has also seen a rise in the dark fleet. And I'll leave the dark fleet as the subject to cover after we've had an update.
That's excellent. Thank you so much, Beefeater. Very much appreciated. And I shall say, Dobry wieczór, Volodymyr. Good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very excited and happy to be with you. Today, Ukraine celebrates the National Day of our flag, and we started with a good news blast in Moscow, in occupied Crimea, and finally, this day ends with extremely good news of assassination of Prigozhin and Utkin, real commander of private army Wagner in Russia, in Tver region. According to our information, this plane, private jet, was intercepted with air defense system of Russia, or there was some blast inside of the plane. It's still to be discovered, maybe not even in coming days or week, maybe after the change of political regime in Russia, but still news are good. Two big murders of Russian Empire are dead. Definitely we would prefer to have them in Hague, to be judged by international court, but maybe God decided not to wait so long.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes justice can be delivered quicker, right? And in this instance, well, we were talking about this, that of course it's a gruesome task having to identify any kind of charred body remains after such an accident. But then again, we all know that when a Polish plane came to an unfortunate descent after a visit to Katyn, the Russians actually made fun of it. Here, it's now different. We're not making fun of it, but it seems that Mr. Utkin and Mr. Prigozhin cannot be easily identified, and DNA research will have to be done despite Utkin's abominable fascist tattoos. But it seems the plane has gone down, and many sources now say they actually have entered the netherworld. That's not a bad flag day. I agree with you.
There are still some conspiracy theories whether Prigozhin or Utkin might be alive. Maybe they have chosen another private jet, or it's a special operation of some intelligence or Prigozhin's army to make a plastic surgery for him and to send somewhere to Africa or Latin America to live till the pension, but I presume that both of them are dead. My assumption comes from very pure, simple fact. First, great news was announced by TASS. It's a well-known Russian internet and state information agency, known from the Soviet times, and till now they told that there is a plane crash. There are 10 passengers on board, including Mr. Prigozhin. And then we saw all those talks and questions and what will come next. In my opinion, we already can easily make some sum ups, such as that Putin gave his personal warranties, his personal word to Prigozhin after this unsuccessful coup, that Prigozhin will be alive, his business interests will be preserved, and there is no threat to him or to his family. Putin failed his promise. In the world of autocracy, it's a crucial thing, because autocrats, they do not believe into rule of law or any kind of legislation. They believe that they are gods and kings who are the law. But the only stable thing is the word or promise they give to somebody. Right now, this promise failed. Second issue, Putin publicly met with Prigozhin after the coup. It was very smoothly, everything was okay. former rebel was forgiven and returned to almost normal life. Okay, sent to Belarus is also another tradition of Tsars to send to somewhere.
He had a
anywhere.
tent, Volodymyr. He had a tent, right?
Yeah. And right now it looks that Putin is very weak and he assassinated Prigozhin. Or it could be different situation that somebody very close to Putin who was unhappy with Prigozhin, like as Kadyrov or Shoigu or Gerasimov, managed to get their plan or their private plan into action and to assassinate Prigozhin. That means that Putin is extremely weak because he doesn't even control his own company and his own partners.
That's the whole point. The Putin regime does not look stronger whilst it asserts its current rule. But this all does not look good, does it?
You know, for us, anything that goes wrong in Russia is good. Maybe I will sound cynical, but if Russians start to kill each other, we will save a lot of Western weapons and our lives to fight them. And if to be realistic, I think that Russia is on the edge of great transformation. What will be the end of this change, we do not know, because it's a big country, unpredictable country. But the only thing that makes me calm, Soviet Union, it was much bigger country, and everything went okay. Ukraine gained its independence. All other 14 republics of Soviet Union, which were occupied by Kremlin, were set free. Maybe not all of them were very successful.
Volodymyr, it seems we lost audio. It seems Volodymyr received a call. Can everybody else hear me? Can I get a wave, please, from people? Okay, 555, that's good. All righty, Volodymyr, if you, I presume he has received a call and can't hear us. I will send him a message and let's try to get through to him. And then we'll take it from there. Beefeater, if you can bear with us for just a second, we'll try to get Volodymyr back up again. Thank you. Beefeater, please.
Yeah, can you hear me, Axel? Did you want?
I can hear you.
You want me to park this for the moment?
I was just about to say, maybe we should take the Dark Fleet, and if your time allows, tomorrow in the evening that we continue on this one. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that'll be fine. I think I'm basically 30% through the kind of build up to the fundamental questions, which I think everyone will be interested in understanding and probably thinking about, which is about sanctions and whether they apply or not. I've yet to cover the Dark Fleet. I've yet to cover the Grey Fleet. I also want to talk about merchant shipping, and particularly around grain and the theft of grain. I also then want to spend a significant element of time on Turkey. I have 3 particular points about Turkey that I think we need to talk about, and then we can get to a conclusion point of view from a understanding whether or not these sanctions are still relevant and what we can do to bring about change.
Perfect. This is excellent, Beefeater, and it's wonderful because we will have sufficient amount of time tomorrow in the early evening. That's why I was about to say, because my beloved friend Nuno, or actually Ems and my friend Nuno, won't be able to join us. So we actually have a good time to offer tomorrow to follow up on this one. So I thought it was delightful and extremely helpful already. And why don't we then do the next segment tomorrow as a follow-up?
That's good for me, Axel.
Thank you so much, Beefeater. I'm very much appreciated.
And
I can see that our friend Volodymyr is back up. Volodymyr, you got interrupted with a call, I presume. Can he hear us? Volodymyr, no, he dropped away again. In the meantime, okay, we'll try to get him back up again. In the meantime, Nick.
This just in, and with the caveat that it is from Visegrad 24, which is not always the most reliable, suggestion that the Belarusian authorities have cut off the internet around the area of the main Wagner Group camp.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, this was reported about 45 minutes ago by a number of other sources, and both Ukrainian and Russian Telegram channels had already put this out. This goes hand in hand with what M referred to, that the Wagner troops in the camps in Belarus were supposedly be forcibly evacuated. M, you want to finish that point and we go back to Volodymyr after?
Yeah, it looks like there will be a video coming out soon showing Prigozhin and Utkin boarding the plane. So not 100% confirmation, but it seems, yeah, it seems there will be a video released soon showing both of them boarding the plane.
Well, that would be interesting and very helpful to identify matters. Volodymyr, so we're narrowing in on this one, are we?
Yes, I'm sorry for this bad connection because I'm very close to Belarus border right now and internet doesn't work very well from time to time.
No problem.
So, concerning this situation, I think that we should wait and see. But at least what's going on in Russia, it's not the example or proof of strong state. It's not even about democracy because Russia has never been a democratic state. It has been always a horde. But what's coming next? I think it's a challenging issue. Nobody at the level of regional elite, at least of Russian empire, would like to see how they end in burning plane or somewhere sent to prison. So I presume that power of Putin is shrinking with every week.
Well, that'll be interesting, won't it? That essentially the regime of Volodymyr or Vladimir Putin in this instance is showing not only weakness, but also a constant need to change generals, realign lines of command. There's a lot of economic pressure, which is, by the way, what we were discussing in our previous segment here. And these pressures are harming them, and they're hurting them, and they're biting. Otherwise, these realignments would not be necessary. At the same time, they are also not succeeding in the battlefield, are they?
Absolutely. Plus, when you look into normal functioning state, you see that if there are some weaknesses or challenges, you're trying to reinforce those directions, to appoint right people who can lead you from the problem into some good solution. In case of Russia, it's organized with the principle of criminal gang. And it has been through Soviet Union era. It was the case even during Tsar regime. In criminal gang, you live with those people who are your partners from your childhood. Some of them could be drug addicted, some of them could be corrupted, some of them could be really weak, but they are your friends. It's a kind of Cosa Nostra, and you can only kill them as was done to Prigozhin and Utkin, but you cannot say that, look, I fire you tomorrow because you are not, you don't have strong performance at this position, and I will take somebody else on board. That's why Shoigu remains at his position. That's why they can only change some generals who fails, but they keep Gerasimov and other big generals at their posts because it's a kind of tradition of criminal gang. You keep the same company you've been raised with.
Yeah, and the company you've been raised with and you've risen through the ranks with is evidently neither trusting you as much as you don't trust them, but they are working with you. And Shoigu is a great distributor of wealth and peerage amongst them economically. So he has definitely more strings he can pull than the likes of Prigozhin could, or Utkin, who was just literally a very, very intense, brutal tool. Now, with these two guys gone, the GRU seemingly has inserted itself within the, whatever we want to call them, dependent organizations run by the GRU. It won't have much of an impact in Africa because the GRU runs the show anyway. Utkin was not there for a long time. Prigozhin did not really have influence. So Russia's operations in Africa will continue to harness whatever rare earths, metals, influence can be, and money can be gleaned there. But at the same time, the GRU itself has positioned the military intelligence service yet again as a power base much stronger than it was before.
The only risk I envisage at this stage that China may use this opportunity to unite some strong countries around itself. I'm not including Russia because in Chinese eyes, Russia turned out to be very weak. I'm not excluding the situation that there could be another tensions between Beijing and Washington, but in my opinion, it's very difficult for two largest trade partners to have a real war between. It used to be sometime in history that it happened, but I don't believe that it will be the case for 21st century. Might be I'm wrong, I'm not sure. But concerning Russia's influence in Africa or some third world states or global south, they are trying to cheat. The only situation when Russia gets some preferences or advantages when they multiply chaos in country, in region, all over the world. It's their mainstream policy to make a chaos and trying to make some good use out of it. That's why Prigozhin army was sent to Africa, to make one coup after another and to make money on it. That's why we're making this mess in Eastern Europe or sometimes even in Western Europe, trying to destabilize governments, trying to destabilize countries, and then to intervene physically with army or with money or politically whatsoever. It was very funny for me because I worked in Austria for 6 years in my past to see how former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Austria decided to move somewhere to some village in Ryazan region in Russia or somewhere else. And actually, it's clear
she's
that
now
they
Kneiselova. Did you know?
Yeah.
She's now Kneiselova.
Yeah, that's true. And it was very funny for me because, in my opinion, it's clear that she used to be Kremlin agent at her position as a foreign minister. And there are many guys of this type in Europe. I'm not even recalling Schroeder or Merkel, but it's a big problem for the West. And I hope that this war will be another turnover point to clear them out, to send all Russian lovers from United States, from European Union back to Russia. You love Russia, love it where your country is.
This gives this song "Back in the USSR" a whole new meaning. We should be sending them packing. Volodymyr, we have a couple of hands up, and I'm sure people will want to talk to you and ask you questions.
I'd love it.
Beefeater, Furious George, Annex, let's cycle through. Beefeater, please go first.
Good evening, Volodymyr. Thank you very much for coming into the space. I just wanted to maybe bring to your attention, unless you know of it already, there's been a report in the UK in the Financial Times today that the UK is in the process of prescribing the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization Apparently, that's going to happen within weeks, and our Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has announced that the designation of a terrorist group imminently in line with powers under our Terrorism Act of 2000. I suppose my question to you is, if Prigozhin and Utkin are out the way, surely that doesn't diminish the organizations for our need to prescribe them as terrorists. They are a transnational criminal enterprise and arguably are generating something in the order of 1 trillion rubles worth of income to Russia. How do you feel about that?
I do not believe, it's my personal opinion, so it's not based on some kind of intelligence sources or analytical sources, but in my personal opinion, I do not believe in Wagner's group future without Prigozhin and Utkin. I will tell you two arguments for this position. First, in 2023, end of 2022, Shoigu tried to duplicate the experience of Prigozhin and to establish its own private army. They call it Storm. It worked extremely bad. They failed. There were some smaller private armies run by some small Russian oligarchs, no result at all. It was kind of phenomena of Prigozhin and Utkin with their extreme cruelty, good finances, and good manager skills to make it as a one unit able to fight, with us able to make coups in Africa and somewhere in the world. But that's it. And in my opinion, why Prigozhin was assassinated now? Because they destroyed Wagner Group before. We survey Wagners in Belarus on 24/7, and we see that it's not that Wagner which used to be even a couple of months ago. Secondly, it's not a regular army. In regular army, if you eliminate chief commander, it's a problem, but not a catastrophe. You appoint another one, maybe not that good, but more or less okay, and regular army keeps on fighting. In private army, if you kill the owner and you kill the commander, it's the end of the army. We will see what will come next, but in my opinion, there is no future behind Wagner. Concerning granting them terrorist status, I will remind you coup in Russia exactly 2 months ago, when United States were about to give them this status. But then a pause was taken. Right now, we hear that UK is ready. I think that's good. We should only welcome this approach. But in my opinion, it would be much better if we give the status of terrorists to Russia as a whole country, not only to some instruments of Russia.
Very good point. Let's go to...
Thank you.
Thank you, Bita, for the question. And let's go to Furious George, and then we'll go to Alex. George.
Hey, my question is, okay, with the Wagner troops, whatever you call them, the members of Wagner being in Belarus, and the fact that we're hearing now the Russians are trying to mobilize some kind of elements in Belarus, how beneficial would it be for the Ukrainians, and especially the people in Belarus, if those two groups, the Russians that are in Belarus, whatever forces they have, and the Wagnerites, to start shooting at each other?
It would be...
That would be...
Yep.
I was going to say, that wouldn't that be the best outcome from this whole scenario, giving maybe the Belarusians a chance to take advantage of that and maybe start something in Belarus? Because Lukashenko is past his expiration date, isn't he?
You know, it would be ideal storm, of course, and we would be happy if Russians will decide to kill each other and forget about Ukraine. It will be a good chance for us to enter NATO, European Union, and to become West for the East during this pause. But I frankly can imagine this situation only if Wagner's in Belarus are not allowed to come back to Russia. They are out of their salary and any supplies, and they simply start to rob the local population in Belarus. It might then lead to some clashes between Belarus law enforcement officers and Belarus army, and to isolate Wagners and send them to some camps or concentration camps or prison or something like that. And then another wave of problems will arise. In all other scenarios, I don't think the territory of Belarus will be something important for ongoing war. I think, and nothing has made me change my position, that only big defeat of Red Army in Ukraine can lead to some great internal changes in Russia. It was always been the same in the history, and it will be the same once again, that weak Tsar or weak president of Russia who led to catastrophe of its army should be dismissed and new guys should preside. And this turnover point, this transition of power can last for a couple of years. And this is a moment for us to stop the war, to come back to our borders of 1991, and to make a great wall in Eastern Europe to protect it from new horde, which will definitely come in some decade or so next.
All righty. Alex, you had a question.
Thank you. I just, as a follow-up on that situation, there are some Telegram channels now. I don't know, they may be even fake, but on one of them, the former Wagner say they organize March Sprawiedliwości too, and in the other one, the guy says we don't need this war, like go back home, stuff to that. And my question would be, so there were a lot of Wagnerites in troop in that signed contract with Ministry of Defense. I wonder how they will view this, because they probably feel threat to their personal lives now, and at the same time, I'm pretty sure that police will be after them as well. So, yeah, there are probably not too many, and I do not think they will be organized. They will be able to organize anything, but they could add to disruption. You know, maybe live in forest. I don't know, start kind of terrorizing population somehow.
I would say that core bone of Wagner ideology, it's about money. And if they are not paid, they will be not ready to fight. They are strong warriors with great skills, with great experience, and it's very difficult to compete them in the battlefield. But still, main motivation, main morale for them, money. In this particular situation, Putin will continue on eliminating Wagner Group as a possible source of free thinkers or people who are unhappy, not maybe even with Putin, but with the general commander of Red Army. They criticized a lot Shoigu and Gerasimov. And for ordinary soldier, it's a very clear message. We lose because commanders are bad. We lose because we don't have enough supplies. We lose because our leaders do not think about us. It's very clear motivation. But I would say that maybe only Prigozhin and Utkin, which were assassinated today, were able to organize this mob into some kind of army and to make this march towards Moscow. All others, it would be very difficult to get together, because normally coups are not orchestrated by generals, they are designed by colonels. In Russian army, colonels are not of that time of performance and influence to get together and to make a big rebel. And Wagner right now, they are compromised because of this unsuccessful and failed try. They are out of heavy equipment and heavy armors, and they lost their leaders. I don't think that it would be very easy and simple to replace Prigozhin and Utkin. So we simply should watch how the story goes on. But at least what I'm stressing all the time today is that today this attempt and assassination of Prigozhin and Utkin is another proof of very weak Russian state.
Thank you. Do you think some of them will try to join RDK, or that's too difficult? I don't think they're welcome in Ukraine either.
We take on board some Russians which want to fight Putin, but we should always check them scrupulously, because risk is too high. If you take them on board, you have access. They have access to some sensible and confidential information. They get access to some types of weapons, and if it's a kind of agent, we are all in trouble. That's why I don't think even, let's say, 1,000 of Wagner's tomorrow in the morning say that we are Ukrainians, we want to fight Putin, and please take us, Ukrainian army, as your soldiers, that we agree to that next day.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the background, my colleague and friend Em and I were just discussing a couple of things which are coming out in parallel. Obviously, whilst we're talking, there's loads and loads of information, disinformation, and of course, just white noise coming about. But there seems to be an indication, and Thomas Tyner, friend and colleague of the space, had highlighted this earlier, that from his perspective, one of the early videos, not the crap which came out highlighting an old Wagner shoot down of another Russian plane, an AD, but actually the first video which came out from these two women who were quite shocked indicated that there was a trail, meaning the trail of a missile, an air defense missile. But it seemed as if the angle was relatively steep. So that would lead people to believe that it could be a Buk, which would be shore at. But at the same time, that makes very little sense with an Embraer when it's being hit the way it has been hit. That were the case, unless of course the hit is imperfect and everything is going to go up in shit. But if this were a bigger missile, then the plane would have had to completely, utterly explode unless the tail has been cut off. Now, M, what kind of missile would simply sever the tail end or wing?
In my opinion, it was Buk, taking into account the location of Tver region when the plane was down. But unfortunately, I do not have access to the site of the crash, and it's very difficult to say exactly what happened there. I heard some stories that maybe there were some explosives on the board installed before the departure.
Looks very unlikely from the one video
me,
which
for
has
me
shut down.
either, because from those two videos I saw, it was clear that there were some missile and there was some blast in the air, but not on the board. But okay, it's only assumptions, and we should also remember that some of those videos might be declared or considered as fake ones. So it's a mess right now, and I cannot say exactly what happens there. But I do not think it was like a human mistake, and I do not think that it was kind of some technical problems with the plane, because Embraers are pretty tough.
Did you have anything further on this?
Well, it seems that Prigozhin is dead, and it seems that Utkin is dead, and not just that. It seems that Rover is dead. Valery Shikalov is dead, or Shikalov is dead, who was the head of security of Wagner. So it's basically the head of counterintelligence for Wagner.
Yeah, that's, as I said, wow. How could they put them all?
The thing is, how exactly that was? How did he manage, or anyone manage to put all the rotten eggs on one basket and then blow up the basket? It's like Inglorious Bastards 2.0.
It's a good question, because for me it's also a very strange situation when they are all together on board, and especially taking into account the situation they were in, plus understanding of Prigozhin, the danger he faces, plus his natural habit to hide, to mystify, to change faces during his lifetime. But sometimes mistakes are happening. In my opinion, it might have been the case when they were urgently called by some top Kremlin official, maybe even Putin, to come to Moscow for immediate or urgent talks all together, where further actions will be decided. When I heard the story of Putin opening the ceremony of 80th anniversary in Kursk, at that moment when plane was crushed, it reminded me this great movie Godfather, when Don Corleone was killing all his enemies being in charge, physically being in charge. But maybe it's not the case in this situation. It's simply the coincidence. But logically, if they were called urgently by Kremlin to come and to talk about some very important stuff, it might be that's why maybe it was the reason when they were all together on this plane.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is not a coincidence. This is something choreographed. This is something where they had been incentivized. They must have felt very safe. They must have felt very compelled to do the trip in that format. And who else other than, shall we say, Vladimir Vladimirovich and his inner circle could motivate them to do so, right?
Absolutely. And that's why I stressed in the very beginning of the discussions that the biggest threat to Putin is that after this case with Prigozhin, nobody would believe to his personal guarantees. Since today, word of Putin means nothing. And for Russia, which is guided not by law or traditions, but by Tsar himself, it's a tragedy. Because it's like you lost your Bible, or you lost your Quran, or you lost your Torah. You got nothing to believe in. That's it, the end of the story.
There was once a fantastic song about something to believe in. That definitely has gone astray. You're right in this regard. On the other hand, of course, it is the end phase of every fascist dictatorship is that they tighten the screws, that they kill off people they consider to be a threat to the inner circle, and that the circle becomes ever smaller and smaller, and the aggravation becomes more intense. And at some point in time, yeah, well, the rats are cornered and they'll fight each other.
Absolutely, but we shall not also be too relaxed, because war is not over. It's only one episode of Great War. It might be the case that war party will try to use the momentum, but in my opinion, having Girkin imprisoned for months or so, and having Prigozhin dead, Putin is left only with Soviet generals. They would be ready to fight, but Soviet type of war with a huge waste of resources in human power, artillery, army aircraft, and so on, tanks, without real breakthrough or achievements. In present condition, even not taking into account all those Russian PR of producing thousands or millions of drones, artillery shells, and so on, Russia is very weak. They are still locked in southern Ukraine and Donbass. They claim that, okay, let's wait until Ukrainian offensive operation will be over, and then we hit Ukraine and reach Paris after it. Lukashenko is talking about some 250,000 very well trained and prepared Russian soldiers somewhere in middle Russia, but I don't believe, and I don't think that is possible. Yes, it took us a lot of resources and unfortunately human lives to break in Russian defense lines and to make Russians retreat. Unfortunately, this is the reality and it's brutality of war, but still we do not see enough power of Russia to fight for too long period. Big mistake of Putin was to choose scenario when Red Army waits until presidential elections in United States. And this strategy is wrong. And I think when Putin has chosen it, Biden decided to provide us with F-16s and more armors. And I don't see any possibility for Russia to win this war. It will be very difficult for us to win, but for Russia, it's impossible.
Thank you for highlighting this. Now, you are still, evidently in the fight. Can you talk a little bit about your personal experience since you last were here with us in this absolutely epic interview?
I'm right now, I would say, in luxury conditions if to compare what's going on in the south or in the east, because with my new brigade, I'm responsible for air defense now. We are located close to Belarus border in northern Ukraine. So it's more or less calm here, but reports we got from the front line are good ones. we are progressing every day. Definitely, it's not that fast as we all predicted. And unfortunately, we lose a lot of our soldiers every day. And I think those losses will be great and very sad discovery for all, for Ukrainians and for our allies after the war. Because it's really bloodshedding war, but we do wait for aviation, and I think that with the presence of F-16s now, it would be much easier for us to reach Crimea and to get inside of the island. Without it, it costs us a lot in technical means and human lives to break through. Because even, I always recall this storm in the desert operation in Iraq in 1991, if I'm not wrong, or something like that. And there were like almost 2 months of aviation strike of US Army and allies before after those 2 months, they started with artillery, and only after that infantry and tanks went in. In case of Ukraine, we started with infantry and tanks, and definitely it's very painful to Ukraine.
Very good point. And let me just, in the meantime, we've just been joined by a friend of the space and former SEAL team leader, Chuck Farrer.
Oh, great to hear.
Chuck, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, Vladimir. I've been listening to you rapidly. And hello, Axel. It's a good afternoon for all of us, I think.
How was your Ukrainian Flag Day, Chuck? How did you like the evening?
It's been splendid. I did notice that some people we both know appear to have lost their luggage en route to St. Petersburg. So I hope they find it eventually. But I don't care too much about the people. It's been a glorious day.
He's happy and speechless.
I think so. I think it's been I don't think anyone possibly could be surprised that this happened. We've been saying for a long time he was either going to get the polonium soup, he was going to get the special additive in his tea, and in hindsight, it makes the easiest thing to do would be to shoot him down inside of Russia. And all he had to do was be lured back with one of Putin's promises. And interestingly enough, if anyone ever thinks that this war can be negotiated with Vladimir Putin, we just need to look at the way he negotiates. And this is what Mr. Prigozhin found out this afternoon.
That is an interesting point, isn't it? That essentially for everyone in the Western world, for every politician who may have been on the fence still, for everyone who may have been dithering and procrastinating and the likes, for everyone in decision-making capability and capacity and in a position of power, looking at that should make it clear. Putin plays for his own purposes. His clique plays for their desired win and nothing else, without any inhibition.
There will be a thorough sort of, starting with the internet, a thorough digital investigation of this, just like we had with the Malaysian Air shootdown. And I predict with all of the same twists and turns and denials and moved vehicles, etc. And I think the Wagner Group leadership has made a discovery. I don't think it bothers them anymore. But to our Russian listening guests, the next people to look for are the crew of that anti-aircraft system. I don't see they are very long for this world either. And although they've been following orders, I think they're going to be lured to a sausage and beer party this afternoon, and that's going to be it for them too. So this is the way it works in a giant mafia state to air missiles.
And the interesting thing being that, as M had highlighted, that we didn't know this beforehand, but he had highlighted after having found out that Chekalov was also on board, the counterintelligence chief, and the money-making or money-guarding person of theirs for Neva, their joint stock company. I mean, Prigozhin and Utkin, okay, they've always seemingly been traveling together, albeit that this was nuts from a, say, operational security perspective, but that they also had Chekalov on board, that is just insane, isn't it? I mean, this would never, ever happen.
It's amazing. Interesting stuff being reported. Jason Smart has reported that local internet is out at some of the Wagner camps in Belarus. Who could have seen that coming? You know, this is really a good day for Ukraine, because this is the opening act of this news story. It's not the closing act. Now there are, you know, tens of thousands of Wagner people who have to figure out what they're going to do. And if they ever thought they were going to be welcomed back into the bosom of Mother Russia, and we talked about this weeks ago, Axel, these guys,
Yes.
they are all expendable. Every single one of them, they are a problem, and they're going to be liquidated.
Well, evidently, I postulated this here beforehand, that evidently the GRU has reasserted itself and has come out on top of all of this by reintegrating whatever Prigozhin, Utkin, and the likes have been running under their guidance helm and with their money for a number of years. But they've tightened up the procedures and processes, and they've been running Africa anyway for some time. So they have nothing to lose, but at the same time, the GRU is now much stronger in its perspective. The question is, what will come out of that? And who, don't forget, Gerasimov, and who is the ultimate boss? It's Shoigu.
It's interesting, and you know, I can't help but be reminded of another mafia hit when John Gotti back in the 80s had mafia don Paul Castellano gunned down in front of Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan during the Christmas shopping season. And the world and the mafia held its breath while they were trying to figure out who killed the boss, who dared do this. But then, and this is what's going to happen here to any Wagner listeners we have, now your John Gotti, who is Vladimir Putin, he's going to tell you, just like Gotti told the other mobsters, I'm the boss now. So you are going to render to Caesar those things that are Putin's, right? You're going to do it, and you might live. You might. But you are an inconvenience. You are in the way. You are a problem. So if I were you, and I'm really serious to any Wagner listeners, try to get to Poland, right? Try to get to try to get to Finland, try to get somewhere, because you're going to be killed. You're individually going to be hunted down and killed. And I promise you that's going to happen. I just promised you. Shoigu had something to lose, and he had something to bring to the party, but it wasn't enough, was it? It wasn't enough for Putin. You were absolutely foolish to think it ever could be enough. And every one of you, when you pointed your armored vehicles north and started driving to Moscow, the same distance from Jacksonville, Florida to Washington, D.C., you all signed your, number one, you signed your idiot certification, and you signed your death warrant. That's it. It's over, guys. And you know, it's fun to watch. I have this giant popcorn here because this is just the beginning, Axel. This isn't this isn't the end. This isn't the end of Wagner. This is the beginning.
Yeah, I'm trying to get our friend Yehuda up. Let me just try to circle around a few things here, because this is obviously plentiful information, and there's a lot of changes coming. Hold on 1 second. I can also see Malcolm Nance joining us. So with a bit of luck, we'll get both of them up at the same time. And let me just cycle through a few names. Here we go. Yehuda, you show us connecting. If you can hear us already. Okay, let's go through hands whilst Yehuda and Malcolm and everybody else are coming up. We have Nick, then we have Dr. Nick, then we have Fertilizer, then Plan, and then Gerhard and Mette. So
we've now seen that 3 of the 7 passengers on the plane were senior people. I don't know if we know who the other 4 were, but I remember being told in the I think it was the 60s, early 70s, that the legend was that there were only 3 people who knew the formula for Coca-Cola, and they weren't all allowed to travel on the same plane. So maybe they should have taken a lesson from the evil Americans on this.
Well, operational security, they should have, but didn't.
I mean, maybe they don't actually care. If you think about it, if you're the executives of Coca-Cola, and I imagine there's probably still some founding family people, I guess you care about the future. And even if you don't, the chairman of the board, who probably doesn't know the formula, is concerned for the 3 people who know the formula don't travel on it. So I guess it's a little bit of hubris too. I think they probably thought, oh well, we got away with it. Our personal security is assured, and FAFO, as we say. So, but I just thought it was funny these days companies don't tend to have rules about executives not traveling on planes together because planes are so safe. And only 2 things take planes down these days. One is pilot error, and the other is Russian missiles. It seems
it's the perfect weapon for the thug head of state, isn't it? You just need surface-to-air missile battery, and we don't know exactly what took the airplane down, except that it was in pieces, coming down from, I'd say at least 15,000 feet is the film I saw. It was probably traveling much higher than that. We don't know what hit it, but surface-to-air missile, entirely possible. Air-to-air intercept, absolutely possible. Any of those things are possible.
The radar trace on flight radar suggests that the maximum altitude was 28,000 feet when it disappeared from the radar.
Yeah, I would think it would. I'm just looking at the distance that the video showed something falling out of the air, which so I'm judging the size of the aircraft and the size of it was in the beginning of that video and guessing, but that would be 14,000 feet is not nearly high enough. So obviously it was it was descending.
I think the key
is that the black, rather square plane? I think that one's been debunked.
No, that has been debunked. That's an old one. That is actually
Is there another one? There's another one. Is there?
There's 2 different videos. And Chuck, you would have seen this. And before we go, because I've seen that both Yehuda and Malcolm have joined us now on the panel. But the interesting thing was that Flight Radar called it when it experienced an altitude upset. I thought this was nearly British.
Special gravitational operation.
Yehuda.
Gravitationally challenged, if you want to be PC.
I think what Chuck was referring to is looking by his eye. He's a good judge of how far something is falling from the sky. Could have been him one day, right? But it could have been that was.
That's why.
I think we got to confuse what their recorded or expected or their flight path would have been on the records of whatever the aviation records are that say this flight is going here in this vector at this speed at this height. That could have been where they were supposed to be, 20,000 feet. However, it looks like they were a lot lower when they went into that drop. Right? Is that what you meant, Chuck?
Absolutely, and just literally being on the drop zone and watching people fall, you can't really see them till they're at about 10,000 feet. You can't really see a free falling body, and then it's just like the size of half a coffee ground. So just here's the one thing: there is nobody listening to this program who is surprised that this happened. There is nobody.
I heard Malcolm was surprised.
Malcolm, you called it. Are you there, buddy? You called it years ago.
Yeah, well, it's that Ray Charles. Someone wrote on Twitter, Ray Charles could have called this one. This
but you did call
a hard
it.
call. But I will.
know, but
things. I've been listening to you guys, and I was on that Mario Nuofal's channel.
Lucky you.
Just so I could hear their tears of all of those pro-Moscow people there cry over the death of one of their icons. And then again, any channel that has Scott Ritter, I have to jump off right away because I don't play that game. But let me discuss a few things because I have a Flash Traffic Black Man Spy coming out on my Substack tonight. I have a long history with PMC Wagner and obliquely with Yevgeny Prigozhin. I've written how many? 4 New York Times bestsellers in about the Trump Russia relationship, Russian intelligence, and the hacking of the 2016 election. And every one of those involved Yevgeny Prigozhin. Let's not forget where he started. He started as Putin's chef. That's what they called him. He was the mafia cook in St. Petersburg when Putin was deputy mayor, which occurred after Putin left the KGB, came back to St. Petersburg and was responsible to liquidate all state assets in St. Petersburg. And he would, Goodfellas style, go to this restaurant, which was run by Yevgeny Prigozhin. And Prigozhin became a confidant. When Putin became president of Russia, Prigozhin got the contracts to feed all of the schools in Russia, to provide meals to the entire Russian armed forces, and in his own right became, a billionaire thanks to Vladimir Putin. But more interestingly, when he established PMC Wagner back somewhere around 2009 to 2010, I don't have the year exactly. My first involvement with them was when I was in Libya in 2011 and 2012. And PMC Wagner was billing itself as the alternative to Blackwater. Blackwater was making a pitch. I was working out of Abu Dhabi at the time. I won't say where or for whom, but I was working in Libya with the Libyan rebellion against Muammar Gaddafi. And one of the things that I was told very early on was somebody who I had a long checkered career with was Khalifa Haftar, a Libyan that was captured in Chad way back in the 1990s during the Chadian War, and who became a U.S. resident. And Khalifa Haftar made an alignment with PMC Wagner and brought PMC Wagner to Libya to fight for his forces against the national coalition government over there, which occurred in 2013, until Wagner left, I think in 2019, 2020. Wagner pushed deeply into sub-Saharan Africa. One of my first intelligence targets outside of the Middle East was a old mercenary group. Chuck will know about this. Executive Outcomes.
Absolutely, that's old school, Malcolm.
I'm old school. Ian Barlow was one of our first, private contractor targets because they were set up in Sierra Leone and Cote d'Ivoire, and literally conducting military operations in exchange for diamond mine concessions. And they are the people who created the black diamonds, right? The war diamonds in exchange for war and death. Wagner was a very jealous organization. When I lived in Abu Dhabi, every year I would go to the defense conferences in Abu Dhabi, Hex and all the rest. And Wagner would be present. And so would Blackwater, which would later become Frontier Services. In fact, when I lived in Abu Dhabi, Eric Prince and I would run across each other on the Corniche doing our runs.
Let people
let
people know Edward Prince is from Blackwater. Not everyone knows.
Oh yeah, Eric Prince was the founder of Blackwater. He's a former SEAL, brother to at that time under Trump, the Secretary of Education, and he formed Blackwater as a private military contracting company, got the security contract to protect Paul Bremer in Baghdad. That's where I saw them when I arrived in Baghdad of June of what year was that? Jesus, 2001, 2. So no, 2003. So that's where Blackwater got their claim to fame. The Russians really, really wanted a version of that. I had been carrying out private military and private intelligence contracting in Iraq. And in fact, the Lukoil established the basics of PMC Wagner, where they brought in their own Russian security force to protect their oil fields north of Basra. And PMC Wagner grew from there. Prigozhin became the deniability force for Vladimir Putin. So their first major true operation was in Libya. That didn't go so well. They started pushing into the Sahel in sub-Saharan Africa. Democratic Republic of Congo. They just mastered the art of bribing people and putting weapons into the hands of the right people, and became an asset of the state. And then Prigozhin also ran the Internet Research Agency out of St. Petersburg that literally hacked the mindset of the American public in the 2016-11 election, worked with Cambridge Analytica, and micro-targeting were essentially an asset of Russian military intelligence. And the rest is history.
Jeez Louise, Malcolm, if you keep going, they're not going to buy your book. We need to, you tell them too much. Hey, we got rapid fire.
First off, it's 4 books. It's literally 4 books, not
4 volumes.
This is the
fastest that PMC Wagner comes
this
up
is the
in.
Fastest this is the fastest audiobooks we've ever heard. Listen.
Listen, I just want to say one thing about this.
Questions for you after from the audience. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say one thing about the shoot down. I know people are asking. Mark Polimeros, former agency guy, said, "Hey, what was it that killed this thing? Was it a bomb on board the aircraft? Was it a surface-to-air missile?" I know that the Ukrainian army is putting out that it was a Pantsir missile system. I'm very skeptical, and here's why. I have been involved and have seen aircraft shot down right in front of my face. When the USS Vincennes shot down Iran Air 655, we knew it was a civil airliner because the tail section was cut away and the entire aircraft fell as a whole when it was struck by one of our SM-2 missiles. This aircraft had a tail section which was shot away and was falling whole, even though it was an executive jet-sized aircraft, which tells me an enormous amount. Another ship that I was on, we shot down an F-4 Phantom. It flew for a while burning in front of us before it came apart. But the main body fell whole. What this tells me, based on my experience of seeing these shoot downs, the warhead was small. It was likely what we call a continuous rod warhead, which explodes in every direction. And it's like a shotgun shell that explodes in a 360-degree ball. And it tears apart critical framework, especially the weakest framework, and damages an aircraft, makes it fall out of controlled flight. And then it comes apart if it doesn't blow up in a big way. But the missile systems in Ukraine, which would have a small warhead that wouldn't tear that aircraft into pieces, are limited. Because if it was flying at 26,000 to 28,000 feet, then that means that it had to be a system that had very good altitude reach. The Ukrainians were saying Pantsir. The Pantsir SA-22 Greyhound missile system has a maximum altitude of 3,000 kilometers. That's like 12,000, 13,000 feet. Not high enough. Although it's a nice candidate because a Russian intelligence agency could just wheel one over on wheels wherever they wanted to intercept. The bigger ones, S-300, S-400, those are huge missile systems. Their warheads are like 300, 400 pounds. It would have vaporized that aircraft. It would have come down in leaflets. So the candidate that I have is the Tor missile system. It has a very high altitude missile that can go as high as 33,000 feet, but the warhead's only 33 pounds, right? So it would hit you but it's not going to break you apart if you're a high altitude aircraft. It'll decompress the aircraft, and on a small executive jet like this with a crew, passengers and crew of 10 to 14, you're going to come down relatively whole. The early picture shows it on fire, which is what that thing would do. It would poke holes all throughout the winglets and the engine system, and then it would come down pretty much whole, and then it would break apart as it dynamically tumbled through the air.
Okay, Malcolm.
So that's my
Malcolm.
guess.
Here are the questions. Okay, you're too deep into it. You're too smart. Here it is. Here's the first question: is Prigozhin dead?
Hells yeah.
Prigozhin dead.
Next.
Did Putin kill him, or did the Ukrainians kill him?
Oh, Putin killed him without any question, because one, this would have, if you're going to do this, you're going to get a missile system. Let's say you even hijack a missile system or infiltrate spies in there. I heard Chuck's really, really good assessment last night, about infiltrating personnel to carry out, drone strikes. I mean, that's a very deep intelligence system. You're going to reserve that to kill Putin. Right? If you've got an air defense missile system under your control that's along the path of flight from Moscow to St. Petersburg, you're going to kill Putin. You're not going to take any chances on anybody else.
Okay.
Prigozhin was killed by Putin. He ordered that. I wouldn't be surprised if he pressed the button himself.
No. Okay. So here it leads to some other questions. Some people are asking. Putin was in Kursk, and he supposedly flew back immediately. Why would he be in Kursk if he knew it was the second month anniversary? You think he'd been in Moscow just for security and measures and his own personal protection to be in a safe spot? Do you think that was a plan he made, saying, hey, at some point when you're ready, kill him, I don't care when? Or was it a feint or a ruse to pretend he's in Kursk and then running to Moscow after? Does that have any influence or bearing on your assessment?
I thought Russia operated a national command post in Kursk. The equivalent
but
of
he
a
rushed
president.
back to Moscow almost immediately, and he was seen driving to the Kremlin.
Sure, because someone's got to make funeral arrangements. And I'm sure he will. They've already started blaming the Ukrainians, which I would be afraid of if the Ukrainians are actually shooting down aircraft like that.
Okay,
but
so he did it. He went home. He just went home. Okay, here's my question to you then.
Sure.
Wagnerites, whatever that means, leadership, whoever, the top terrorists, Terrorist Council of Wagner said, apparently quoted, saying that if the Russian Federation is responsible for this, there'll be a second march on Moscow. A lot of big threats. Ooh, I'm not sure. We're not sure. However, could this be 4D chess? Could this be someone in the Kremlin saying, we want Putin out, we should have supported Wagner. If we just go take out Prigozhin right now, that'll force something to happen and it'll cause trouble for Putin and ensuing chaos. Any truth or any possibility of that theory?
No, Occam's razor applies to all intelligence operations. We don't do that Jason Bourne stuff, right? Why have 4D chess when it can be straight up, let's kill that mother right there, right? I mean, this is a relatively easy operation if you consider that Putin and the intelligence agencies were ordered to do it. They control the airport. They know that man's on the airplane. He just came back from Africa, rearm, refuel. In Moscow, they know he's on that plane. They know what its, IFF is. It's flying along. They know what altitude it's flying at. They said that there was a second Wagner aircraft that was flying in trail of that, which means that they had the ability to discriminate between the two aircraft. That means they controlled air traffic control. The air defense network there was well aware of aircraft flying there. This story is going to come out. It's always going to be some, low-level Russian air defense guy who says, we were all kicked out of our Tor missile system by GRU or, by military command. They took it over and we were told to go have tea. And they just tracked that aircraft. And even worse, they most likely had someone on the second aircraft that could confirm that they were in trail and that they should just go ahead. There's always a go, no go moment there. But to get it into the SAM envelope, they had to either station that SAM there. It doesn't look like it was offset very far from the initial point of impact. And these kills, to be assured, even at high altitude like that, you want them right on top of you, so that you're having a nice, relatively nice intercept zone, 5-10 kilometers, so that you get good range on your missiles. And the witnesses say there were 2 explosions. So you never fire one, right? You always fire 2. What do they say in fighter jets? They don't call them missiles for nothing, right? Sometimes they don't hit. So fire off 2, ripple off 2 missiles, get your kill with those small warheads, and let everybody know that he doesn't just use poison and nerve gas and plutonium. He will kill your ass straight up.
So put last question then. Does Putin have to fear from any remnant of Wagner, or did he already type those loose ends in these last 2 months?
No. This is where from what I can see of the video, Prigozhin had 90 seconds to think about all of his life choices on the way down, right? And one of those thoughts must have been, I should have gone to Moscow and killed that guy, right? But it's just a bad decision. I mean, he can peruse it into eternity in hell with all the other Nazis that he's going to be down with. And Putin understood that he was going to kill this guy, but Prigozhin's own vanity, to think that he was now higher than Putin, and all of those news reports saying that he had humiliated Putin. But Putin did something significant that Wagner took part in and Prigozhin facilitated. And that was to take those 10,000 members of Wagner, most of whom were penal battalion guys, right? And fold them under the army. That was what the whole mutiny was about. That Wagner was supposed to be disbanded, folded into the main force army as, penal battalions instead of, special forces Wagner battalions. And these guys were upset with that. And my initial analysis, if those of you remember, or you can go on my Black Man Spy podcast and go listen to my Prigozhin paradox. I think it was a real mutiny for the first 2 days. They were running around, shooting down aircraft, shooting up guys, having gun battles, bombs, guns, and helicopter rides. And then Prigozhin sold them out and told Putin, hey, I can bring this under control, but I have some things. I want us to go back to Africa. I want Wagner to go down to its core 500-600 officers. Let them do this. We'll go to Belarus to threaten the Ukrainians. And Putin was like, yeah, this is excellent. Okay, awesome. Just doodling on a napkin of a Tor missile system blowing him out of the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if Lukashenko was party to all of this. He was supposedly the guy that cut this deal. And PMC Wagner going to Niger to support the coup plotters down there. It must have made Prigozhin feel very comfortable. Right up into the moment that the tail end of that aircraft exploded and it started burning.
Well, okay, Malcolm, what do you say about the fact that it might be, given that I looked at the tail, I like my aircraft, and I like them non-toasty. The tail end was cut off pretty badly and very roughly. It could be just that the kinetic force of essentially a missile passed through without it even fully exploding.
Yeah.
And that would turn us back to the level. And the way this missile, which disappeared in the first 2-3 seconds after, with this nice trail, which Thomas Tyler referred to, this could just be a book which has gone through it very pretty damn quick. Also, given the same height, as you said, that's possible, don't you think?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it could be a book, but that's a giant missile. I mean, look what it did to a civil airliner.
Exactly.
It blew it
that's
apart.
What I'm saying. If it just cut through it,
again, yeah. I mean, it would have to have been a stupid book, right? It would have had to have been a missile that did not, where the proximity warhead didn't go off and the continuous rod warheads didn't expand and blow up, shear everything apart. Then you've got essentially the star streak effect, right? Where you just go through it like a laser. But there, again, there were reports of explosions. right? Which means that something blew up. It could have continued on and blown up at altitude above it. That's possible. But why take the risk, right? That you want that aircraft to come down in one piece or miss. Why not put all 4 missiles off the book launcher
Yeah,
into his
agreed.
ass if you want to make?
Why not send the full set of tellers? I agree with you, but it is so strange because we only see this little white trail, and then we see the plane go down. It makes very little sense. I had the discussion with Thomas Tyner. It could very well be beyond the horizon, say air-to-air missile, and gone through, because that would satisfy your criteria of a smaller warhead.
Yeah, but that would have really, the air-to-air missile. Why use radar guided when you can just run right up and put a heat seeker into it, and that would have taken apart the engines, right? So the tail end would have been vaporized. Also, it's a possibility. I mean, why bother? With a fighter aircraft, shit. If you're gonna do it right. Make sure that it's 100% surface-to-air missile version. I'm liking that. Because one, we have an active trail. Two, I've seen a dogfight in Ukraine. I have video of a dogfight in Ukraine, and I've seen AA-7 launches and AA-9 launches, and they put out a pretty straight trail. They break up with the winds at altitude, but this looked like part of it had come from the ground, and we're gonna find out because you know what? Someone's got a video. You can't tell me this is not going to be the ultimate TikTok in Russia that someone's going to say, hey, I've got a picture of that. I've got a video of that missile battery next to us launching that was taken over by FSB or GRU 2 hours ago.
Now, I should say, because Lev has just joined us, happy Ukrainian Independence Day.
Yes, happy Ukrainian Independence Day to everybody, and it's a wonderful present we got. So we have one monster is gone, and one more left to go before the rest of the head falls apart.
All 3 of them, actually, in this case.
Yeah.
We have the PUC, Prigozhin, Utkin, and Chekalov, their head of counterintelligence. How could they be so stupid to put them all on one plane, huh?
I think it was strategically planned by Putin. He needed to cut the whole head off because not to get the retaliation from any one of them coming back. And he took some time, creatively planned it, and then took them all out.
Yeah, funny enough, you wouldn't find any kind of disagreement here with either Malcolm or Chuck, because this is the kind of, result we all have come to. This is the conclusion that essentially they seemingly fell for whatever kind of offer Putin had made them. Otherwise, why would you go to Moscow on a day when Putin is in Kursk, supposedly?
Yeah, no, he listen, Putin is a monster, but he's a strategic monster. This is not his first day playing these games, and he knew exactly he was never going to forgive and forget after what transpired that day when when they tried to march on to Moscow. He just had to try to figure out who else was part of that team and who else was inside his inner circle. And once he figured all of that out, he started, taking them out, which is, a great thing for all of us because Prigozhin, Utkin, all of them. I mean, these are some of the most terrible people out there, and it's you never want to see anybody die, and may God forgive me, but good riddance to them.
Good riddance. What a nice point. Yes, absolutely agreed. I mean, we have tons of hand up. Malcolm, just very briefly before we go to hands with you, Chuck and Lev.
Sure.
Tell me one thing. What's next? Who is next? Who is on the count?
Well, it's very simple because this was not Novichok. It was not, a sophisticated poison. It was not plutonium. It was not, well, technically, Prigozhin did fall out of a window. So from 26,000, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, technically Putin is still on the ball with this one. But this is a consolidation of power move. This is a straight up, when Hitler killed the head of the brown shirts. Done. No one stand against me is the message here. I will use the symbols and resources of national power to make sure that you go home in an urn. So I think Putin will consolidate power, but this will do nothing for Ukraine. I don't know how Putin can expect to get away with saying that the Ukrainians did this, unless the Ukrainians seize control of a missile battery, and he'll probably claim that and execute a couple of, Turkmens and some guy from Dagestan that happened to be doing latrine watch at that missile battery. But right now, Putin will consolidate his control. There are no Wagner people to stand against him. None. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, pulling a death of Stalin type roundup of everyone who was associated with Prigozhin. And
Malcolm, I heard that they. Sorry to interrupt you, but I heard that they were already evacuating all of the Wagner guys out of Belarus. They already sent an Il-65 there to start bringing them out of there.
That is confirmed.
And
there's 2 of them there.
And taking them where?
That's a good question. That's a very good question, Malcolm.
The funny thing, I'm almost certain that after that mutiny, I had made a joke on Twitter about a Wagner IL-76 going down over the Mediterranean on its way to North Africa. And I was making a joke about that's how they're going to get rid of all the Wagner senior commander, Wagner battle commanders who were the combat vets. And that is still a possibility. Pledge loyalty or die. I think they'll probably kill quite a bit of them.
That's exactly what Chuck said earlier, that he highlighted that most of those who are on the list will not survive, and the remainder will have to make a choice as to whether they want to be in Congo.
Mm-hmm. Concur, 100%.
I wonder where they're going to find an Aleutian crew to fly those guys, because I'd be saying, I don't think it's me today. I'm on the flight roster.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the pilot on any of those planes.
Yeah, I got long COVID. So this is just it's laughable only in the sense that almost as if Putin did actually go back and watch Death of Stalin and decide, hey, we need to do this. Putin's father was allegedly Stalin's chef. And this is why he had this affinity with Prigozhin. He wanted to have his own strongman, wise counselor who was doing the mafia food thing for him. And he could trust him because of his restaurant and gave him money and bought his loyalty. But, that mutiny, if that was mutiny, will come out as one of the greatest political miscalculations, perhaps, other than the Romanovs deciding that they'll stay in Russia during the Russian Revolution.
By the way, I had to think about this earlier today when this happened with the plane. I went back to Monty Python. Hello, this is your captain speaking. There's absolutely no cause for alarm. The wings are not on fire. Gents, would you allow a few questions? We have the audience. Everybody has their hands up, and we'll just cycle through. Would that be okay?
Sure.
All right. G-Man, do you have a question for our wonderful elaborate panel?
I'm just wondering, evening everybody. I'm just wondering, is this the first time that the FSB have suicided somebody by plane crash? And then the other thing is, has Prigozhin never read any Russian accounts of Russian spies or Russian agents abroad getting that message, come home for consultations? It always means something bad. Is he well, I was going to say what planet is he on, but he's no longer on this planet. Anyway, thank you.
So the question is, has it happened before? Has Putin murdered those who had pledged allegiance to him before?
By plane.
That's a tough one. Not that we know of. There have been a lot of aerial crashes, and I don't know of any general staff that have died in an airplane crash. So, but no, this one was so blatant, so blatantly in your face, Putin absolutely needed to show everyone that I can do this. And he'll lie about it, and everybody will understand what the message is. This one needed to be unique.
All righty. So we have more questions. Plamen.
Thank you, Axel. Just a very quick factoids. Actually, I could answer the question about whether generals have been killed before. Well, I don't know under Putin, but definitely during the Soviet times, there were a couple of generals who died in very, very questionable plane crashes. And not only in the Soviet Union, but in the Warsaw Pact. I personally know of one case where a complete airliner, a passenger jet, was brought down just for one general to be, taken out, be no more let's say, a disturbance in the force. So yes, that has happened. If you want the names, I can provide them at some point. But yes, that's one. And secondly, I just wanted to bring a couple of factoids. There was a very interesting picture, part of the video of the burning jet. Some gentlemen on the Telegram channel focused on the very small punctures, numerous small punctures on the parts of the fuselage, saying, oh, well, these must have been sparrows flying at 8,500 meters or whatever the height was. So clearly the jet or the remains show some real damage of external explosion, which reminds quite a lot to the MH17, actually. That's the one. The third factor I just wanted to mention is that apparently the internet connectivity of the main camp of the Wagnerites in Belarus has been shut down. The third one, the last one, is there's quite a bit of traffic on the Wagnerites Telegram channels swearing revenge for the death of Prigozhin. Well, that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
I agree with Malcolm that there isn't anything these guys can do. Right? I encourage them. Any Wagner guys listening, look, get in your vehicles, get a big old convoy, and head for Moscow. And we'll all watch the barbecue.
Yeah.
Good luck.
And Chuck, they have no weapons.
It's over.
They have no weapons. I mean, Putin took away all their weapons to begin with, and now they have no leadership.
Exactly.
It's just you have people that are on the Telegram from emotions that are saying stuff, but there's no serious. I agree with both Chuck and Malcolm on that.
Yeah. It's, it is absolutely karmic here, because remember, it was Wagner using surface-to-air missiles who downed airborne command and control platform, killing 16 officers on board that. They shot down 6 helicopters. I bet they wish they had those missiles back now. And it's over. It is just over for these guys. If they ever thought Prigozhin is our top cover, it just wasn't going to last. And Malcolm, you called it. I mean, I called it too. I said this guy is never going to be retiring to St. Bart's. It is not going to happen. Putin, he does not forgive or forget. But there's a lot going on now here. I mean, this isn't over. The parts haven't stopped moving, Malcolm. I mean, I think, I think there's still going to be an outcome here.
It's quite possible that this could be just one of the decisions that makes some core of rational generals. Is there some Russian Erwin Rommel, who's going to find a Staffelberger to resolve this issue? If you guys go to my Substack, my malcolmnance.substack.com, there's an article I wrote there last January called How Putin Will Die. And I talked about, he could have challenges, including maybe Prigozhin would wake up one day and decided he wanted atomic bombs and would displace Putin or Kadyrov or someone, doing that. And that Putin would most likely die from someone in the armed forces or a plot in the armed forces, and when Klaus von Stauffenberger put that bomb next to Hitler, that was not the first time Hitler had an assassination attempt. It was just the most successful. But most people still died on piano wire dangling from a meat hook because they didn't consolidate all of the generals that could do it. Biggest problem here is control of atomic bombs, right?
I remember that article, Malcolm, and I think what's happened now is Putin has crystallized his enemies, right? These guys, these discalcated Wagnerites, without any top cover, they've got to flip or fly, right? At this point, and I think like every other tyrant in history, Caligula, Nero. I mean, we're talking guys that make Saddam Hussein look like Mother Teresa. Caligula and Nero, they got it when the Praetorian Guard decided they were no longer safe. Right? Exactly. And look, I'm making a prediction here. I'm going way out on a limb. I don't think Putin is going to ever get to watch the sun go down on the Black Sea with a bikini-clad girlfriend. I don't see it happening. It's not. There has been a wobble induced into the National Command Authority of Russia, and I see this whole thing eventually shaking itself apart. I'm on the record.
Okay.
So what John was saying.
I was just about to welcome our friend John Spencer, who's also joined together with Yehuda at the same time. John, how would you, if you were a Russian general, if you were in military planning or military intelligence, if you look at what is happening today, how safe would you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think and I agree with Malcolm and Chuck that that was a signal to everybody, not just Kadyrov and all the warlords, but a signal to the entire Russian military that Putin will kill you at will when he wants to maintain his power, and all he's done over the years to keep power diversified. And this lapdog got out of line, and we all called it earlier. He couldn't be allowed to live. And now we have a bunch less evil people in the world today. I raised my hand because of Chuck's great comment. I think that we should be retweeting, re-emphasizing. Yes, Wagner should rise up and try to attain justice, and maybe they can borrow some Belarusian weapons of the people they've been training. But head to Moscow.
Line them up, boys. Just line them up. Now we're going to see what you're really made of. But it's, if somebody, Malcolm, John, we're old cold warriors. If somebody told me back when I was a young steaming ensign that Ukraine was going to sink the Moskva in the Black Sea and Russia was going to declare war on Ukraine, and a third-rate KGB guy was going to wind up president for life of Russia, who would have believed it? And we just keep jumping the shark, right? First, Prigozhin heads for Rostov-on-Don. He seizes the local military command center. We pointed out not one person stopped him, right? Yeah. Every roadblock, 3 choices: shoot him in the windshield, get on board the truck, or with him, or wave him by. Mm-hmm. So Putin isn't, he's not on firm ground here. What about all those colonels who say, you know what, I fly a lot. I might not be digging this.
Mm. I think that we're looking in the wrong direction. If you guys want to read Russian history and try to extract what's going to happen next, I think the classics are at play. If you haven't read the book I, Claudius, or seen the TV series.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
I just can't decide whether Putin's Tiberius or Caligula, but they both get it the same way, right?
Yeah, this is definitely Shakespearean. You are on the money, right? This is
Sejanus, the head of the Praetorians, to kill his father Tiberius, and then he kills Sejanus, and then the head of the Praetorians, Cassius, has to kill Caligula. He just has to kill him, right? And then he gets executed because he killed Caligula's wife and kids. This classical, and it's going to end this way. The only question is, how do you control the presidential football so that some third-rate, GRU protective officer does not control 5,000 atomic bombs?
Malcolm, it was 2 shows ago. I was going on and on about the decline and fall of the Roman Empire by Edmund Gibbon, because we're looking at it. We're looking. This is personalities at the top, right? This is this absolute Shakespearean battle of, to put it mildly, complex individuals, right? But Putin is in it for himself, folks. That's it. It's him, and he's feeling froggy right now, right? He's feeling froggy, and that's when danger lurks, right? He thinks he's got this all under control, and I actually think all the little parts just started moving.
Mm-hmm. What's the next question?
I was just about to say, let's go to our friend Fertilizer Finder. You had a question, and you have been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I'm all right at that sometimes. So first of all, you guys lost me with all that Shakespeare stuff because I was in the Marine Corps. So yeah, sorry. And the frog analogy was very interesting because as the water starts to boil, they'll sit there, so they will slowly die and not even realize it because it slowly starts to boil. So that was an interesting analogy. Also, I think everybody kind of forgets about how good Prigo was at being a master of disguise. So we really don't know, if it's him or not.
It's him. On Twitter today, they had a photo of one of Prigozhin's disguises where he has the side beard. It said this was the pilot of the helicopter that defected to Ukraine today.
Oh God. I have a hard time believing that was real, and then when you realize that it was real, you just you don't know. So that was a little play to lighten up the mood. But also the interesting thing about Prigo and going to Rostov and all that good stuff or bad stuff was the amount of support he had. So I kind of wonder, well, one, was this the issue, 57's first hit over Russia. I kind of agree with the core also. They obviously, if they planned this, I don't think they wanted it to be seen as much as it was, because there was recordings. We heard the grandmas talking about it and all that, but he had an immense amount of support even when he was leaving. And the thing that baffled me the most is when he decided to leave, it just hit me like that Forrest Gump scene where he's just like, well, nope, I think I'm done running. And everybody behind him was abandoned. And that was the thing where when he did that, when he decided to stop going to Moscow, everybody who supported him, they were on camera. They were, supporting him. There's multiple aircraft shot down. There's oil field, oil dump, which was not fun to geolocate. That was completely destroyed. There was all sorts of things that had happened, and just nothing happened to Prigo. And so after all of this, and after all the support, you also have to wonder that, did they want this kind of be looking like an actual accident? Of course, we have video footage, which Russia still doesn't seem to get in their heads with their propaganda that you can't erase the internet and that there is a digital world out there. It's always impressive to me how you'll have literal video or audio recording of something and it'll be denied. But did they possibly just want this to kind of be seen as an accident so that his people wouldn't be seeing him as a martyr? And when all of this happens, why didn't it happen sooner? They had multiple access to him. He came back to Russia multiple times. He was in Africa with everybody in the world, but at that time it felt like they kind of needed him as far as the coups happening and all that nonsense. So
That's
it's
a very
really
good
interesting to
political.
see
That's a
what their
very good
play
political
was,
question,
and then at the
Fertilizer.
end,
That's a very good political question. I think Malcolm was already on it for quite some time.
Well, let's unpack it. So just real quick, I mean, like whatever you think of the Russian public, I'm not sure there are many people in Russia that believe what they didn't make it look like an accident so they could trick anyone. They know people don't believe them, right? So that's
No,
one issue.
this was a power move.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, this wasn't, we don't want to piss them off. They don't care. I would assume this. Prigozhin was very, very intertwined with the workings of the Russian state. It would probably make more sense. You ask why now? Probably there was a lot of divestment and cornering of Prigozhin's assets and ability to cause trouble after he was killed. So I would assume, I think most people here on this panel said after the mutiny, give it a couple months, Prigozhin's going to be dead. They're going to make sure that his death would cause as little damage to Putin as possible, and then off they go. I think the real question you might be getting at is why, and this is a question I think for definitely people like Lev and Malcolm and Chuck and John. What on earth was he thinking? Did he just think, you know what, I'm too even though I tried killing him, I'm way too valuable to him, so he's not going to play around? Was that his calculus left? Because any sane person would say, wow, I better get out of Russia forever.
Well, Yehuda, he had no choice. I mean, where was he going to go? He's a wanted criminal all over the world.
I heard North Korea's nice this time of year.
I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, but Kim Jong-un was pretty close with Putin there also. I mean, the only places he could go, Putin, I mean, Belarus, all of these places, Putin could still get to him. And the reason why they did it now is because were overlooking the very simple fact that they got rid of all the three major heads of Wagner Group in one shot. I mean, he might have been able to take out Prigozhin earlier, but it would have still left other leaders in the Wagner Group that might have had something to do with, trying to do an attack or something in the background. But they took out the whole leadership of the Wagner Group in one shot. And that's, I think, why they did now. They had the opportunity and they took it.
So was he a dead man walking, Malcolm? Is that what you think? He knew? It was just a matter of time?
Based on the way that mutiny went, real people were killed, real battles were fought. None of that stuff was staged. I mean, I'm thoroughly convinced it was a real mutiny. They were not going to go under there. I have to be very careful about this. I did work for Ministry Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Directorate early on, and this is the sort of stuff they would like, right? Which was mutinies, armed rebellions. It's a Budanov special. But I really think that when they made their march, Prigozhin thought, I'm stronger than Putin. These men, he cried when he did his video in front of the over 100 dead bodies of Wagner guys that he had there. I know how he feels, when my guys get hurt. You get upset, and I think he really affiliated with them, and he thought that when Putin backed down and that he ordered his guys back to their garrisons, cut loose 9,900 of them, sent the other 100 or whatever to Belarus, and started playing games around the Polish borders, and was ordered to go to Niger and help with the coup d'etat. I think he felt like he was back in his element and that he had Putin under his control. Enter surface-to-air missile system. Right?
So really, so in your mind, you think he thought, I'm in the clear. I tried something stupid, it didn't work, but I'm too important. He couldn't possibly kill me. Is that what you're saying?
His ego clearly showed that he believed, and I think he believed the Western writing. I think he believed the writing of a lot of Russian telegram channels that he was stronger than Putin, and that he could turn that rebellion off and he could turn it right back on if he didn't get what he wanted. And remember, the key negotiation point was the integrity of the core Wagner commanders, that they would be allowed to return to sub-Saharan Africa to earn big dollars. They would go to Belarus and they would start playing around on the Polish border. And he got Putin to back down in his mind. What he forgot is that Putin is a murderous bastard, and that he doesn't forget. What did CIA Director Bill Burns called him? The apostle of payback. And, it was all awesome right up until the minute that the the airplane exploded, and he had 90 seconds to think about how big that mistake was.
So next important question. In the nest, we have hipster PFOP chic Prigozhin. What uniform was he wearing on the plane, Malcolm? People want to know. Was he dressed like Admiral Aladdin, or was it this hipster chic PFOP?
Oh, no. He came back from Africa. He's in his olive drab, right? He's got his armor and stuff. That's how you're going to confirm that guy's dead, right? They're going to find his armor in the wreckage.
And Gucci boots.
With his Gucci boots.
No repeats.
Well, they may not.
So, Ax, I don't know who's next.
Dr. Nick is next,
Sorry.
actually.
So just a couple of thoughts that kind of you guys really covered a lot of things that I was going to say, but I will just add a little bit to them. We were talking about this a long time ago on the space, like Chuck. I don't remember if Malcolm was here, but I remember we were talking about it like he was the most vulnerable. And we had brought up like Gherkin and Prigozhin, and that later down the road, maybe Shoigu or whatever, but really that the most vulnerable would be Gherkin and Prigozhin. And it's kind of funny that those two were the ones that Gherkin ended up in jail for running his big mouth too much, and who knows what's really going on with him. And then Prigozhin, possibly sped up his timeline a little bit with that mutiny and everything that was going on with that. And I think that a couple of things in relation to that. I think that, I agree with what everybody said, that with that situation, that Putin really just bided his time after that mutiny to really make him feel comfortable. Probably, made some side deal. I know Malcolm said something like maybe Lukashenko was in on that. And I kind of, half-heartedly, I'm not 100% sure about that, because remember at the beginning of the war when Lukashenko accidentally showed the battle plans or something on video. So I don't know how much Putin would really trust him with something like that. But I digress. But anyway, I think you really wanted to make him feel comfortable, make him feel that, he can't really do without him. And I think that Prigozhin really felt that, because remember, Prigozhin came from prison. Putin got him to do a lot of his dirty work for him too. And I think that, Prigozhin probably, or definitely really had this sort of attitude that, he's irreplaceable to Putin. And who is he going to get to do the stuff that he does? What is it going to be, Kadyrov? Not really. And that he's really indispensable. And I think that he was just cocky enough and not quite smart enough to realize that at this point in the game, he's not going to be taking any chances. And so I think that the killing of Prigozhin at this point was, I agree, to consolidate power, but not only just to PMC Wagner, but also to these so-called separatists, not separatists, like Gherkin and crew, but to anybody in the military who might be thinking something along the lines of trying to double cross Putin in any way, potentially oligarchs who might be plotting in the background, because we've talked about that before, who might a viable alternative be, because something like this really scares people who might be in the alternative section there of that winning coalition. And they might try to think that maybe they might be a viable alternative and put themselves in a position like that. So those people who might be thinking that, okay, there's this other guy here who we might be trying to align ourselves with as an alternative to Putin, perhaps, maybe, something like that perhaps might be going on. Maybe it's not, or maybe it might in the near future or something like this. They might be less likely to do something like this if they see this kind of thing happening. It might make them a little bit more scared, and be a little bit more hesitant to do something like that. And I guess that's really all I have, because you guys really covered a lot of things I was going to say. So I'll just sort of stop there.
Thank you for that.
Dr. Nick, oh,
Yeah, no,
go
please,
ahead.
shoot.
No, I was gonna say we need to keep in mind that Prigozhin knows who Putin knew who Putin was very, very well. There's no way he was just marching on Moscow because he felt like, he's going to go make a stance and this is what's going to happen. He understood, and he had people in the inner circle, in Putin's inner circle, because Prigozhin very well understood that if Putin goes down, there's no way he's going to be president. There's other people involved. That's why he was able to march. So that's why there was no resistance in certain places, and he was able to get there. But when he got close to Moscow, the people that made promises and support basically backed down, and that's where Prigozhin's big downfall came. And I think, and then afterwards, those were the same people. They were giving him alliances that don't worry, everything is going to be okay. But you're also dealing with narcissists and egotistical. I mean, these people don't think the same way as normal people think. They think they're, just like Malcolm said, that they're unbeatable, undefeatable. They're stronger than everybody else. They can't go down. They don't even think of anything bad. So.
Right. Yeah. I was talking about that on the space when it happened, that, that it was quite possible that people were leading him on and made him think that they, supported him. But when the whole thing started to happen, and I said that very thing, in some ways it didn't make sense to me because he had to know who Putin was. Yehuda, you got a hot mic. Yehuda, you got a hot mic. Anyway, so I was saying at the time it didn't make any sense to me because being that close to Putin, he knows exactly who Putin is and what risks he was possibly taking. And so when this thing happened too, I was like, this just doesn't make any sense to me that he's going to walk away from this. So for a long time,
it's also not just Putin, right, Dr. Nick?
What? I'm sorry.
It's also not just Putin to walk away. It's a whole clique of people.
Right.
Correct. The regime, the Putin's inner circle.
Right. Yeah, of course. And of course, anybody around Prigozhin too, because of course, Prigozhin didn't do this, in a vacuum. He had people working with him and supporting him. So, it just, none of it made any sense to me that he would do this, number one, without any sort of backing from anybody else, without any sort of reassurances that he felt he might have from other people. So I think that Putin was, like I said, just biding his time, waiting not only to figure out who was involved, but just to make him feel comfortable enough to do something.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that plane, you know what I mean? So that,
and also don't forget there were billions of dollars that Prigozhin, billions and billions of dollars in assets and different things that Prigozhin controlled that now is going to be taken over by the Russian Federation, and that had to be in place. So this wasn't this was done strategically. It wasn't done out of emotions. It was done strategically, and the way he did it was to show basically everybody else that even thought to side with Prigozhin that they will be next on the list if they don't fall back in line.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that goes without saying. Anytime that, whether you end up in jail or you end up dead, your assets will be consolidated and become part of the state apparatus. In other words, part of Putin's personal coffers, at least a large part of it anyway.
So Malcolm, all this is unfolding, and you are, let's say, you are a Russian major general. You're on the staff in Moscow. It looks like you'll probably be rotating to Ukraine here in a month, maybe just a normal rotation. I'm serious here. How do you think this affects your career? You and I have both been in the beltway and out of the beltway and on joint staffs and all of that stuff. And what do you think?
In that very second, when you asked him that, Malcolm dropped to listener because I presume he received a call. That's unfortunate. Let me try to get him back on.
Oh, that's well. You know what? I would just say this. I don't think that this development is going to spur on any Russian military officers to anything that makes themselves conspicuous, and that includes achievement. You know, I think that everybody at this point is just shaking their heads and wondering. You know, there's a weird thing that happens on battlefields, folks, when everyone is shooting and trying to kill each other and da da da, and all of a sudden there'll be this when there is a tremendous explosion, like a J dam going off or something. Everybody shuts up. Everything stops. Not when you know it's coming and you called it in and everyone's going 3, 2, 1, whoom. Then everyone's yelping and youping and everything else. But when a big whap boom goes off, everyone stops shooting. Everybody is quiet. And it always amazed me. And everyone's looking around at each other. And that's what I think has happened here. And that's not good for Russia. Today, we had this big news day, but a couple of things have gone not really well remarked on. T-400 Triumph anti-air missile system in western Crimea was taken out today. That was probably the principal anti-air system covering the western part of the Black Sea. That was taken out today. A Bastion shore-based anti-ship missile system was also taken out today. Robotny fell today. This is going on, and Putin is wrapping up his enemies. But look, the war is going on, and it's not going well for Russia, right? It isn't going well. And every one of those Russian troops that let that Wagner convoy roll by, giving them the thumbs up, saying they agreed with him, they all admired Prigozhin to some point, right? Not one of them got on the truck as it passed, but not one of them opened fire on him either, because in their hearts of hearts, they saw that he was, he had legitimate gripes. So what I think is going on now is Prigozhin has been martyred to a certain number of Russian combatants. And this is just dysfunction, man. Right? Now you've got soldiers and they're trying to pick a side. That even, soldiers, junior officers, they're trying to see what side they fall out on this. And in the meantime, they're going to do just what those guys at the roadblock did. They're just going to let things go on. They're going to let things go on as badly as they're going on right now. And it's going to lose them the war. That's just my take on it right now.
But what you have just highlighted, Chuck, that was just Flag Day. Today is Independence Day. What's next?
It's Putin, by shooting down this and let's just refocus on this a little bit. Try to imagine if somebody in the United States decided to shoot down a civil airliner over the conventional United States, not an airliner, but a business jet over the United States to settle some score. And Malcolm was saying it earlier, just like after the Malaysian Air thing, we are going to see pictures of either the aircraft that shot this aircraft down or the Tor launcher that fired these missiles. It's going to be geolocated. All of these things are going to come out, just like they came out when Bellingcat did the investigation on the Malaysian Air thing. Sarah Ashton Carrillo put out things a couple hours ago. It showed part of the wreckage. It looked like from the cockpit or around that area. I couldn't really tell, but there was some glazing and there were holes, and that's, again, as Malcolm pointed out, these are the Tor system. It is proximity fused, not hit to kill, meaning a radar beam illuminates the target. The missile homes in on the reflections, and as long as the missile is told by its sensors that it is closing on the target, it will have a proximity. I mean, it will have a hit to kill. The minute the missile is told by the radar waves that it is getting farther away from the target, it'll detonate. That's a proximity fusing. And, we look, it's the back of the airplane that's been blown off. Malcolm has made a lot of assessments here. I absolutely agree with, right? This was not a big S-400 missile. Those things are giant with huge, huge warheads, which, by the way, in times of Armageddon can be fused with nuclear weapons, right? People kind of don't remember in the darkest days of the Cold War, systems like the Nike Zeus and the Nike Ajax, they were nuclear weapons. They were designed to fire up into 40, 30, 40, 50,000 feet and explode a nuclear weapon in the proximity of a Russian bomber stream, and the Russians had the exact same weapons. So interesting, big stuff moving everywhere. And I know it's hard to grab hold of it all, but try to watch as many of these moving parts as you can, folks, because they're all interrelated. I mean, they are, even though we have this Shakespearean drama at the top, think of that big bomb going off during a firefight, and that's what's going on. People are just trying to figure out what's in it for me now.
Two quick questions, Chuck. Did the pilots on that plane, did any passenger on that plane know what was tracking them, coming to get them? And what will the effect on Russian troops on the Ukrainian battlefield be when they get this news?
Wow, I don't think the pilots had any idea whatsoever. There was a bang, and there's a black box on this aircraft, right? There's probably a cockpit voice recorder. I think what we're going to hear is a bang, and then we're going to hear some curse words. And this is a bit pathetic, but if you look at the airplane as it's falling from the sky, it has very few functioning flight surfaces left. But I think that I can see, somebody trying to control the airplane. It doesn't just fall like a falling leaf. It looks like someone is trying to do something to control the airplane. And again, that's not unusual here. But I think right now, how Russian soldiers are going to take this on the Ukrainian battlefield, I think a lot of those Russian soldiers were behind Prigozhin. I think they were fed up. This wasn't something they were going to do. But there have been hundreds of cases of Russian soldiers mutinying in Ukraine, right? Hundreds of cases of mutinous assembly. If you stand up and somebody films you with a cell phone and you read a list of demands to the battalion commander, you have committed a mutinous assembly, right? That is conspiracy to mutiny. It is a capital offense. But we brush it off because, it happens all the time. They're not getting ammunition. They're angry. They're just a little fed up. Yeah, just a little fed up. I mean, folks, what we see, and we see that again and again and again, we're talking 20 years in Leavenworth for that. That is, it's incredible. And I think those guys, for those guys, Putin just martyred one of their heroes. And, a lot's going to happen on what Wagner does now. What are they going to do? Are they going to run amok? Are they going to kill somebody? I mean, I think those guys will be watching this as well.
Well, if I could just drop in and give you a taste of what a comment from my battalion, which has elements.
Oh yeah,
of
Malcolm, do.
Here's
please.
What just came across our wire from our commando team. Now, if we can get Putin and Kadyrov and free his goat hostages, the world can live in peace.
Wow.
That's what the Ukrainians are saying. Ukrainians and the International Legion are saying they're having a grand old time over this. So this is really helping Ukrainian morale.
Free the goats.
Well, hey, so You just dropped off, Malcolm, when I asked that question. I really want to get your feedback on it because we've both been on joint staffs and in and out of the Beltway and in and out of the Pentagon. Let's say you're a Russian major general right now, a brigadier general. What do you do? What are you feeling right now? And I meant that. What, because look, we've operated kind of. We neither one of us are flag officers, but we sure as hell been around them, and we've had to look out for our own careers. And what do you think the Russian flag officer, colonel, lieutenant colonel, what are they going to do now?
I think for that flag officers over there, that's not particularly small number. That's a large number in a country like that. I think that those guys are old enough. They're our age, your age, my age, a little younger. These guys would have started in the Soviet system, and they would have recognized that they are now back in the Soviet system. So watch your P's and Q's. To be careful who you speak to. Don't speak out loud. Don't forget, the Russian army was against PMC Wagner. They liked that they were out there fighting, but Gerasimov, all the senior commanders, other than the brigade and battalion task group commanders that were adjacent to Wagner, and they had a lot of trouble with Wagner. I mean, Wagner was stealing their artillery shells. Wagner was stealing their mines and bragging about it, stealing their tanks. I think for some of them, this is, Prigozhin bit off too much. But if I were a senior officer, I'd be terrified that they're going back to the old KGB system of, a political commissar is going to walk up and put a bullet in your head now. All right. Now
you got it.
Putin's operating from. Is that what you said?
Hey, that's what I was thinking, and you pretty much said just what I was thinking. You encapsulated it beautifully. The return of the Soviet Union, return of the Soviet rules.
If you guys want to see how this works in a real dictatorship, there's a video of Saddam Hussein in his rise to power in 1967-68.
Oh yeah,
where everybody is in the National Assembly in Baghdad, and he claims that one of them is a traitor, and the soldiers come and escort him out, and suddenly everyone is turning everyone else in. They're all begging him out. We love you, Saddam. I'm afraid to say that. I'm not afraid to say it, but I think that Putin has gotten to that point today.
Well, this happened with Stalin too, when Stalin consolidated power.
Yeah, well, I think Putin's going to start killing a lot more people, a lot more publicly. Public execution. I think he might execute a very large number of Wagner fighters. He would just have to.
And we know how that ends, right? There was a I talked about this a long time ago, but it was a couple days after the coup, and Putin had a ceremony in some Moscow courtyard, and he was decorating people. But I was watching Shoigu standing at the end of this line of officers, and Malcolm, I watched him closely, and he kept looking over his shoulder, shifting his weight on his feet. He was supposed to be at attention, right? And I thought, this guy's waiting for the bullet in the back of the head. That's what he's waiting for. And I think that terror is going through everybody right now. Because look, I wrote a thing a while back that Shoigu's mutiny was the gift to Ukraine. I'm sorry, that Prigozhin's mutiny, because it's forced Putin to embrace Shoigu, who, frankly, is a clown, right? He is a military buffoon. He has lost this war already, and Putin has no other choice now. But maybe Shoigu's out too. Who knows?
We're going to find out.
Shoigu has a very large power base, and now he has underneath him not only the armed forces, but also the GRU, which has reestablished itself. Which brings me to the point, Malcolm, having been in Africa, if and when the GRU reestablishes and reaffirms its grip on what beforehand for a few years has been slightly looser, would that strengthen their access and their hold if sufficiently funded, if they are more ruthless and even more violent, or would they be without a head? I mean,
No, no, no. And to be quite honest, I really think GRU is going to take over all of Wagner's assets, include, their Wagner's base is right next to the Spetsnaz training facility. It'd be like the equivalent of being in Fort Bragg, or now they call it Fort Liberty, right? And the western side of Fort Liberty. These guys, I really think that Putin is going to empower GRU now. We've seen how they've been operating before, but Wagner as a deniability force has not been deniable. We slaughtered 250 of them. I wrote about that in my last book.
People have remind people about that, Malcolm. Absolutely, most people probably don't know about that. Tell everyone about that.
Yeah, let me. You know what? I have my book at my fingertips, but I believe it was in 2019 or 2020. Russian forces, independent Russian forces, PMC Wagner had aligned themselves with an independent Syrian brigade, which was essentially a mercenary force that was operating between Bashar al-Assad, under Bashar al-Assad's tentative control, and Russian forces, but were not aligned with Russian forces. PMC Wagner pulled a straight up executive outcomes. They said they were going to go. They had assembled a major force of 500 men, mainly Wagner forces and these Syrian Independent Brigade guys. Took tanks there, T-72s, mechanized infantry, and approached a major oil field south of Raqqa that had only one Special Forces ODA in it, which is, 12 to 20 guys.
Right, not enough to take on a tank brigade.
Right, and they had 100 Kurds with them who had just been finished their fighting, clearing out ISIS positions in that oil field. And PMC Wagner got into their mind that, like Ian Barlow and Executive Outcomes tried in 1991, whatever they seized, they could keep. And they had the belief that if they seized the largest producing oil field in Syria, killed these 12 Americans, wiped out the 100 Kurds, they would do deniably what the Russian army that was officially in Syria could not do. They approached with mechanized infantry and armor. The U.S. forces called the Deconfliction Channel up in I can't remember which town it was. It's north of Raqqa, where the Russians and the Americans were doing joint patrols. The Russians say, we do not have an armored force there. The Syrians do not have a Syrian army armor force. Emphasis on official army. And I really believe the Russians did not know that PMC Wagner was out there about to seize that oil field. So the Americans assessed them using, localized intelligence. We know from signals intelligence, they knew they were Russians. They knew that they were Wagner. They heard their intentions. They warned the Russians. Wagner engaged their positions. And with a radio, they slaughtered 250 Wagnerites. First with artillery, with DPICM, with cluster munitions, then hit them with mortars, rockets, and then the Apaches came in. And there's a great quote, if you give me 1 second, that I have from a surviving Wagner member, where the guy talked about what the Americans did to him. And he said, first they went over us with artillery, then they brought in the Apaches. They went up and down on us, until they killed everything. And he goes, it was a slaughter. There is nothing we could do against the Americans. And, I have this image, Chuck, of, old team guys like you sitting back on a sandbag bunker, holding up their binoculars and their laser designators with a cup of coffee in the right hand, and the designator in the left hand, and just watching the fireworks.
You know what? And you're right. And that ODA team, they were going to vanish, right? They were going to go under the tank treads. And again, this was almost as stupid as the run on Moscow. These guys had zero air cover, and no one checked the calendars. It's the 21st century. And Malcolm, you're right. It was Apaches, it was artillery, and then it was AC-130s. right?
Oh yeah.
To get killed by an AC-130, folks, that is the ultimate. Like I can fly at 200 miles an hour. I'm the size of 4 Greyhound buses, and we're going to rain death on you because you're idiots. But that's it. And that is the game they play.
Jens,
Sorry,
quick question, very briefly. Did you know that there was a second Embraer owned by Prigozhin, which left Moscow also at 4 p.m. Moscow time?
Yeah, they said that there was a second Wagner aircraft that was in trail.
Yes.
That was flying by.
And you know where it was headed?
Was that from Moscow, or did it leave St. Petersburg going to Moscow?
No. Vnukovo.
I understand that they were
Vnukovo.
They were 2 Wagner
Yes,
aircraft.
exactly.
Okay.
Malcolm is right. From Vnukovo. And you know where it was headed to?
Where?
Luke Oil Former Central, Baku.
Yeah, I believe that.
Wow.
Okay, full disclosure, I worked with Luke Oil when I was in Iraq. My Iraqi security company had to deal with Luke Oil's private security company to deconflict 2 oil pumping facilities that we had, and they're just a bunch of they were pre-Wagner.
But you know what happened to the plane?
No,
I
what
was
happened?
laughing my head off. In the minutes after the other plane went down, it started circling around Moscow. It seemed it didn't want to leave the area because, it's dangerous. You don't want to be shot down in Moscow.
Oh.
And then returned to another smaller airport close to Moscow, a military airport.
And they pulled up, and someone went, knock, knock, knock. Who is it? You know damn well who it is. We're now going to be deplaning into the back of the Black Maria here, and goodbye. Straight to the Lubyanka, gentlemen.
Oh, Jesus.
Nothing ever changes.
No, it doesn't, and that's what's so. It's like it was in a different century, but Malcolm, some of the old Cold Warriors. I mean, I remember thinking when Yeltsin was standing on top of that vehicle in front of the Russian White House, wow, what do you know? This might be over. The world might be able to go on, but it didn't happen. I mean, I was quickly disabused of that notion. But things are probably as bad now as they ever were when I was a kid, when I was a JO, and during the last gasps of the Cold War.
Well, again, this now comes out to a question of national stability. What happens next?
Oh, Malcolm, that's my perfect calling sign. And the Russians have agency. And can we tolerate, with our resilience, with our strength, a little bit more of chaos there? Because it doesn't matter as long as Ukraine wins the war. How would you rate
that? Chuck, why don't you take that?
Well, I will. You will be my safety net on this, but I think Ukraine will never be safe until one or both of these things happen. Ukraine will never be safe as long as Putin is at the levers of power, and Ukraine will never be safe until Russia does not have a credible ground force anymore. And I've talked about that on the show a lot. The Russian army needs to be defeated, right? Or they need new political leadership that is not going to act like an imperialist power, which is so rich. Having been called an imperialist all my life, we are faced with the absolute sine qua non of imperialism here from Russia. But I don't know. I mean, I'm more of a tactics guy, and I'm not a geopolitical guy. So, Malcolm, brother, help me out here.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a shot at the geopolitics of this because, I've seen it. This has happened numerous times in numerous places. I mean, just even what you're seeing in Niger is just an accelerated, more cash-fueled, greedy version of what's going on in Russia, and everybody is worried about the atomic bombs And don't forget, Russia is a massive country. I mean, if it takes 4 days to drive across it, whereas Ukraine it takes 18 hours to drive across.
12 time zones in
12
Russia,
times.
folks. 12 time zones.
You have to consolidate whoever is going to support you across all of the governors, all of the intelligence and armed forces assets there, and you must, whoever you are, whoever is going to be, whether it's Putin consolidating himself or whoever the next Putin is or the next Prigozhin, you have to demonstrate that you have the ability to gain control of the nuclear arsenal, and that's the real measure of power. And when I wrote that article, How Putin Dies, my assessment was Prigozhin might want atomic bombs. He might get them by seizing an air base or having a commander that is aligned with him, or you could have something less atomic-y and have Kadyrov decide that he's going to seize the 4 or 5 Russian stands that are all Muslim. Dagestan, Ingushetia,
Yeah.
Tatarstan,
Yep.
just declaring as a Putin-free Islamic Republic or Putin-aligned Islamic Republic as he sees fit, and starts taking state assets to use wherever he wants to do them. The country could quickly come apart, because everyone who is in a governorship has been put there by Vladimir Putin. But when that moment of lack of confidence comes, and I think that this is why I think Prigozhin thought he was better than he was. He thought that he could suss those people out and turn a real rebellion into a controlled opposition experiment to see who actually, was on the phone supporting Wagner, who are the governors that would have come under his control, which army commanders would have turned traitor to Putin. And Putin and Prigozhin sold them to him, along with, the main force of Wagner. This is about, national politics in Russia, but with the top guy still has control of atomic bombs. He could nuke Rostov-on-Don, or some other place if it got out of control, or an air base that Prigozhin or the next Prigozhin could seize atomic bombs.
The process
and they
chain
can seize those atomic bombs.
is complex, Martin. I mean, maybe you want to explain this to people, because it's not he presses a button. It's not a nuclear football. It's a bit more complex.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I pulled a tour at a national nuclear command post when I was assigned to NSA. And they take you into that bus that does go into the side of a mountain and goes a mile underground. And they start teaching you. The first thing they do is they show you an atomic bomb attack on the United States. And everyone instantly becomes against atomic bombs. I am an ardent anti-nuke. Okay? Nuke's bad. And I understand the seriousness of them. But it's not Putin presses a button. Yes, there are authorization codes that are constantly changing, that may be, constantly encrypted and decrypted, but there are a lot of Soviet era manual toys out there, right? That we don't even know whether their arsenal works, or they don't even know whether their arsenal works. So a lot of the system of Russia is less centralized than ours, even though we all have this. They do have I believe they still have independent fire authority on their their strategic ballistic missile submarines. I don't know. All I know is this, right? The fact that we're discussing it is terrifying, right? Geopolitically, this is the one toy that shouldn't come on the table. And for the last 17 months, Putin's main advocates in Russian state TV have been shouting that they should use a nuke somewhere. Well, it's quite possible somebody could decide to, terminate Putin's command permanently by gaining control of an air-launched cruise missile with a tactical warhead on it next time he's at the cursed national command post and nuke it. Right? The only difference between what the effect is whether somebody puts a pencil through his eye coming down a hallway, puts a bullet in the back of his head, or nukes him and all of his senior staff in command and control of Russia's nuclear arsenal and takes it for themselves. I'm simplifying it because it's not as complex as people think. It's only as good as the operators who answer the command call and whether they will actually execute the orders.
Yeah, it's it is actually frightening, and I'm actually with you, Malcolm. Having been in some of the same circles you are, I don't think anyone who has been there like we have comes away thinking nuclear weapons are anything that is good, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
I always liken it to having a gun in your nightstand at home. You may be you might be very pro gun control. You don't like guns, but you've got one in your nightstand, there as the last resort. But Putin is the kind of next door neighbor that takes his gun out of the nightstand, goes in the front yard and waves it over his head, yelling all the time. Right. So it is, this is an extraordinary situation. And I just don't think it's over. I don't think that Putin has actually consolidated his position as much as you might obviously, you might easily draw the conclusion that, this Putin has shaped himself up now. He's on steadier ground. To me, this just makes the whole thing a little murkier. But I absolutely agree with you, Malcolm. Look, I mean, he did this and he has thumped his chest. And to some extent, he's reasserted his authority. He has. I absolutely admit that. But I think that I think he's sitting on the tiger now, man. He is riding the tiger. Right now, the tiger is kind of taking it easy, but wow, I don't know.
I have to tell you, I'll give you guys a quick full disclosure. So in my last few years in the Navy, I was teaching a course, an advanced terrorism course, and I had to train Army EOD team that neutralizes nukes. And I did not like being around those guys. they constantly talked about, well, it's complex, but it's easy if you really want to set it off. And I'm just like, okay, don't talk about nuclear weapons, right? They're too frightening to have to discuss. And, I'm sure there's some old Soviet EOD guy out there that could ensure some warlord in the future that he could detonate a bomb manually or mechanically.
You got it. Malcolm, I wrote the Weapons of Mass Destruction Annex to the National Counterterrorism Plan, and that included improvised nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. And yes, folks, I said improvised. It's a little more complex than going to Home Depot, but well, I don't know. I won't say much than that. But there are people out there with the knowledge and who can do it. And I always like to point people, if you think that Iran does not have nuclear weapons, you're confused. The technology is 80 years old. They have had a nuclear weapons program since 1978, and they are merely one of several covertly armed nuclear powers that exist in the world right now. One of them previously had been the Republic of South Africa. So it's a complex world, Malcolm. Oh God. I wish I had been a librarian.
Started on South Africa.
I know it, brother. As soon as I said that, I said, "Oh, I got him started." But I wrote about that extensively because it was abhorrent. It was abhorrent.
Well, there you go.
All right, what's the next
I was
question?
just
Now that
about
we're
to
on
say,
this
we have loads
subject.
of hands up, and by the way, we got our friend and colleague.
Now that I gave you a headache.
Yeah, that's always a good. What's the next question? No, seriously, we have our friend and colleague Jason up, who also spotted this right early on. Jason, it is late in the morning, just like here where you are. That was a nice Flag Day, wasn't it?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Malcolm, Chuck, Axel, Alan, everybody else who's here. It's good to see you all. Dr. Nick, it's good to see you all. Yes, it's quite interesting. And what's actually more interesting is what is occurring right now in Russia. I don't know if you guys are following Russian news at the moment.
No, let us know, bud.
It's been some big breaking news in the last 30 minutes. So one is that Russia is called to high alert its military services, the domestic intelligence services, the domestic National Guard, let's call it. They've all been called to high alert, especially in regions in Moscow as well as the regions bordering Ukraine. But more than that is that Putin initially put out an alert, or the Kremlin put out an alert, that Putin is flying to Valdai, which is a region of Russia. He's in fact returned to Moscow in a motorcade and returned to the Kremlin. Putin doesn't live at the Kremlin. Putin actually lives like an hour and a half from the Kremlin. So the fact that he's returning there at midnight, a guy who goes to bed at 10 p.m., the fact that he's returning to the Kremlin right now shows there's signs of discontent. There's signs of concern. But more concerning is look what's happening in Belarus. The camp where the Prigozhin people, that is the Wagner people, are hosted, their electricity has been cut off. Their cell phone towers have been cut off. They have no ability to communicate with the outside world. And yet they released a statement in a video where they're all dressed up in uniform with their flak jackets and everything. They said, you should expect a response from us in the very near future. It's happening now. The Prigozhin people are obviously taking action. Now, they've obviously been betrayed. Putin had promised them via Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, that nothing would happen to them. If they gave up after the rebellion 2 months ago, then everything would just go away. Well, obviously that's not the case, and they realize that. And they realize if they just sit around, they will be liquidated. They are about to take action. What is happening this very minute in Russia is critical. It is crucial. And that is why the people that are supporting Prigozhin should definitely take action. And if they were to go against Lukashenko at this point, it would be the best thing they could do for their own security. Lukashenko is much weaker than Putin. He's far less security than Putin. And this could be something that can actually preserve their lives. So we're doing their own self-interest at this point is to go against Lukashenko and they go against Putin. But more to that point, let's look at what's going on within Russian society as a whole. Putin's core support are people who are hardcore nationalists, people who really believe in this Russian world sort of thing. That is exactly the same core audience that Prigozhin has, that Strelkov, Girkin has. Those are the guys who are the most aggressive against Ukraine. They're the same core audience. But the thing that Prigozhin had said and Strelkov had said was that they're not executing the war well enough. We're losing a lot of Russian lives unnecessarily. We could have done this much better. And maybe this war really isn't helping Russia. That is what got them in trouble because they were actually going at the very base of Putin's support and they were attacking it really hard. Those people today, read Russian Telegram, they're very not happy. They're very upset. They think that Putin has just killed somebody who is speaking truth to power, somebody who's really trying to help with the Russian cause. They think that they've been betrayed. And so what's going on now in Belarus with the soldiers from Wagner Group, this Prigozhin's group, that's significant. The Russian situation is becoming increasingly destabilized. And I think really in the next 48 hours, there is a very good chance that something big might happen.
Wow. I'm glad to say, Jason, that earlier Malcolm and I both urged the Wagner people to form a big convoy and go somewhere and do something. But what's interesting is those Wagner guys with their phones cut off now in Belarus, they very likely think that they have also been betrayed by Lukashenko, right? And Lukashenko himself, although he is firmly at the levers of power, nobody likes him, right? And he's constantly banging his garbage can, saying, we're gonna take it to Poland, and we might take it to Ukraine. But there is a big question as to whether his army would ever lift a finger for him, right? They don't want to join this war. And I don't think his army wants to fight the Wagner guys. What do you think, Jason? I mean, I don't know. Malcolm?
I agree with you, but I'll let Malcolm speak.
I don't know if there's a Wagner to fight. I think there are pockets of guys. I think that they were decentralized after the rebellion. The guys who were in Belarus are all sitting around at an Irish bar getting drunk right now, talking smack. These guys do not have access to their heavy weapons. They don't have access to their missiles or to their tanks or anything. You wear the patch all you want, but if Putin's mobilizing the Rosguardia, especially in the Moscow area or along borders, he's worried about Wagner stragglers, right? Who think they're going to get a case of vodka, jump into their Toyota Hiluxes with AK-47s and 10 mags, and are going to go back and try to storm Moscow and drum up support on the way. They're dead men walking too. I wouldn't be surprised, if there were a whole mess of Wagner dead here in the next couple of days in running battles where Putin says, I've purged the nation of traitors.
Yeah, I think that is likely to happen. I don't know if it's going to go kinetic, but it certainly could. It certainly could. Jason, so what do you think what's your feeling for what the Russian people are trying to make of this right now?
So, I mean, as in any population, even in the U.S. or any other country, it's always about the swing voters. What are the swing voters going to do? In the case of Russia, it's the same thing. So, what's the base going to do? What are those who really love Putin can do? The reaction has not been positive. They're not happy about this. They are very not happy about this. But the swing voters, those who are, sort of sitting on the fence about is Putin really serving our interests, this is not positive. I mean, Prigozhin had been explicitly clear that what Putin is doing is killing Russian young men. Russian young men should not be dying due to the fact that the supply lines don't work. Russian young men should not be dying because the quartermaster hasn't figured out how to get them food. Prigozhin is very clear about that. And the fact that he's now wiped off because he was speaking truth about this, how should a Russian mother feel that her son's about to go to the army? And the guy who was trying to, would it seem, speaking up on his behalf, trying to help him, trying to support the average soldier, is not dead. And he's dead because he said there's problems in the military that need to be addressed. That's not going to go over well. It's not going to be perceived well by anyone in Russia. I think that Putin has really, really put himself in a bad situation. Now, let's be clear, though, and I don't want to be long about this, but I'll be very quick, is Putin has himself sort of in checkmate in 3 different areas. The first area is in the military. Of course, in 1916 and other times in Russian history, the Russian military collapsed. It is the soldiers just started walking away. And when soldiers start walking away, is what I've read in history, and there's other guys here, Chuck, Malcolm, who know better than myself. But as I've read, is it typically starts as a trickle and works into a river. That is, that a few soldiers start to do it, and then more and more start to do it because nobody wants to be the last guy to die in a war that was not necessary. In the case of Russia today, we know that the I Wish to Live, or I Want to Live, which is a program to have Russian soldiers call into the Ukrainians to surrender, there's more than doubled in the last couple of weeks of Russians calling to surrender. We have more and more videos coming out. You can see them easily online. I put them on Twitter as well, of Russian soldiers getting completely high as can be on various drugs, drunk as hell, and they're right in the front line, and they're right on the front line. They just don't care. These are signs that the Russian military is having some serious internal problems. The number of Russian military correspondents who have said that we've lost this village, and no matter what the officer said, the soldiers said it's not our fucking problem, and they kept smoking pot. This is what's going on in the Russian military today. Then we have the economic side of this. The Russian economy is a complete disaster. They have created a huge boom through Keynesian economics, which is by domestic spending, which is going to create ultimately a bust, as Hayek would have said. The bust is going to come soon. They've printed billions of rubles. The Chinese are unwilling to buy any more of them. Bloomberg said back in May that the Chinese were supposed to buy $200 million worth of rubles per month. The Chinese said, we're not going to buy any more. The Russian ruble is not sustainable as it is. They've printed too many. It's going to collapse. But then you get to the third point, which is political change. The Russian government is not stable. Because if ultimately you're an oligarch and you realize somebody's going to come after Putin, but we have to decide now who that is. Because if it's my enemy, he's going to take all my assets. I'm going to end up in the street, or I'm going to end up going out a window. I better figure out now who I ally with to make sure the guy that comes after Putin's a friend of mine. And that's what they're doing. They're happy to screw over Putin if it guarantees their own economic longevity. And so ultimately, the Russian state is completely unstable. And today's events are doing nothing to make it more secure. There is nobody that I know of, at least, and I'm talking, listen, every week I interview professors from multiple universities across the United States who are serious researchers of the Russian economy, serious researchers of the Russian political system. Not one of them thinks that Russia is not 2 steps away from a serious coup attempt or hyperinflation or collapse of the military, but in any case, the collapse of Russia.
If I can make a quick comment, that is excellent. I just saw a tweet that Gary Kasparov, who I know, and I've been met with several times in New York recently. He wrote a tweet that I think is excellent, and it says, "When a dictator is reduced to murdering members of his inner circle and fighting with and replacing his own generals, the situation is very dangerous. There is no trust amongst those who remain, and therefore no loyalty. The knives are out and must taste blood."
Totally agree,
Well
Malcolm.
said.
Totally agree, Malcolm. Malcolm, you and I both know Gary very well. But he's absolutely right. I spoke to Gary a couple hours ago about this exact issue. And, and Malcolm, you exactly said it perfectly right, as usual. The fact is, why would you stay in the inner circle at this point? You've realized that Prigozhin was completely betrayed by Putin. You realize the top people in Putin's cabinet have been betrayed before. At this point, tell me, why would you stay? You realize he's 70, 71 years old. He's going to die any day. Why don't you just sort of speed up the hand of fate and make sure he dies now, and your guy gets in to make sure that your longevity is guaranteed? Why would you wait around for Putin tomorrow to decide you need to be replaced? Just hurry up fate, kill the guy off, and then you're going to be guaranteed security for years in the future. Putin has done everything he can to screw his own security. The days of Putin are running very quickly to its end.
Yeah, this is a Goodfellas situation. His security, his tight inner circle, even though they might be terrified, they're living the good life, right? They're getting to go out to discos every other night. They get drive fast cars, and they have the loyalty of the boss, or at least as far as they're concerned. We see the same situation with Donald Trump, right? There are people in that circle that will not, they're going to go down with him. They're going to be in the Fuhrer bunker when it's bulldozed over. So we shall see. Hey guys, I have to take off. I dropped in actually for 30 minutes and I've been here 2 hours. So,
That was great. Malcolm, thank you for coming up. Absolutely.
Chuck, always great to
A
be on.
pleasure.
And Jason. And
good seeing you, Malcolm.
So thanks a lot.
Thanks,
We'll
Malcolm.
tomorrow when we get more.
Okay, brother. Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Let's see what it has in store for us on Independence Day. By the way, Jason, that brings the question: What do you think about the fact that we haven't heard from Patrushev and Sechin in recent weeks?
So it's actually it's a very important factor. So people that say the Kremlin, it's called criminology, the study of the Kremlin. And it was really a Soviet term that wasn't used recently, but increasingly it's become common. And what it is you look at these little movements. Why is one guy appearing, the other guy's not appearing? This guy came to the event, the other guy did not come to the event. What does that all really mean? And the fact is, recently, a lot of serious guys like Patrushev have not shown up. More importantly, perhaps, is Dmitry Peskov, the spokesman of the Kremlin, disappeared 3 weeks ago. Now, why did he disappear? We don't know, but I will say that he did say that the elections in Russia are not democratic and that Putin would certainly win. Sure enough, immediately after he says that, he's gone. Nobody knows where the hell the guy is. It's been 3 weeks. He's just gone. Now, what does this mean about today's situation? That Prigozhin gets killed, everyone disappears. There's something really interesting about that, fascinating about that, actually. When Prigozhin tried to do his rebellion exactly 2 months ago, a lot of people were silent. Patrushev was silent. Shoigu, who's the Minister of Defense, was silent. Medvedev, who was the former Prime Minister and former President, was silent. A lot of people were silent. Patriarch Kirill, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, was silent. Everybody was silent. Actually, some ministers actually fled Russia. They got in their private jets and flew to Azerbaijan and other places. Now, what happened today? Total silence. But it gets more strange. Initially, the Russian talking heads, Vladimir Solovev, for instance, came out and they accused Ukraine of killing Prigozhin. Initially, came out very strong about this. And then it shut up. And what's very funny is the Russian military correspondents initially also accused Ukraine. They shut up. And now they said, and it's literally go across the channels, they're all saying the same thing, which is we should not comment until more information is clear. It means they got an order to shut up, don't say anything, because so many people becoming quiet at the same time with such a major, major event occurring is weird. It's very weird. What it means is that there's a certain fear in the Kremlin that things are becoming uncontrollable. Things are becoming very dangerous. And those who are closer to power, like Vladimir Solovev, who understands very well how the Kremlin works, decides it's time to be quiet, means he knows there's something that a fire he doesn't want to play with.
Interesting. Staying away for the fire to burn out and see how it turns.
Jason, there was a thing that got floated in the last couple of days, and you of course get the you're much better at Kremlinology than I am, and I remember when that term was actually a thing. And you get your teeth into the Russian media, of course, much quicker than I can. But I heard talk about another mobilization from 300 to 400,000, possibly coming out this autumn. I couldn't dismiss that because I see that there is going to be a need for more Russian troops if they intend to do anything. But that doesn't seem like that would be a very good idea right now. What do you think about that?
It's a really good point. The fact is this: is that the Kremlin does need more people. It's burning through them at a very high rate. But they also realize that, I mean, most likely, and I sincerely do believe, Putin does not understand how dire the straits are. I mean, Putin is surrounded by people who have made many billions of dollars thanks to his patronage, and they're unwilling to tell him, listen, things are not going well. They have to tell him things are going great because they're all making money off the scheme. The war is something that makes them all money. Whether it's Shogu, whose company is the one producing the food now for the military, or if it's Shogu's whose company is producing stocks for the military, they're all making money from the scheme. So no one's going to tell him, "Hey, listen, maybe we shouldn't do a mobilization because these people, this population, they're too short-sighted, they're too arrogant, they're too haughty." And as we know, the greatest sin is pride. I mean, when you have become so arrogant that you do not understand that you're committing sin, it's the worst sin. And so in this case, that's exactly what it is. They don't realize how bad of a situation they've gotten the country into and the fact that it might not be retrievable at this point. And so the new mobilization, which they had promised, is something that is starting to concern the population. We've seen, listen, in Moscow alone, I'll just cite Moscow. We've seen pop up in the last week more protests, more spray painting, graffiti against the government. We've seen more artwork pop up against the government. We've seen more people in the hotline to surrender to Ukraine calling. It's doubled in the past few weeks. We've seen more people that are saying that they don't understand the point of the war. There's a video released by the Russian government today, by the way, released today, of how are Russian soldiers treated when they return to Moscow. And they all said it's very negative. People do not treat us well. They say we're murderers. We don't like that.
Yeah.
And they're trying to argue you should treat them well. No, the average person doesn't like them. They don't think that they're doing a respectable job. They think that you're committing murder. There is serious problems in Russian society. And my hypothesis of how this war will end, I repeat again, is that there will be a collapse within Russia, politically, economically, or militarily. They'll create a very, very, very rapid collapse of the Russians' ability to engage in warfare.
Well, you did mention the Straits. He's in our Dire. Fun fact: Putin's favorite '80s band is Dire Straits. So there's that.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Oh no.
Chuck, any comment?
I like them.
A
I like
bad
them.
Yehuda
He
dad
can't do
joke.
that.
I always find a way.
You,
Listen, Chuck.
you,
Chuck.
yes, sir.
What's the next step here? That's what people are asking. What I mean, was Malcolm here still? No, he's gone.
Malcolm dropped away.
Yeah.
He couldn't do more than 2.5 hours after having only come for half an hour.
Well,
we love his audio.
well, you know, there's some. So just to let's dip our toe into what's going on the front today in Ukraine. For the first time, a Russian pilot defected with a combat aircraft, an Mi-8, flew over, defected to Ukraine. 247th Airborne Assault Regiment today, fighting near Velika Novoselika. They decided they had enough. Their officer was bundled off to Mariupol, but they refused to fight. And also a Marine Brigade today, the 177th, they did the same thing. These are not good, folks. You know what? In a regular army, if you refuse an order in combat, you can be shot summarily. But that's going on. And I don't, again, I just, Jason, I just get the feeling that Putin thinks he's stomped out a fire here with evening the score with Prigozhin, but I think he may have done absolutely the worst thing that he could have done.
I totally agree with you. Chuck's absolutely right. Chuck's absolutely right.
Jason, before you jump in, just a little housekeeping for the room. Please do, if you can, MriyaReport.org. Been here for over 18 months, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with great speakers from around the world, from Ukraine, sharing and exposing the Russian genocide and illegal invasion of Ukraine. If you can help, go to it's on the title there. Let's get in the title. You can help out at MriyaReport.org. If you can, there's a portal in which to do so. And you can support great Ukrainian causes like solar powered generators for Kherson City, tourniquets, drones, whatever the cause is. It's a good one, whether it's food, hundreds of thousands of dollars in rations for Ukrainian civilians and soldiers has been delivered through all the great people at MriyaReport and all of her friends. Please do consider going to MriyaReport.org if you can. And if you can't, actually the better thing to do is to retweet the space, let people know you're here. This is where we try to have the most intelligent debates and discussions as possible. Sometimes it's downright silly, but often it's quite intellectual and interesting. And you can contact your members of parliament, your congressmen or women, and do the same there and tell them, hey, you want to keep supporting Ukraine, you want to be on the right side of history. So please do visit their website as well. The MriyaReport.org website is undergoing a big change. It will be rolled out a little newer, and where the mute button works on speakers' phones. And you can go and check it out. That's a little joke, Jason. You can go and check it out in the short coming days. It'll be up there for you to see, and would love your input and feedback on the new website. Please do check it out. Thanks so much. And Jason, go ahead. Thanks, Axel.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Buddy, it was a great good announcement. I agree totally. We should support MriyaAid and everything we can do. It's the most important thing we can do. Everyone needs to do their part to support Ukraine's troops and civilian population. At this point, though, I think that Russia is getting closer to the point of collapse. There's no way that this can continue. It just can't. And I think that the destruction, or I should say murder, of Prigozhin was this miscalculation of Putin. It's his arrogance, the idea that he is so powerful, so important, that he's just now liquidated his opponents. He doesn't realize that Prigozhin actually has very strong popular support. He has a base support of who knows what percent, 15, 25%. But that base support is very strong. It's very real. And those people are not going to be happy by this. And those are exactly people who love Putin. And so they think, well, why did Putin kill the guy who's preaching the truth? That guy is just trying to save Russian soldiers' lives. Prigozhin just wants to help the Russian soldiers. why are you going to oppose him? And you killed him because he's speaking the truth? There's corruption in the Russian military? Trust me, it's not going to go over well. It's something that's not going to be perceived well by the larger population. And public opinion polling in Russia, of course, is totally inaccurate. There's no reason to overthink it. That being said, there are a lot of indications, even in that, the people have said there's only 38% of people who now say they'd vote for the party of Vladimir Putin. Yes, 72% of people say they'd vote for Putin, but there's only 38% that said they'd vote for the party of Putin. People do not have faith in the people around Putin. Trust me, there's really serious, grave problems within the Russian population that Putin has not been able to address, and he may have very well made it worse through the murder of Prigozhin.
Yeah, and there's.
Oh, go ahead, Chuck.
Oh no, go please, Alan, go ahead.
Jason, I was just going to ask you: do you think Putin is being pushed to a general mobilization? I've seen reports that such a mobilization could begin as early as September.
Yes, that's true. I mean,
wouldn't that be a tipping point?
The mobilization is going to be important. It depends on how the context of it. Now, if they go back to just recruiting people from eastern parts of Russia, the ethnic minorities of Russia, to be frank, nobody's going to notice it. If they go and they start recruiting people in Moscow, that's what they'll be noticed. I doubt they'll do that, though. I mean, they are offering huge bonuses to people living in Kazakhstan, for instance, who choose to join the military. Those bonuses are paid, by the way, in U.S. dollars, but those bonuses are significant. I mean, the average Russian soldier a year ago was being paid about $750 a month. The ruble has lost 50% of its value in that period of time. So you're being paid, $325 a month. Sorry, $375 a month. That's a huge loss of income. Now imagine inflation worsens in Russia. Why are you there? If you're a mercenary, I mean, de facto mercenary, you're there for the cash. Why would you continue to fight if you realize the money doesn't have any real value?
You know, there's the other thing that serving Russian soldiers who aren't getting paid the mercenary bucks, right? Who have been there without rotation for 18 months. There is not a single unit in the occupation of Ukraine or deployed in combat capacity in Ukraine that is at its normal strength. Every one of those units is at 1/3 to 1/2, at best 3/4 of their listed strength. We talked about this the other night on the show. That Russian sword in Ukraine is getting duller and duller by the day. And, I know I bang on the morale drum a lot, but it means everything. It doesn't matter if you have the Maginot Line if no one is going to defend it. It doesn't matter if you've got Tom Cruise and the latest F-18 variant if he doesn't want to fight, right? And, it's coincidental, right? Today, the first defection of a Russian combat aircraft happened. There's been a bounty on the table offered by Ukrainian intelligence for months now, Jason, as you know. I think it's $1 million for a strike aircraft. I think it was $500,000 for an attack helicopter, which they flew over it, armed Mi-8 variant today. So,
but you said, Chuck, you saw the news today. By the way, Keith Post broke that. Is that there was an attack helicopter that was surrendered today with a crew on board for $500,000.
They shot the guys because they didn't want to. As soon as they realized that that's what was happening, they shot the other two because they obviously weren't going to go along with it.
Well, they just surrendered. So the fact is that there is a clear problem within the Russian military when cash is more important than the principle, and that's what's taking place now. I think that there's a very good chance, though, you're going to see, as I said before, the stream turns into a river. There's increasing numbers of people rejecting the narrative of the Kremlin, increasing numbers of people who are trying to find out, and it's coming to a crescendo soon.
Yeah, and that as corny as it can sound, folks, the honor and service and uh, honoring your oath. I mean, those are quaint, considered quaint in a lot of cases. But your army will fly to pieces if your soldiers are not in with it anymore, right? Because no one ever gets rich in the armed forces, and you don't even expect maybe even to be treated well. But there's so much defeat and dysfunction that soldiers will put up with. And we've seen it throughout history. And especially in Russia, military defeat is the handmaiden of revolution. I mean, it is how the Bolsheviks came to power, right? That a defeat in a war is what brought the instability that the Bolsheviks were able to ride into power. And I don't know what comes after Putin. I don't know if he's going to cling to power or not. But I agree with Jason that I think bad things are going to happen here. And he may have just opened Pandora's box, right? And especially if this becomes an option for Putin, what inconvenient general, what underperforming general is going to catch the next missile, right? You get recalled to Moscow for consultations. Do you not get there because you get shut down, right? Or your airplane blows up, or your car gets bombed? That's what I think a lot of Russian officers are thinking about tonight, especially those underperforming generals. And Putin faces this incredibly complex situation, right? Does he kick Shoigu to the curb because he's underperforming? I don't know. Who does he replace him with? Right? He is going through generals, and he has got nothing for a bench. Right? These are not the brightest military minds in the world. These are people who've been in with the mafia exploitation of Russia for 30 years. That's how they became generals, because they're in on the grift. And they cannot deliver a victory in Ukraine, Jason. I just don't think so.
Therefore, the purge of 1938 cannot be repeated because it came 16 years after they stopped fighting, whereas now it's 30 years after they stopped fighting and became very corrupt. It has jumped too many ranks. As Yehuda will be able to tell you, there is just not any captains and majors you can rely on, and they don't have the training, the planning capacity, the operational experience to grow into the roles of generals by field commissioning, correct?
I would think so. We just don't see them delivering. We look at all these failed attacks again and again and again. We talked about that last night. That sort of platoon, slightly smaller than company size pinprick attack that reaches its initial objective, but can't pull through. And we've seen it again and again. I say that I'm one of those guys. I think the war's going on for 4 more years, folks, bar some huge earthquake. But I don't see Russia winning it. I really don't.
Can I say one real quick, just real fast?
Go ahead, Nick.
We've been kind of throwing around Roman analogies here. And I think that, I mean, because I kind of talked about trust here and the damage that the situation has done, potentially to his inner circle, and obviously the military and all of that too, and the oligarchs and all of them being like, like, oh my gosh, just being really any trust that they might have had in Putin has been pretty damaged by this event. But I think that if we might liken it to a situation in ancient Rome, that I think that if Putin was going to meet his end, it might be something more along the lines of like Caesar, where they just kind of haphazardly plan something. A small group of them kill them, but they don't really have a plan afterwards as far as what to do. And it sort of devolves into some sort of a chaos. after that. Like I just, because again, I don't see among any of them who would be an obvious person to lead, after Putin or any of that. But then again, you don't know who would lead until the situation arises. Sometimes, again, Putin was a nobody in St. Petersburg until suddenly he wasn't anymore. But that's just kind of the analogy that's kind of been bopping around in my head lately, is that it just might be one of those situations that suddenly, because of this big event that just sort of happened, where they just all are now very terrified for their position, that they might, a few people within his inner circle might just decide that they may act because they may feel very vulnerable. So that's a possibility too, that we can't completely eliminate.
100%.
Chuck, just your comment about the length of this war. It strikes me that Putin is preparing for a long war. He wants a long war. It might be another miscalculation, but this is something I think that allies of Ukraine, especially the United States, has simply not gotten through its head. If Putin wants a long war, and the slower we make decisions to help Ukraine, we are giving Putin what he wants. He wants, and that has to stop.
I think one thing that, I hate to talk about, I know John and Chuck and all people talk about Clausewitz, right? And principles of war, and the way we fight it and the purpose of it. I don't think it'd be 4 years at all. I don't think Russia's got the steam in the engine there to run 4 years, Chuck, to be honest with you. I think that that the regime itself will fracture and crack. It already had a huge fracture with Prigozhin. It's had other fractures in society with, don't forget the millions of Russians that have left Russia, and you don't forget the loss of life and the genocidal invasion. We take for granted, I think, the West takes for granted our resilience based on, mutual buy-in, right? We discussions. You have people talking about money, and they're talking about escalation. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, or it's wrong to equivocate on support, in my opinion. But we forget that buy-in is democratic, right? The Russians don't have the same thing. They rule. He rules by fiat, right? And in every regard, we have the staying power, and he doesn't. And by extension, so does Ukraine, because our support as a collective group of countries and peoples and societies support Ukraine. So therefore, the long game, people said, doesn't work for Ukraine initially. So Ukraine couldn't support it. Well, that was then. The world has shown that they've thrown in. All the chips are down, and then they've thrown in more chips, and they've raised and they've matched, and they've raised and they've called. And that's where it's going. And Russia's their trajectory is tracking down. They have less with fewer, and it's going to keep going that way.
The one thing I wanted to. Oh, go ahead, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Oh no. I was just going to say really short. Look, I want to be wrong on my estimation. I mean, I really do, but I'm one of those guys. Look, I'm ready to fight a 12-round fight because we got to win. So I'm sorry, I just say that, but I agree with you, Yehuda. And I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying listen, I want to be optimistic too and realistic. I just don't think that I think it's fair to say, considering what's happening now on the ground, it will last this long. That's fair. That's totally fair, and that's what you're doing. But things change, right? Situations change, right? When orders get updated, situation change or situation no change. This is one of those cases where the situation will constantly change. And I think the economic side, Beefeater has some really great points. We're going to see the effects of this crazy, economic world that we're going into collectively also. But Russia can't support itself. It can't, and it can't rely on Iran and North Korea for stuff and handouts forever. I think big numbers that Beefeater points out, which are great, the decline in oil revenue in 2022. I know Mr. Putin thinks that GDP
and GDP per capita has gone up for Russia. Now they're the top 5th country in the world, according to Mr. Putin. He's not wrong. GDP per capita has gone up in Russia because you've had a couple million people leave and about 300,000 get killed in Ukraine. So technically, that actually increases GDP per capita. So it's a victory of sorts, not the victory that I think Putin really wants. But at the end of the day, if you look at the snapshot of today and say, if this happens, this how long can it go? But we're seeing huge economic and societal rifts in the Russian world, and it can't happen soon enough or fast enough. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I agree with both of you in a sense. The one thing I do want to add is I think Putin is miscalculating again, and one of the things he's betting on, and he understands that he can't withstand for another 4 years. With the cracks that he has going on inside his inner circle, plus the financial liabilities and the morale and everything that's going on, and all that's on their side. But also, I think what he's really counting on is the craziness that we have in the political world around the world, especially here in the United States. And one of the things is he's trying to wait out as the next elections and hoping that, the Republicans somehow take office or somehow Congress stops funding Ukraine, because his only chance of actually being able to have any out is, if all of a sudden the world stops supporting Ukraine, so, and he's going to be dead wrong on that, because, the Republicans, I don't think are going to win. I think the Democrats will stay in power and will continue supporting Ukraine, and the world will continue supporting Ukraine, and it's going to be another miscalculation that he had.
Yeah,
I think.
Sorry, go ahead, Chuck.
Oh no, go right. I always try to stay away from politics.
Go ahead.
No, I just think that the American people are really behind Ukraine. And I don't think very much of politicians, and I always try to stay away from politics on my show. But I think politicians want to stay in power. And I really think that the over majority of citizens of the United States see what's going on to Ukraine. And Americans don't like bullies. They don't. And they root like hell for the underdog. So I don't see I don't see military aid being jeopardized. Maybe I'm naive, but
that's why I agreed with you, Chuck. That's what I'm saying to you. But I think that's one of the things that Putin has come because of all the rhetoric that
it's Putin's
we have
idea,
come.
Chuck.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. But I think because of the rhetoric that he hears from congressmen like Marjorie Greene and Matt Gaetz and people like that, Kevin McCarthy saying that we need to stop funding Ukraine, stuff like that, I think put it in his head, because there was even some articles that came out, I think a few months ago, where he said that, he's bucking down for the long haul to see what happens in the U.S. elections.
And just remember, for those, I mean, it's not rocket science. If we had certain people on the Republican side say last summer, don't worry about the rhetoric before the midterms. It's just noise, and they were right. It was noise. You had all sorts of Republicans walking back things because they know at the end of the day what's right. As Chuck said, root for the underdog, support what's just and right in this world. You know what? Regardless of whoever is in the next administration, they have a get out of jail free card anyway. They could get to the office, and if it's a Republican, they say, you know what, I was against this, but guess what? I've just been briefed by all the super cool military generals and admirals, and they've told me that things have changed now, and I have to do this or this, or I heard America's national interest, so I'm going to do it. It's an easy way to walk back. It's an easy thing for a president to walk back. All he has to do, or her, all she has to do is defer to the expert opinion of Department of Defense, State Department, the Pentagon, and say, you know what, we need. In fact, they could even blame the previous administration for screwing it up. So I don't think, no matter what, I suspect American support, regardless of leadership, will support Ukraine, because frankly, it's not just the right thing to do morally and ethically. Practically, it is. Pragmatically, it is. For American national security interests around the world, having a tyrant like Putin run around invading countries and destroying economies and blackmailing the world with nuclear stuff or food security, that benefits no one. No leader, regardless if they're Democrat or Republican, could really be in power and say, I'm actually benefiting America by letting Putin run wild. It doesn't make sense. So I think that's the add-on there. But I think what Lev was saying is that's what's in Putin's mind, Chuck.
Putin thinks that if only he can get Trump into power, then he'll let him keep all of Ukraine and he'll be a superstar. That's how backwards and retrograde Putin's frame of mind is.
Absolutely. And I'm going to have to wrap it up. Unfortunately, I've got an appointment here, but big things happened today. Besides Prigozhin getting shot out of the sky, Russia lost an S-400 battery in Crimea. They don't grow on trees. That was likely one of the principal air defense weapons protecting Russian interests in the Western Black Sea. I will point out to everyone, as I love to do, whenever you get an S-400 hit, it is inevitably followed by Ukrainian attacks on Crimean targets. So watch that tonight, too. Nice little defection today. Very sweet. Russia trying to cover that up with a navigational accident. This guy flew 300 kilometers, folks, in the wrong direction. And interestingly, his helicopter was full of aircraft parts much needed by Ukraine. Just a coincidence. But thank you, Yehuda. God bless you. Alan, Dr. Nick, just when it gets fun, I got to go. I'll be listening tonight, and God bless you. See you soon.
Thanks, Chuck, so much for your time. Always a pleasure. Love Chuck. Check Chuck out. He's a woodchuck who chucks more wood than a chuck, whatever, how it goes. Chuck Bear is a
How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck chuck wood?
You win.
I've never heard that
award.
before.
Never, Chuck. Former
I love you guys.
Former SEAL Team 6 squadron leader, New York Times bestselling author, super cool person. One of the people I'm glad to say is a friend, and he can come and steal my basil any day. I would love you, Chuck. Thanks so much. Go check out Chuck. To be honest, if you don't follow him, you're missing out. Thanks so much. Over to you, Alan or Axel.
Thank you.
Can I just say that the biggest news Chuck just highlighted? Crimea is less defensible for them. Crimea is significantly more precarious now, and the bridge, as well as every airbase, is less defensible now. The Ukrainian Air Force now has a different approach. Armyansk and Henichesk are within better reach. This was big today. The S-400, the whole setup there, whether they hit the half the battery or a third of the battery doesn't really matter. They took out the command center. They took out the command module. They took out everything they need to do. It's absolutely fantastic.
Axel, I feel we should do some rapid. I see Carrie, I see Massilius.
Yes, we have to go around the hands.
Let's go to hands. Let's go to hands.
Yes, before I get too excited about anti-air defense, there you go. Let's do this.
I call it pro-ground defense. I don't like anti-air. It's all about messaging, Axel. So let's grab those hands, those patient hands.
Pro-pounding into the ground. Daniel, then Massilius, then Carrie, then Cornelius, and then Dr. Nick. Daniel.
Thank you. Buenas noches. I've been listening for a while. I'm very surprised by this, by the clear murder of Prigozhin by Putin. What can I say? Two awful people. We have no dog in this fight, and it is ironic because by killing Prigozhin, Utkin, and the other guy, they are weakening some of their more flexible and strategically sound personnel. So Russia, ironically, in this show of strength by Putin, or his attempt to seem like the guy in charge, has significantly impacted their own operational possibilities and capacities. Now, for the air defense, well, this makes Crimea much easier target for airstrikes, longer, better terrain for aircraft to go in without being shot down as easily. And in general, it's going to be much easier to have air-to-ground strikes on the Crimean Peninsula. Now, finally, I wanted to go back to a comment they made about the ruble. The ruble is already collapsing. On last July, a single dollar was worth 60. a single dollar was worth 60 rubles. Now it's worth around 100. The Potemkin currency is already collapsing, and alongside with the coming bust of the Russian economy because of the increased public spending, which is Keynesian economics, that tends to have busts. And since they are not applying the correct anti-cyclical measures, we can just expect stability in the Russian economy. Now, if China is buying their bonds, this is a clear indicator that Russia is, aside of their economic or military collapse, they're gonna be falling into the Chinese sphere of influence. And well, if Putin's goal was seen stronger by invading Ukraine, this is gonna backfire completely on him, and they're just gonna be pawns to another authoritarian regime. So those are my 2 cents. Thanks for the mic, and sorry for the bit of broken English. I didn't
English
have
is
my
perfect.
ideas properly ordered.
And I don't think it's 2 cents. I think it's 2 rubles that you meant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. To Masilius, I think, next.
Thank you, Alan. Hi. Since I've been in different spaces beforehand, I wonder if you guys also came up with this 2 things. First, or at least have discussed this, so 2 topics. First, there are reasons to doubt, of course, that it was not like a setup to give an impression that Prigozhin and Utkin has been killed, to take them out of the equation, which has been weakening his position, or Putin's, or the people around him, because Putin, during the Prigozhin's riot and after what he said, of course, has promised to actually do everything against him, but then took other steps. So it might be as well that he eliminated him, not really, but who knows. So this is the first question, and if you spoke already about it. And the second one is if you also have been talking about the rank of the way of killing enemies, and which enemy deserves which kind of killing, because it's becoming more and more obvious that the less important spies and things like that get killed, or minor or opponents, political opponents, get killed by poison, and business people get thrown out of window, and real opponents seems to be get killed by a plane. So those are just my observations, and I wonder if you have already spoken about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Masilius. We have spoken a lot about it this afternoon. I like the way you look at how Putin eliminates opponents or rivals. A plane crash can happen to anyone. So it would make sense for taking out Prigozhin, Utkin, and Chekhov in a plane crash. In terms of, did Putin order this killing? We don't know. Obviously, that time will tell. I'm sure we'll find out. I think we have now Carrie, Cornelius, Dr. Nick, Carrie.
Thanks, Alan. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I understand that my audio's not being great while I'm not in the best place for signal. Yeah? Okay, thanks, Dr. Nick. So Malcolm and Chuck have gone, and I was hoping to get their response to my question, but it's still worth, I think, mentioning it. So assuming it was Putin, which, yeah, I think it's safe to assume that, I was thinking when Malcolm and Chuck were talking about, and Axel was involved in that discussion about what specifically they thought took that plane down. And I was thinking in particular about how twisted Putin is and the decision that he may have made very specifically to ensure, and the manner in which it was used, to ensure that there was that 90 seconds where there was no going back. And he would have this is in my head, I'm thinking from everything we know, I would not put it past him to very deliberately choose something that would mean he didn't want to blow it out of the sky. He wanted there to be the damage that would mean it was unrecoverable, but there would be that period of time where the people on that plane knew they were going to die and knew their number was up. I would not put it past him to have deliberately made that decision so that he knew they would experience that. That is the action of a psychopath.
We don't know. We can't be sure. It's one of those. It could be 2-4D chess. Look, he wanted him out. That's what I think most of the previous panel assumed. They wanted him out. They did it. They got 3 for 1. You know, it's there's no honor amongst thieves or genocidal maniacs, apparently. But good point. Over to you, Alan and Robin. Welcome, Robin.
Hey, Huda. What a day, huh?
What a day indeed. I mean, a day most people expected. So here we are. I think, what'd you say, Alan? Cornelius is next?
Yes, it's Cornelius, then Dr. Nick, and it was only Flag Day today. Independence Day is tomorrow in the United States. It's already Independence Day in Ukraine. Cornelius.
Hi, folks. I heard a lot of folks thinking that Putin had made a bad move on his part by sanctioning the deaths, the executions here. Honestly, I don't see it that way. From the point of view of the military mind, the capo is back. He did what he said what everybody expected him to do, and order has been restored. Although it's an abominable organization, the stability of it is something that his people, that being the entire structure over there, relish. That they needed not to be unstable, and they've re-achieved that position. So I think it's a bad bit of news for us, to be honest with you. I don't like them having that stability. I like them having doubt, uncertainty, fear. And now that the capo has reasserted his dominance and stated quite clearly up and down the line that order is restored, it's going to be people will be able to pull the oars in the same direction at the same time. So that's bad for us.
Yeah, I'm not sure Putin has reestablished his complete power by any means. There is so much that is unknown in Putin's Kremlin. We don't really even know who some of his rivals are.
Certainly not. Certainly. Fingers crossed. So I really do hope it's chaos in the Kremlin, but at the same time, taking Prigozhin out, it looks like it's like right out of The Godfather. Anyway, fading to black here. Thank you.
Well, we knew it was going to happen, and I hope there's chaos in the Kremlin with a capital K. Dr.
Alan,
Robert, go ahead.
just for a sec, just before we go to Dr. Nick, we have a massive number of people trying to come up to speak. So those of you who've spoken already, if you don't have anything that you want to speak right now, if you could drop down to listener, we'll bring you up again if you have something else you want to say. Then we get some other people. And thank you so much. You guys are great. Thanks, Dr. Nick.
So to what the previous speaker was talking about, I'd say two things, right? Number one is that, this coup did sort of try to happen, right? So Prigozhin did do this sort of march on Moscow, and it was thwarted. It didn't actually happen. And so that did make Putin look bad. We know that. And so, of course, like I said earlier, and like we talked about earlier, Lev and I sort of talked about this, is that, Prigozhin knew exactly who Putin was going into that situation. It embarrassed Putin a great deal. And it made him look bad. It made him look weak. And so Putin was in a sort of, between a rock and a hard place, and he had to act. So, a couple of things that we can say here for sure. Number one, it definitely weakened his position. It weakened Putin's position. And at the same time, he had to act. He had to do something. There was no way he couldn't do something, because not acting would have made him look even weaker, I think, from my estimation. And so, the question remains, did his acting consolidate his power? I think he thinks it did. Um, or did that act actually scare people to where they think that they're going to have to act against him, um, to try to find an opening? And that's always the sort of question, right? So I've talked a lot on this space over the past year about, winning coalitions, and when people like oligarchs or people within the military, right, would defect in an authoritarian regime, right? And I say that, you know, it's only when they feel that they might find an alternative, or an alternative to Putin, right? So somebody who they think might be a viable alternative to rule, who they can trust, who might be able to promise them goodies, whether it's security or, a place within the regime, within their inner circle or something like this. Or the situation is so bad that holding on to Putin would be worse than not doing it. And so the question becomes, when are we going to reach one of those two tipping points, right? Is it that somebody suddenly comes from nowhere, right? Or maybe there is someplace somewhere that we don't see, and becomes that viable alternative? Or is it that things are so bad that, people's security, just seems like they might, be the next Prigozhin, and they may decide to act against them, or act against Putin, and he may go out a la, Julius Caesar or something like this, right? So those are the two situations that we sort of have to ask ourselves. Is it going to be, column A, where there's going to be a viable alternative, or is it going to be column B, Julius Caesar?
Let's ask Lev.
So that's what.
Let's ask Lev. Lev, how much time is
Yeah.
Is there a clock? Is he just a Teflon Don? Is he just going to kill his opponents quietly? Is he?
Well,
What's your take? What you know? Some people in Russia town. What's going on?
absolutely. Well, let's understand and let's remember, him killing Prigozhin is nothing new. It's not a big thing as far as, I mean, it's a big thing for us in the country, but inside Russia, this is who Putin is. I mean, he's a murderer. He's been taking out his opponents and people that he doesn't agree with. Doesn't matter if they were oligarchs, political opponents, spies. I mean, he kills people, and that's how he reigns his country, and people around him understand that. So I don't think we need to understand it's not a big change. I mean, people are scared of him. That's how things run in authoritarian countries. You're scared of the leader because he has an inner circle, he has the power to control, and he rules with fear. As far as how he goes down, I really don't think he goes down like Julius Caesar. I believe that he's going to miscalculate. This Ukraine war is going to really be the end of him. I think things are going to happen, and the more deaths on the Russian side, the more the economy is going to go to garbage. He's going to find a way to be able to creatively disappear or get out of it, or don't forget his age. Also there's health issues that they're talking about. There's different things that all of a sudden Medvedev might be take over the
Oh
reins.
boy, that'd be great for
And
the
Putin
West.
all of a sudden. All right, plus you gotta remember, I mean, he's the richest guy in the world, more or less. So, if he, there's a lot, he has lots of different options. And the whole point about it is he controls not only with fear, but he also controls all these oligarchs with their money. Because if somebody steps out of line, he'll take their money away as quickly as they could blink. So,
What's
we just gotta keep that in mind. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Yehuda.
what's an end state? What's an end game? Is it necessarily dead, or was he going to retire to his dacha and welcome the new president? Do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see maybe one day, him giving up the reins to somebody else, like one of his cronies, Medvedev or somebody else, and retiring. I mean, if he sees it's not going his way, yeah, or he might take it to. I mean, my biggest fear with him is because we're dealing with a narcissistical maniac. We spoke about earlier a little bit with Malcolm and Chuck, is the nuclear weapons. When they've been talking about so many times. That's my biggest fear, that when you put a rat in a corner, it jumps out and bites you. That if we prevail in our war and we put him in a corner and he has nowhere to go, does he just walk away, or does he try to do something to a catastrophe degree?
Yeah, I know. I mean, the nuclear saber rattling thing. I think it's been put to bed by the Chinese and a lot of Russian allies. I think the fear of a rogue general might be something, but like when the Soviet Union collapsed the first time, a lot of money and attention was paid to those Russian generals in charge of those weapons to make sure they didn't get into the hands of Al Qaeda, or whatever terror group du jour there was. So I'm sure that's going on as well. But I mean, I think what's more interesting might be what what are the options for Putin? Gracefully retire, get killed in a palace coup. I think people think the only way Putin's leaving is through death. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think he might pass it off to someone else to continue his genocidal legacy. Sadly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I don't see a internal, um, mass killing of him, because he surrounded himself with such loyal. I mean, the people that are surrounding him some of them are even worse than he is. So you got to be careful for what you ask for. So, these are the old time regime, communist regime that. That a lot of them think that he's too light on the war with Ukraine and stuff like that. So you have to just be careful for what you wish for
Is there
with that
is
group of
there a
circles.
Zhirinovsky character today in Russia that people need to be afraid of? And for those who don't know, Zhirinovsky was an ultra-nationalist, psychotic, racist, anti-Semite Duma member from the '90s, just insane, just right out of whack. Is that who we have to fear in a post-Putin presidency? A new Zhirinovsky?
No, there's much worse than him. I mean, it's the unknown that you don't know about. It's the people that are around him. His inner circle, we don't hear the names. You don't know these people. They're the old time communist regime that support him and that control the money, control the different military and all the behind the scenes. It's not the people in front of the scenes are just puppets all over the place, but it's the people behind the scenes that you don't know the names, that you don't know about, are the ones you need to be scared of.
Thanks for that. Wow, Alan.
Right. See, that's what I was talking about a second ago, Yehuda, is, that there's these people that are around him that you don't know. And that may be the people within his sort of winning coalition that might be the viable alternative, and those people might, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he may get killed off. It could be that as his ship is sinking, that one of those people may say promise him that they won't prosecute him, let him go away, or something like this. And those other people may jump ship to him, or something like this. There's multiple ways that option could go down, but those people, um, are those people are the sort of X factors here, and I've said a million times, like, you don't necessarily know who they are. Lots of people didn't know who Putin was until suddenly he, was the prime minister, and people were like, well, who the hell is this guy? I mean, unless you were
Putin didn't
following,
know who Putin was.
huh?
Putin didn't know who Putin was when he
Right.
became
Yeah.
prime
I mean,
minister.
unless you were following St. Petersburg politics, you didn't know who the hell that dude was. So I mean, there are those people within his inner circle that, like, just like Lev said, that, most people don't even know who the hell they are. I don't even know who all the people, are. And so, it could be somebody that just sort of comes out of nowhere. Right.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of, really scary people within that within his power vertical. So that's the situation. And I agree with Lev 100% on that.
I do think the message that Putin tried to send today is, if you go for the king, be sure you take him down. And we have to wait and see how any of his rivals receive that message. Do they feel that Putin is so strong again that he can send that message from a position of strength? We'll wait and see. I think Jason Smart was pretty right about this. There is an imbalance inside Russia today. The first tweet up in the nest, you will see that in St. Petersburg, at the Wagner Center, which is a big skyscraper there, although its insignia was removed from the building, people are going there and laying flowers. What does this mean? This is a direct challenge to Putin. I don't think Putin wants to see Prigozhin memorialized in any way, especially by ordinary Russians.
I think one thing that we aren't really thinking about and that we haven't talked about yet is the FSB, and whether or not those people, he has this history with them, and how, he's always favored them to some extent, and whether or not, those people will stick with him and to what degree. So, what favors he might be giving some of these people along the way in this process, because they have always played a role. Anytime he's had some dirty work, whether it was, Kadyrov needed some people killed in, Europe. It wasn't just Kadyrov would send his Kadyrovites. Sometimes they would need help, and the FSB would help track those people down, and he'd send them that, along with the Kadyrovites into Europe or whatever, or they would help track these people, etc. So the FSB, also would be the ones poisoning people, along with Navalny and all these other people. And that's a thing that we have to think about too, and what role that might play in any of this.
And also, if I may add, Alan, I just want to say I would take it with a grain of salt what you see going on in St. Petersburg, because a few people coming out and putting what's it called? Russia's a big country, and Prigozhin was not liked by the whole country. I mean, there were certain parts and certain people liked him, but he was a thug. He was an oligarch. He was a criminal. He was somebody that the country itself did not like and did not respect. And it just, yeah, in St. Petersburg, that's where, a lot of people made money off of him. He employed a lot of people. He had a lot of businesses. Those are the people that you're seeing coming out, supporting and doing. And the same thing happened when he was leaving the country. People were saying, oh, look at all the support he has. I mean, if you really break it down, I mean, a few hundred people that were standing in a place where, they were supporting the Wagner Group, that does not compare to the, tens of millions of, hundreds of millions of people that live in the country. So I just wanted to say that.
Lev, let's grab some questions for you from Alex and then G Man. But just a quick question for you, Lev. In your experience and knowledge, would you say that the average Russian would lament Prigozhin's loss, and they'll want to hear that it was an accident, or the Ukrainians or some nonsense? What what is the effect of that on Putin? Will it be just a flash in the pan? Will he not care? Is there we know that Wagner can't
Yeah.
do much, or suspect they can't do much, but what does the average Russian think here?
The average Russian does not think like we do on the Westerners. They understand who Putin is. This is a normal part of business as far as they're concerned. and it doesn't. It's not that big of a deal as is a big deal on the world scale right now that we're looking at. The media is making it. The average Russian understands. I mean, this Putin's been doing this his whole career. This is nothing new to them. This is nothing. You know, he came out. If you saw his speech when he came out during the coup, I mean, the guy would. I've never seen Putin shake and be as angry as he was when he was making that speech to Prigozhin. Because if he could have, he would have wiped them out right there. The only reason he didn't is because he didn't know who in his inner circle was traitors and was supporting Prigozhin. And the message today was mostly for those people that he still might not know 100% who might have been supporting him or who might have been, showing loyalty to him or talking with him about that. And to show his power. But the average person is, trust me when I tell you, it's 30 minutes of media and they moved on. I mean, they don't, it's no
They're
big
not
deal.
crying for him.
No,
Support
absolutely not.
Prigozhin. Where are
Absolutely
hot
not.
dogs
No,
going to come from?
absolutely
Okay.
not.
It's good to know. No, I just, people want to know. So do you think, so Putin kept Prigozhin alive only because he was more useful to him alive than dead at that moment, because he was trying to suss out who the bad guys were, or not the bad guys, or the other bad guys that were affecting his rule?
Absolutely, because you have to understand, just like Dr. Nick said previously. I mean, Prigozhin, everybody understand. I mean, you can't become an oligarch without knowing who Putin is. I mean, you live with you understand what you're dealing with. It's like you can't be a capo in the mafia and not know who your godfather is, type of thing. So they understand to what extremes, how ruthless he is, and what he will or will not allow. For him to make that move and towards Moscow at that time, he did not. It wasn't that he woke up one day and said, "Oh, you know what? Today we're going to march on Moscow," and did. No, this was planned. This was discussed. This was, he was promised lots of things from different people on the inside that they would support him. That if he was going to be the guy that headed up the troops, and then the politicians would come into place and do their thing. This was a whole major operation that fell apart we don't know for what reason, how it fell apart. But when he reached close to Moscow, it all fell apart, and that's why Prigozhin understood that he needs to give up now, because otherwise they would have got wiped off. Because Putin wouldn't have thought twice, sending in and wiping off half his own civilians to wipe them out. They understood that. As far as for Putin, he was in shock because he understood that also, just like they knew who Putin was, Putin understands that who Prigozhin is, and that he didn't do that by himself. He understood that there was other people that were in on this, and he needed to understand who these people were, because they probably backed out at the last second without him understanding who they were. So he needed to keep him alive and stall for enough time to be able to weed them out, purge the people, but also keep in mind, Prigozhin was in control of billions and billions of dollars and companies and media companies and things in Africa. So there are things that needed to get in place before he wiped them out. And the last but not last thing is, when we say he got 3-for-1 today, I disagree. I think that that was one of the main roles, and that's why Prigozhin stayed alive so long, is because he needed to wipe out the other two guys like Utkin and Chikalov, the main heads of the Wagner group, so there would be no buddy to lead the Wagner group against him or repercussions to follow. And that's he got his chance and took it.
So he was getting all Prigozhin's money, all of his contracts, where his billions of dollars were. So here we keep talking about. I mean, the general theme, listening to you and Nick and a bunch of people talk, is that we have this understanding that there's a consistency among these genocidal maniacs. Except we're accepting that there's no consistency in Prigozhin, because, as we've all said, there was probably fewer people, very few people, as Prigozhin who understood him. Yet he still tried the coup. He still believed in a bunch of people who said they'd support him. And it must mean that he obviously miscalculated, because he trusted certain forces to support him when they didn't. And that must then therefore mean, if we're doing this logic game, that they would have, as soon as the mutiny failed or stopped, he knew he was a dead man walking. He knew that Putin would never forgive him. Why not
Absolutely.
take a car? Why not take a car everywhere then? Why not just stay in a fort somewhere in Dagestan, or I don't know? Like, I'm just
I mean,
making
you
up.
can't, Yehuda, because I mean that's what I'm saying to you. When you live that lifestyle, you only have so many places you could go. I mean, he was a marked man. He understood it. He was trying to play the game, even though he understood it, he was trying to think maybe, but what if somehow, maybe with the help of people that were supporting him, maybe people would talk to Putin, maybe it would change. Maybe, I mean, he had no other choice. I mean, you gotta understand, this guy is a wanted man all over the world. He had nowhere to go.
But what about an African country makes a deal with a dictator, says, "I'm your new henchman.
But
I'll give you half of my billions."
He couldn't do that because the only reason he had any power in Africa was because he had the support of Putin. I mean, he understood if Putin called up any of those African leaders and told them no, he's gone, the African people themselves would kill him. And Putin. It's you gotta understand. Putin has a lot more money than Prigozhin. You're talking about a guy with hundreds of billions, maybe even in the trillions now, compared to a Prigozhin 4 or 5 billion or whatever the case is, or 10 billion. He's
a poor guy, such a peasant, Prigozhin, with his 4 billion.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying he was in the catch. The day the coup ended, Prigozhin knew he was a marked man. All of this game playing that was going on, he was maybe hoping and trying to figure out, and maybe behind the scenes trying to get back in the good graces or whatever the case is. But trust me when I tell you, he understood that his time was coming. You just got to look at it just the same way as the American mafia or the Italian mafia or whatever. It's the same way. I mean, if you cross the Godfather, eventually there's going to be a hit on you, and you're going to be a marked man where you go. So it is what it is.
So some more questions for you, I
Alan,
think, Lev and
check your
Yehuda.
DMs, please, or Robin.
Okay, so it is. Well, it was Macilius. He seems to have dropped down, so I think it is Alex G-Man Scribe. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm thinking what will come next, and especially in the light of the continuing war, because like looking back, basically he was talking a lot, and things he were talking about war in Ukraine is one idea that will, I think, stick. Will be we don't need this war. This is not our war. And second, we are losing because we are betrayed by. He was talking about Shoigu Gerasimov, but I think at this point Putin is also on that list. And if you remember, there was a major captured by Ukrainians, and he said in the end, thing is working. There is troops are not well managed. To Russia, basically, like I'm thinking if we'll see more of Russian officers kind of deserting or surrendering to Ukraine, or even trying to go back. Probably less so to go back to Russia, because they need to see a successful coup, which I doubt. There are some 3 people saying that they will start acting, but I don't think they will have enough power or leverage to do any meaningful impact. But in terms of officers in Ukraine, Russian officers in Ukraine, I think it is possible that we'll see like morale going down and more officers kind of surrendering, because again, 2 ideas: this is not our war, and this is why we're losing. So he kind of soldiers are not to blame, Shoigu and Gerasimov are to blame. Yeah, what do you guys think? What will be the impact on moral. Well, on one hand, it will be difficult to tell. Okay, this is the impact of this event, rather than the fighting in itself. But I think those things add up, and I don't think Russian army will just got moral boost.
No, I definitely agree with you that the Russian morale is down, and it's a combination of lots of things. They're losing the war. They have lots of deaths. They're not equipped to handle the things they've been lied to by by Putin and their higher ups about what the war was even about. So definitely the morale is down, but I think you have to just keep in mind that the things that we see in the media and the way the media frames it is a little bit more different than what really is happening on the ground and what's going on. But I definitely agree with you that the morale is down and that Ukraine is kicking ass. Excuse me for my French, and that we're going to keep kicking ass. And we're like I said, my biggest concern is that we don't put this dictator in some sort of a corner, and something bad doesn't happen from that. So because the only really option that he has that is really really scary, that to me from everything that I know and see, is to use any type of biological or nuclear or weapons, and that would be detrimental. But besides that, I think it's just a slow death that Russia is dealing with right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're going to go to G-Men next. I just wanted to remind everyone, this is a wonderful day, great news in many ways for Ukraine. Ukraine is still in the midst of a serious war, obviously, and now would be a great time as celebration to consider donating to MriyaReport to help us with our continuing relief and help efforts for both the military and for Ukrainian citizens. It's a great way to celebrate the 32 years of Ukrainian independence with a donation to help Ukraine get to the finish line and win this war and get peace back in their country. Thank you. Okay, Alan, I think, should we go to G-Man next?
Yes, G-Man and Scribe, and then Bloke. G-Man.
Evening or morning, and happy Independence Day for Ukraine. I'm torn by this whole thing. I mean, whenever the coup happened, we kept talking about Kabuki theater, but yet we couldn't look away, and so it is now that in this scenario where we think something has happened because Russia has told us. From what I think should be our focus, and that is Ukraine's victory. We should examine what happened for sure, but let's keep our focus on. And I know that Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine will not be distracted by this. And there was a lot of success today with the capture of Robotyne, the taking out of the S-400 complex, a number of other issues, a number of other successes in Crimea, and just continued on the battlefield. So, yeah, yes, by all means, we can speculate about the demise of Prigozhin, if indeed he is has checked out. But just let's stay the course for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Geroim Slava, absolutely, G-Man, and I agree with you, and that's what I was saying. I mean, this is a lot of media hype, but at the end of the day, this is great news for Ukraine. Any type of disarray in the Russian government, any type of disarray in the Russian military is another win for Ukraine, because it's not just on the battlefield. We need every parts to win. So I think, yes, it's politicized in the media, and we need to talk about it and understand exactly what's going on. But the bottom line, it's a great day for Ukraine when things like this are happening, and no matter what it is, it's good.
Exactly, Lev. I agree with you. Describe to Bloke. Go ahead.
Wow.
So I just
And
wanted to,
he was on the same team.
I was going to just really quickly say I am surprised that Prigozhin had a bit of a fall today, if we can say that lightly. But yeah, it was really interesting to hear from local news that Prigozhin died when I got off of work today.
My goodness.
I think everyone's had that reaction, Scribe. And to Lev's point, you know, the disarray is inside Russia. It's inside Russia that former rebels are being eliminated. And even when a rebel like Prigozhin is finally killed, and he was a dead man walking, it does create even more disarray, doesn't it, Lev?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just think about it. If Prigozhin was on the battlefield and we killed him, and the Ukrainians killed him, today would be a great day, and especially during the Day of Independence, Putin basically did it for us. So when they're wiping themselves out, they're saving us the hassle to do it. And now, no matter how anybody says, Wagner's this or the army's that, they're in disarray. The morale is down. There's people that are confused. There's people that supported one side or the other internally. There's people that supported it on the battlefield. So no matter how you look at it, it's a great day for Ukraine.
And we don't actually know what is happening to all the Wagner soldiers inside Belarus. We only know that their power has been cut off, their cell communications have been cut off, but something's going to happen to them too. It's not just Prigozhin.
Well, yeah, no, there was already reports that they're being evacuated, that Putin sent in planes to take them out of Belarus. We discussed that a little bit earlier. Just a matter of, are they going to be, wiped out or put in prison, or, blended into the army again. But no matter what that is, it's still bad news, because even if you take those same guys and you now force them to go fight, the morale is not the same, the loyalty is not the same. It's a different type of animal that you're dealing with. So like I said, this happening is a great day for Ukraine. The more of these type of instances that could happen inside of Russia, the more disagreement, the more conflicts that they go at each other's throats, the better it is for us, and for us to succeed in our mission to reclaim our country, our sovereignty, and win the war.
I don't think there's a single Russian commander inside Ukraine today who would want a former Wagner soldier in his unit. They will only sow more dissent.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying, Alan. You hit it on the dot, because when you're in battle, and Chuck and could have spoken better to that. You have to trust the guy next to you, and if you got guys that are now you don't know if you could trust the guy beside you, it's a totally different ball game. And right now, not only do you have the mistrust in the government, the Ukraine, the Kremlin, the people, but the biggest places where you have this mistrust is on the battlefield, because a lot of these people were confused, first of all, by the comments that Prigozhin was saying before. Like, I think, I'm not sure, one of the speakers earlier, Alex, I think, was mentioning the comments that he was saying that it's not our war, and that, we're losing because of Putin and everything. That started the whole thing. That's why you had, all the mutiny, we had plenty of mutiny going on. You had soldiers, Russians killing the soldiers on the battlefield already. This is just another, extra push towards that happening again. So loyalty is a huge thing when you're in the battlefield. You got to have each other's back, and right now I think that not only is the morale down, but I think they don't know who they could trust themselves.
So on to Bloke, then to Sussex. Bloke, welcome.
Hi, I'm driving, so I hope I'm audible. But I did want to just speak to the whole idea of like Putin or something being backed in a corner and doing something stupid. See, the thing is that sort of assumes that this would be isolated to Ukraine if that happened, right? In other words, he would do something crazy against Ukraine, and that how somehow he gets away with it. But that's not how these things work. If there are any CBRN weapons used whatsoever in Europe, then at that point, Russia stops being a rational actor and they become a threat to the rest of the world, right? And that will elicit a response. And just to be very, very clear, Biden said a long time ago, very clearly, in an interview, he said, don't. And I will not say what my response will be, but there will be a response, right? Because if there's any one of those weapons used, at that point, let's just take the Americans, for example, the priority becomes to defend the people of the United States of America. And that involves a military response. Now, the corollary to that is that, you know, the power structure in in Russia depends on them having a functional military to be able to, you know, keep power, right? And, you know, there have been two senators, Lindsey Graham and another, saying that if there's any use of any CBRN weapons, we will, and they use very strong language, the president has our back, we will eviscerate, and they use that exact word, eviscerate and annihilate the Russian military. And, you know, this is something that I do know. You can't allow a state actor to threaten anyone with CBRN weapons. And you can't assume that if used in Europe, right on the borders of NATO, that this would be something that would remain isolated. It wouldn't, and they've been warned. And
No,
if you
look,
recall, yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you. I agree with you 100%, but that's not the problem. I mean, the problem is retaliation is one thing, but when nuclear weapons start being used, it's a bad thing for the whole world. There's lots of people that are going to die. So yes, do I think we would retaliate? Absolutely. Do I think NATO would go after them? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that, you know, if you put a rat in the corner, you know, and there's nowhere to go, because you have to understand another thing. You know, it's how bad does Russia, you know, if Russia loses everything and they're losing the war and losing internal power and the military turns on them, we don't know who and how and what happens. You know, you have another 1990 when the coup happened, and then you don't know who's in control of the nuclear weapons, because at that point, you know, it's a free-for-all. So I don't disagree we would retaliate, but I don't think it's a guarantee that they wouldn't do it.
Bloke, are you with us?
And the
Sorry,
other thing,
yeah,
yeah.
if I could just respond to that. Sorry, I hope I'm audible. So, two things. First of all, these systems are double keyed, right? So there's no one button that one person can press. It requires cooperation right down the chain of command. So that's one thing. And the second thing is that there's still the option of retaining power within Russia and retaining their billions of dollars and, you know, trying to maintain power. Whereas any use of CBRN would guarantee the loss of that power, right? So that's why I think their motivations are not going to be to use it. And it's not just one person, because it would require cooperation to unleash any of these weapons. It would require the entire military industrial complex in Russia, including, you know, a lot of the Siloviki would have to go along with this, and I just don't see that happening, right? So that's my personal opinion. If Putin is threatened, he may do drastic things within Russia to preserve his power, but to guarantee defeat and the removal of all the assets that he controls, that would be different. Because the reaction so far has been isolating this to Ukraine and supporting Ukraine, but it would be different if any of those weapons were used, because then it becomes a threat to the world, right? So that's my opinion.
No,
I,
and
I don't see that happening.
and I agree with you. And the only I agree with you that we pray that doesn't happen. And but the only thing that I just want everybody to keep in mind, the reason why you think that way because you're a sane person, you're a normal, common sense individual. We're not dealing with sane individuals. We're dealing with authoritarians. We're dealing with psychopaths. We're dealing with narcissists. We're dealing with people that are crazy. And when you're dealing with certain, and we're not talking about just Putin. We're talking about a whole group of people that are involved. So you never know. And the other thing I wanted to say is politicians. I trust them as far as I could throw them. All of them. They say a lot of things in every country, but then they move that red line constantly all the time. So I don't trust any politician. Especially from my experience with them. So, but yes, I pray and I hope and I agree with you that and nobody wants the end of the world and nobody wants all of that to happen, and hopefully that we never reach that point.
Well, I rely. I don't trust Putin at all, but I do trust his belief in his own survival. So that's what I'm counting on.
And Putin does have his own survival first and foremost, obviously, in mind. He may be one of the world's richest people, but he probably has no way of protecting that wealth or protecting his future. Robin, I wanted to mention to you and to all of our listeners here, it is 3 a.m. in Kyiv, and that means it's already Independence Day in Ukraine. And when the sun comes up, it will come up on an independent Ukraine with a spirit like no other, a spirit that is a lesson to all of us. Here's a great way for all of you to celebrate Independence Day. Go to MriyaReport, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution. So MriyaReport can deliver humanitarian aid and non-lethal military aid to Ukraine. By non-lethal, I mean drones with thermal cameras. What do these thermal cameras do? They detect minefields. Once those minefields are detected on the battlefield, this saves the lives of Ukrainian soldiers. What else does MriyaReport do? It delivers nutritious food to newly liberated villages in Ukraine. It steps up and works with government officials in Ukraine, like the deputy mayor of Kherson. Kherson, you might remember, was one of the communities flooded when Russia blew up the Novakhovka Dam. MriyaReport went to Kherson's aid immediately by delivering solar-powered generators. There are so many things that we're able to do with your generosity, delivering medical supplies, individual first aid kits to the front lines with high quality tourniquets. This all saves lives. When Chuck Farrer is here, he often talks about Ukrainians who are patriots, but when the time comes, they promote themselves to partisans, partisans who put their eyes on Russian targets inside occupied Ukraine, get that information back to the Ukrainian military, and those Russian targets are under fire and taken out. You can promote yourself from listener or speaker to donor. I would encourage you to do that today, Ukraine Independence Day. Just go to MriyaReport, that's MRIYA, report.org. Tap on the donate button. Be just as generous as you possibly can be. You will make a difference in Ukraine's fight for independence on its Independence Day, its fight for survival, its fight for its future. Ukrainians are fighting for their families, for their friends, their future every single day. and they are paying the ultimate price for that. So please go to MriyaReport.org today, tonight, on Ukraine Independence Day, and make a generous contribution. Thank you all so very much. It makes a difference. You can make a difference. We'll go to Scribe, then to Sussex.
So I just want to state that every time I'm off Twitter for like any amount of period, something interesting happens. And at first it was the Kurtz Bridge getting struck again. Then I'm just, wow, this has been an eventful few weeks. Like, I can't believe how quickly things have just taken a 180 on every single day. There's like, either it's Ukraine doing something really cool or really awesome, or Russia just screwing itself even more over. This morning I was seeing the S-400 battery in Crimea getting destroyed, and I thought that was the best thing ever happening for Ukraine. Then a few hours later, when I was getting off work and my boss turns on the radio, and just to hear Yevgeny Prigozhin's dead, and that just, man, today is a really good day.
It's Ukraine Independence Day, Scribe. It's a great day.
Yeah, today has been a good day. And what is Ukraine doing? They are fighting the counter offensive the way they can fight it successfully with everything they have. That's what Ukraine is doing. Measure Ukraine's success by how they fight, how they advance, how they take out Russian targets behind the lines, and how Ukraine is taking the war inside Russia, striking Russian Air Force bases, taking out strategic bombers. You know, whether it was one or two or five, we don't know exactly. But even if it's one strategic bomber, that's one Russian strategic bomber that won't be firing cruise missiles at Ukrainian citizens tonight. That makes a difference. That's what Ukraine is doing.
Question real quick. How many F-16s is Ukraine getting? Does anyone know the final total, or is that number still growing?
I'm pretty sure it's still growing. Right now it's 62. But I'm sure that number will grow. 62 is a pretty good start, and we do know that Ukraine has a lot of skilled pilots that can be trained. The United States will step in and assist in training these pilots, but if only the F-16s were in the air, flown by Ukrainian pilots tonight, it would make a difference. But they are coming. So Scribe, go ahead.
Well, you have pilots that have like over 300 missions underneath their belt. I don't know how much training they'll need to operate the F-16 for the most part, but I'm pretty sure Ukraine has it in the skill area for pilots nowadays. But anyways, I would just want to say thank you all for this impeccable reporting as of late. I know that it's late for some of y'all and early for others, but I wanted to say thank you so much, and I'm going to be dropping that back down to listener.
Thank you, Scribe. Thank you for jumping up and speaking whenever you do. So to Sussex, to Aaron, and to Liz. Sussex, go ahead.
Thank you, Alden. Appreciate it, man. Solidarity to you. You know, what I mean, it's like the one thing you think about it, right? I'm on the southern border of Brighton in England, and you see all these things, and like Putin's literally killing all these enemies over the years. Do you know what I mean? Like in 2014, Gherkin, who was who invaded Donbass, he's done. Do you know what I mean? And it just seems like these people just like their numbers. But I was like, you know what I mean? Like, do you actually think like you know, man, he's dead because there's so many misinformation out there about it, and I just wonder, is like, I mean, unless you know what it is, like, you know, like, and that was, I was just wondering, is like, is it because it's like, you know, Putin, like, literally in the UK, Putin sent his, you know, his secret service, and he killed, you know, sadly, a few people here. What's his name? I forgot his name now. He gave him some acid, and it's a TV program about it, and his wife saw it coming. I mean, in the UK, man, because Putin is not afraid of this stuff. He thinks it's impunity about it. He thinks, you know what I mean? I'm ready to go and stuff like that. And I was wondering, like, if you guys know, but like, I mean, like, you know what I mean? With Prigozhin dying, do we actually know he's dead? That's what I'm asking, Alan. You know what I mean? I'm like, do people actually know? Like, you know what I mean? There's so many things out there happening. All right. Thank you very much, man. Thanks.
Yes, Sussex. So, I mean, listen, anything is possible, and with these characters that we're dealing with, and the money that's involved, and the power plays, I mean, we don't know for a fact, and unfortunately, I don't think we'll know for a fact because it's not like he was shot down over, like, you know, the United States or a European country, or we could have professionals do a DNA tests. I mean, we're gonna have to rely on all the information that's going to be coming out of Russia. So the only reason why we could assume it's more of a chance that he is dead than he isn't is because that if he were to be ever found alive, it would be even a bigger blow to Putin than the coup ever happened. It would completely destroy his power, his you know, loyalty inside. It would destroy him. And just like you said, you know, Putin is a monster that does it. You know, goes to different countries to assassinate people that are, you know, go against him. So I think it's a pretty good bet that he's dead. But again, anything is possible.
Thank you, Lev. This is when anything is possible inside Russia. That is an unstable country. So to Liz and then to Aaron. Liz.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, as always, for such important conversation and learning for all the rest of us. I just wanted to comment. I kind of agree. I mean, not agree directly with Lev, but I do kind of lean in his direction as far as not being sure that Putin is, you know, sort of sane enough to act in his ultimate best interest. Because I think what people are capable of does depend on how far down the crazy rabbit hole they are. I mean, you know, how many people, 900 and something people died at Jonestown. They drank the Kool-Aid. They literally drank it, you know. They were fully indoctrinated, and they, you know, they believed in this sort of imaginary reality that was spun for them, that they'd been, you know, invested in, I guess, for quite a while. And the other thing that I think of frequently, my mother, when I moved to Toronto a few years after I was here, she was concerned that I would be, you know, that it was dangerous on the streets. And she sent me this really amazing book called The Gift of Fear. And it was written by someone who I believe used to be Jodie Foster's bodyguard or security. She had a stalker for quite a while. So it's basically him. It's a self-help thing. It's basically what to watch out for, you know, pay attention to your spidey senses, as it were. But the other thing that he talked about was, you know, how to make sure that people, if you're in a situation where you were not in control of the situation, you have to make sure that you give someone an option to save face. The reason that, for instance, restraining orders don't work in cases of domestic abuse is because when someone feels that they don't have anything left to lose, that's when they are much more likely to take the drastic step of, you know, murdering someone, or, you know, perhaps murdering themselves as well. And that, you know, again, it has very much to do with the fact that the people are not stable. The thing that you know, that motivates them, drives them, the ideologies that they, you know, cultivate and nurture and, you know, make their choices by, is not it's not necessarily a shared reality with the rest of us. So I guess the only thing that I would say about, I hope that Putin would have, enough self-interest to not self-immolate. But I don't know that any of us really know just how crazy he actually is.
Can I jump in there and say something real quick?
Yes, please do, Dr. Nick.
I totally agree with that, but at the same time, unfortunately, if we were to bow to something like that in the final analysis, ultimately, that's going to set a very dangerous precedent, not just in relation to Putin, but for future authoritarians down the road who either currently have nukes or who are interested in acquiring them in the future. And that could spell a very dangerous scenario for democracies around the world. That all it would take would be them to much sooner either release a small nuke or a larger one to bring us to our knees. And that's just really not something that,
I feel like I should clarify that I am not advocating, and certainly not advocating in the case of Putin, to let him get away with things and to give Putin specifically a way to save face. That's not at all what I'm suggesting is the right idea. I don't think that's appropriate, and especially I think if there's an opportunity for him to be removed, I think that is in fact for the betterment of not just Ukraine but for all of humanity, because Ukraine isn't just fighting for their own independence; they are in fact fighting for the entire concept of democracy. I'm more commenting about the about the book and about the crazy, because I guess it feels like, and I mean, to some extent, we have to do that in our daily lives now as well, is that because we're not always sure about how rational people are, that considering things beyond reason just might be a good strategic idea, because not everyone operates, fully by reason or only by reason. So
No,
please don't misunderstand what or I apologize if I gave the very false impression that I thought any kind of capitulation was appropriate.
No, that's definitely true. As somebody who definitely has problems with the concept of realism as an international relations policy prescription, they very much rely and depend on the notion of rational actors. I completely grasp that understanding. So, I get that. I just wanted to clarify that's really, we just have to, make sure that we aren't relying on that as a policy prescription, or, for people in the audience who might be thinking of that in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I really appreciate that you brought that point up, because I would be appalled if I had given a false impression in that department. So thank you for the opportunity to just make that more clear.
Yeah, thank you, Liz. Thank you, Dr. Nick. To Aaron, and then to Nick Brown.
Thanks, Alan. So a question aimed to Lev. So I'm going to put up some hypotheses that I've got and see where you think they roll at the end of them. So my hypotheses that I'm working on, and I may be wrong, but that Biden is slow rolling things to a degree. And part of those is the nuclear thing is it's not a 0% chance. So that, that's part of his thinking, but I don't think a huge part of his thinking. My thought is that he doesn't want to go into an election with Russia falling apart and having to deal with that and having it turned around on him, and that the election is a big part of why he's slow rolling it, and that there's a chance that after the election he steps things up. It just seems like with Bradleys and M1s and ATACMS, they haven't been sent, and they could be sent
in far greater numbers if you wanted just to win the war. But after seeing what happened in Iraq, where you go in, shock and awe, devastate, and empty the place out, that then suddenly you're left with a vacuum that Russia could fall apart if they lose Crimea, you know, and it all goes to hell in a handbasket there. So would you think that the Biden administration might step things up after the election and say, look, financially for the world, it's just no good. We're going to have to, you know, not go shock and awe, but just give them, you know, incrementally more and more and more for a second offensive. That's assuming this offensive, you know, in my eyes, is successful. If it takes and holds ground, I don't. It'd be great if it got to the Azov Sea, but I'm not sure whether that's going to happen. But I don't think that should be seen as a success or failure. I think it should be whether the coalition stands together, and that it just ends up that that's just part of a campaign of a greater war that ends in Ukrainian victory. Or do you think that they may have a deeper understanding that we don't know, that Russia's going to fall apart financially, or there's other things going on inside? So as far as the slow roll, well, also it's going to be a decision time for Putin if the Democrats were to be re-elected. That's another hypothesis if they do, but then Russia's stuck with, okay, they're ramping up, and maybe it's time to pack our bags and go. It's probably a whole lot there, but maybe you can pick a few little threads out and see what you think. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron, for that question. I mean, yeah, I would use a little different words than slow rolling, but I think you're 100% right. Even though we don't like to talk politics on this space, but unfortunately, a big part of American politics have to do with, you know, with the help Ukraine gets, and with the speed of we could get them military aid, and the speed that we could win the war. Unfortunately, there's a big chunk in our country right now that is I'm disgusted with, because, you know, I go on a lot of these spaces, and you hear a lot of crazy conversation and support of Russians talking about how it's America's fault that we're in this war, that this is a proxy war, that, you know, support, and it's such rhetoric, because you have certain politicians in our country, like the Marjorie Greens, like the Matt Gaetz, like the Kevin McCarthy's, that are out there, you know, constantly flip-flopping, you know, and it has a lot to do with Donald Trump, obviously. And I don't want to, you know, go too deep into the politics, but I think Biden gets a lot of pushback on a lot of things, and doesn't have the same free reign to be able to do exactly what needs to be done. And I do hope with after the elections, and hopefully, you know, Congress and Senate would be on the same page and agree, because we have a 3-tier system. You know, the president can't just do whatever he wants. He needs support from Congress and the Senate to be able to approve these military packages and get them going. I hope that we will be able to, you know, not only continue, but up our ante and help Ukraine, so we don't have to drag this war out and have more people die. Because at the end of the day, like a lot of people on the space said, and I agree with 100%, that, you know, the Ukrainians are not just fighting for their sovereignty; they're fighting for a democracy for the whole world. They're fighting for everybody's will and freedom. Because if, God forbid, this authoritarian like Putin would ever, and again, God forbid, take over or win, it would be just a horrendous part for the whole world to come. So I think it's a combination of, you know, the politics, the inner politics that we have going on in the United States, and not only in the United States, in other countries also, you know, that the leaders don't have the free reign to be able, you know, we look at the presidents and the leaders, and we sometimes say, well, you're the president, you can make the choice. Just knowing from my own experience about how certain things work, it just doesn't work that easily sometimes, because you need cooperation, you need support, you need votes and people to agree on usually both sides. And unfortunately, with the division that we have in our country right now, because of our own political stances, Ukraine has become a major player because of Trump and this whole Hunter Biden stuff and the things that he spews. And they've been able to use that as a pretense with a lot of things, unfortunately. And that's just a disgrace and disgusting. But it's fact, and it's just something that we're dealing with. And unfortunately, I think that's why Biden's not able to do everything that he can. I think his hands are tied in certain ways. So I think if that answers your question, I hope, Aaron.
Aaron, I think that was a really good answer that Lev just gave. And the other thing I'll say about American politics, American voters usually decide who they're going to vote for president based on domestic issues. It can be the economy, it can be jobs, it can be inflation, it can be some social issues that have risen to the top. For example, there is certainly an undercurrent in the United States questioning Supreme Court decisions about women's health. So Ukraine is not going to be a decisive issue in voters' minds. But one would think, doesn't this give Biden increased freedom to do everything he wants on behalf of Ukraine? Well, it doesn't. He wants agreement in Congress, both in the Senate and the House, because this is the kind of person Joe Biden is. He has prided himself working across party lines for his entire career, from the time he was a U.S. Senator from Delaware, actually the youngest U.S. Senator ever elected, to his time as Obama's vice president. His role was to work across party lines and to unite politicians from different parties, Republican, Democratic, from many different parts of the country, and to come together on real policy, real governing issues. He's going to continue to do that because that's who he is.
Look, I agree with that, but isn't there a drawdown that he's allowed to go past, or is that coming up the end of next month of $6 million or something that hasn't been spent? So I agree partly with that, but I do think that it comes into calculations going into an election year that if a nuclear bomb is set off, if the Russia falls apart, if something really bad happens, then it could affect him in the elections. And I think
Oh,
we might
absolutely,
see
Aaron. That's absolutely a thought. Obviously, if the war, happened to take, God forbid, a bad turn in any way, that would be drastic for the elections for Biden. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Although they
going on that, you may see a change, a more aggressive policy after the elections. Then that's all I'm saying is that's when you might. I don't. We can all hope and want, but I don't think. And the F-16s are coming, but there's not another 150 F-16s from America. There's not ATACMS. There's not another 250, 300 M1s, another 300 Bradleys. They're doing everything they can, and they're not going to let Ukraine lose. That's just guaranteed. That's just so the politics of that, turning Ukraine suddenly into an enemy, seeing their fighting spirit, and they get brainwashed over 15, 20 years and a generation, and they turn to fighting Europe, and not to mention the grain that would give them so much sway over all of Africa and all of the Middle East and Asia, that Russia would become incredibly powerful geopolitically just with the amount of grain they'd get.
Aaron, I think you are raising specters that really, if you take a look at them, will dissolve in thin air. And remember, the American elections are not until November
Can you
2024.
explain the specters that I just brought up that are thin air?
Well, Africa, number one. Russia is neither Russia nor China have even come close to establishing some kind of hegemony inside Africa.
But you know what? Do you know what brings influence in Africa is food. So, like that's why I'm saying there's no way Europe or America will allow Ukraine to lose. Right? Is because the amount of geopolitical clout that Russia would get just by gaining all the grain from Ukraine, along with its own grain, is incredible amount of political influence that they could wield internationally. And so I'm just looking at a 20, 30-year time frame down the track. There's no way they're going to lose. But what I want is for them to win. Now, I don't think they've made that decision yet. And I think it's because of politics going into an election that Biden doesn't want to lose the election and the amount of chaos that could be created if Ukraine had a decisive victory. Okay,
Aaron,
what?
you have to understand that Ukraine will not be a decisive issue in the presidential or congressional elections in 2024. It simply won't be.
Unless there's something happens like a nuclear bomb or Russian disintegration and warlords taking over, nuclear facilities.
Aaron,
If you don't think that Biden and his team have got that in their considerations, then what other reason aren't they sending stuff? Because they've just let a drawdown of $6 billion not be spent.
No, Aaron, they still have time to spend the $6 billion. Joe Biden just asked for supplemental appropriations of $24 billion to support Ukraine. He is not losing sight of this as the commander-in-chief here in the United States. But the idea of Russia collapsing, you know what? We've already been through a Russian collapse. We know how to handle it. And I think the whole world knows how to handle it. I know this time will be different than the last time, but we've already been through a Russian collapse. I have no doubt whatsoever that the Biden team, led by Antony Blinken, led by Lloyd Austin, will know exactly what to do. Nothing that you have mentioned will be decisive in American politics. And I do not think that Joe Biden is making a political decision that renders his support of Ukraine any less than it is. Dr. Nick, I see you raising your hand. I think you want to get in here. Then I want to go back to Lev as well. Dr. Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just wanted to underscore what you were saying, that maybe some people are, I mean, I don't know if Aaron, this is how you feel, but I know that lots of people are concerned about some of the polls that have been floating around in relation to, temperature of, the American public as far as how they feel and all of that. But while we definitely do need to be concerned about that, because of course that's going to impact, potentially, how politicians perhaps might feel about these specific topics and all of that. And of course, we need to ensure that they're still on the side of Ukraine. But when you dial down on these specific surveys, as I've talked about before, the methodology tends to be very flawed. And one example of this is they don't ask a very specific question. And as somebody who's also a methodologist, this is something I really look at and is very important. They miss a very important question, and that is, of course, they say, how do you feel about this topic? All of that kind of thing. Do you support giving additional money to Ukraine? What they don't ask is, what the order of topics, is what's most important to them, right? So, for example, like overturning Roe versus Wade, or reversing that. Like, so is abortion the most important thing? Healthcare, student loans, Ukraine, whatever it is, right? So normally, if you're doing a really good survey, you would do something like that, right? And then the next question would be, if you're trying to get at Ukraine, you might ask, in order of preference, which topic would prevent you, if a presidential candidate is supporting a topic, which one might prevent you from voting for that person, right? And those types of questions aren't asked on those surveys, the ones that people have been citing a lot lately. And so, what you would often find in a situation like this is that I would wager that people aren't going to hold Ukraine as something that they're going to have as their number one topic that they're not going to vote for a candidate for. And so that's important to keep in mind. Um, but that said, like I said, we do need to keep on our elected officials to make sure that we are presenting to them the case for support for Ukraine, because we don't want, um, you know, to give them reasons to try to defund it for any reason, to maybe try to score points with whomever it is that they think they're scoring points for. Make the case in relation to that it would be good for the economy or whatever it is, in their home states, if they have, for example, a Raytheon or whatever, right? Make those types of cases. But again, I just don't imagine that that's going to be the number one topic for most people. As Alan said, it tends to be those domestic issues that tend to be on the top of people's minds. Um, so that's the thing I would say first and foremost. The other thing is that I think that as far as these other areas, I really think that we don't need to worry about um, if Biden were to win, that there would be. Wait, he say that there would be an escalation or what? Anyway, I'll just wrap it up here. I think that the main
I
point
didn't say
is
there would
that
be an escalation if you win. I was saying that he may have more political freedom to act more aggressively, because any repercussions, he's got 4 years to work it out, and there isn't an election on the line. Whereas at the moment, with an election on the line, he has Republicans that can use it against him. If you don't think that the whole Biden administration aren't smart enough to be playing all the what ifs and how to do's and what happens, and I think he's done an incredible job of bringing Europe along, and I think that he's done a great job of sort of teasing them to be front runners in some aspects. But it's just that there is a bit of a slow roll. I'm trying to look at why, and I think it's a political, that you're going into an election year, and that they're smart enough to know that if things go the wrong way, that it could be politically adverse to them in the elections. Otherwise, unless you've
Aaron,
okay, well, have you got a better idea why they have taken so long with F-16s and ATACMS? Can you explain that, Alan?
yes,
Okay, go.
yes, I do have a better idea, and I can tell you that it is not political. What is happening inside the Biden administration is what has happened in so many administrations that have come before. There is a debate going on inside the Biden administration. There are those who would do everything as fast as possible for Ukraine. I would count Lloyd Austin. I would count Antony Blinken. I would count Bill Burns, the director of the CIA. There are those who are playing their cards close to their chest, who are academics. This is Jake
Hey, hey,
Sullivan.
hey.
Well, sorry, Dr. Nick. I don't think of
Some
you
of
as an
those
academic.
people, some of those people who are playing their cards close to the chest, or who are naysayers, are actually generals, believe it or not.
And there are those generals, yes. Dr. Nick, I think of you as a Marine first, a PhD second. Uh, uh,
Yeah, so just to add on to what Alan and Dr. Nick were saying, Aaron, look, the bottom line is majority of American politicians are for supporting Ukraine. We have a small minority that's out there, and let's call it what it is, the elephant in the room, it's Donald Trump. He has brought Ukraine to the front line, and he's the one that has made this whole big issue. If it wasn't for Trump trying to put Biden and Hunter Biden into the news and this whole Ukraine thing, we wouldn't have zero division. We would probably have 100% support for it. So that is why there are certain people in the Biden administration that might be playing it close to the vest, like Alan said. On the other hand, do I agree with you? Yes. Once the elections are over, do I think their hands will be a little bit more untied? Absolutely, I do agree with that. I think that we might see a lot more help and maybe easier way of going. So I think we're talking about the same thing, but at the end of the day, you just got to keep in mind what Alan said and Dr. Nick said is 100% right. For the American voter, Ukraine is not going to be on the ballot box until Donald Trump or some of his cohorts make that an issue. For them, it's about economics. It's about Roe v. Wade. It's about schools. It's about infrastructure. It's about stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that they don't agree with supporting Ukraine in the war. It doesn't mean that it's going to be on the ballot box. Why though? Because majority of the politicians all agree that they will support Ukraine. So I don't think that's why it's not even an issue. I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you, Liv. Thank you, Dr. Nick. The other thing I would point out, Aaron, is that look at what Joe Biden has done. He revived a Lend-Lease program dormant since the 1930s. That was actually a brilliant legislative move. He has united Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and the House behind Ukraine, not only in terms of military aid, but in terms of humanitarian aid. And he is going to do it again with his $24 billion request for aid to Ukraine. And that will be moving through Congress this fall. So,
Can I just throw in one more thing?
yes,
In
Dr.
relation to F-16s, remember when a lot of people were naysaying F-16s and saying, as a matter of fact, some of our lovely listeners that I love you all, but some of you were very adamant. Oh, it's never going to happen. There's never. It's never, never going to happen. And Alan, you and I and a few others were like, oh, it's going to happen at some point. It's going to happen at some point. And then literally, one of our listeners had messaged me and was like, oh, it's just never going to happen. Sorry, Dr. Nick. Literally the next day it came out. And on the back channels, some of us were saying, all of us were, some of us were talking on the back channels that we had some insider information that there was some training going on, and we were kind of like taking bets as far as where it was happening. And it turns out that we were right. And Biden was secretly training Ukrainian pilots on the F-16. And to me, what that was saying is that he was trying to prove a point, maybe to some of those naysayers within his administration who were trying to say, oh, it's going to take too long for those Ukrainians to learn how to use F-16s, or, that kind oh, it's just, this technology is just, so difficult, and, whatever, it's going to take them like a year or 18 months, or, I think that he did that as a way. Personally, this is what I think. This is my opinion. I don't have any specific knowledge of this, so I'm just, putting that out there so that nobody could try to say that I think that he did that to prove these naysayers wrong. So remember that too, as we're thinking about this stuff. So just thought I'd throw that out there.
Absolutely right. And just remember, American politics is hard for Americans to understand as well. Biden is also assembling a team of heads of the military services and a new head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But all these appointments are being delayed by one idiotic senator from Alabama. So the Marines don't have a chief. The Army doesn't have a chief.
And I'll name his name, Tuberville, just so we all know. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy
The
Tuberville.
guy is off his rockers.
He's completely off his rocker. But you look at the appointments Biden is making, these are career military people, including, I believe, the very first female chief of Dr. Nick, help me. It's the Marines, right? Okay, well,
yes.
It's one of the services, but
Yes, I think so. Yes.
so they are also it will be Biden's military team, and it will be Biden's chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This is also going to make a difference in how he has freedom to do everything for Ukraine that we can possibly do. It can't happen soon enough. It's being delayed. It might be delayed for the remainder of the year. I hate to say it. Look, I know we have a lot of hands. We have a lot of very patient people here. It is Nick. It is Gina. It is Jack. It is Rex. It is Furious. Nick Brown, go ahead. And thank you
Navy.
for your patience. Go ahead, Dr. Nick.
Navy, not Marines.
Navy. Okay, thank you. Nick Brown.
Yeah, I put my hand up about 35 minutes ago when Sussex was still here, just to he was saying is maybe is Prigozhin really dead? How do we know? And I think at this point it really doesn't matter unless we actually sort of want to get a bit of personal feeling of satisfaction of the man's demise. It's been announced on Russian state television, so the difference between him actually being dead and him never appearing in public or any form of position again appears to be rather moot. But that's what I would have said at the time, I think, to Sussex had he been here. While I had my hand up, there was the discussion between Liz and Dr. Nick. I have a much more straightforward view of this, which is that if Putin woke up one morning and said, "God damn it, I'm going to fire a nuke at Kyiv or at Chisho or at some European target," he wouldn't be able to do it. It's not like he's got a personal box on his desk and he just has to sort of pull up a target from a number 1 to 20 and press a red button. A substantial amount of military intelligence and senior officers have to agree to send that order down the line. And even if a 73-year-old or 72-year-old or whatever he is, possibly suffering from terminal cancer, Putin wants to sort of do that thing. What was it? What's the point of a world without Russia in it? The rest of the Russian high command does not want to die. So it's absurd. It's simply not going to happen because it is simply mechanically impossible for the circumstances to come about in which Putin would be able to deploy a nuclear weapon. The slightly bigger problem would be if there was a huge collapse of Russia and the nukes fell into the wrong hands. And I read an article which I'm having trouble finding back. So if anyone remembers this appearing, there was an article during the Wagner rebellion a couple of months ago, I think in a British outlet, and it described how during the early 90s the Americans, the Russians asked the Americans, help us to secure the nuclear weapons, and notably the ones that they call knapsacks, which are pretty much literally man-portable nukes. And according to this story, there's basically a storage facility that is designed such that even if Kadyrov turns up with overwhelming force, the people on the base can put the nukes beyond use in about 10 seconds. I don't know exactly how they scramble them, but they have a facility. They have an ability to put the nukes beyond use in an extremely short amount of time. That doesn't mean that somebody working there couldn't perhaps, conspire to get one or two of these things out. But I think the risk is extremely limited. And we do have this model of, a president, whether it be the US president or the Russian president, sitting there with a big red button on their desk. But it just isn't like that. And I think any attempt by Putin to do that would result in him being removed from power in about 2 minutes.
I agree with you, Nick. Yeah, people do have to understand that launching nuclear weapons is not like having a Staples easy button on your desk. It just doesn't work that way.
It was interesting during the when Trump apparently had a button on his desk, and when he pressed it, a valet would bring a Diet Coke, and everybody was saying, "Oh, what a vain man with this button." And I think it was probably big and red, but it was actually put in by several presidents previously. I can't remember which president it was, but it was quite some time before. And at the time, whichever president it was, "I would like a cup of coffee." And obviously, because the president kind of always takes his coffee the same way, you just press the button once and a coffee would appear. And all Trump did was repurpose it to bring a different beverage. But apparently, it is quite a sort of, if the people who go into the office and see it, and there's like this button on the desk and the president presses it, and I think it's part of the sort of amusing ritual of being the president is, people come in and you go, "I'll just press this large button on my desk," and everyone imagines what it might involve, and it is in fact simply ordering the president's favorite mid-morning beverage.
Could I briefly respond to Nick's, just very briefly?
Of course,
Thank
Lise, but be concise, please. We have
Absolutely.
so many hands. And
Absolutely,
still a
and in
lot
fact,
of requests.
once I have responded there, I will actually step down to make room for someone else. Mr. Brown, I specifically brought up the memory of Jonestown because I'm certainly not under the misapprehension that there is a single button. I'm fully aware that that there are systems and numerous people and numerous steps and elements, and that it is not something that can be carried out on a whim, which is exactly why I mentioned Jonestown, because there were many, many people who bought into the idea. So I do hope that the people that he surrounds himself with are much more mercenary and self-interested than they are, say, Kool-Aid adjacent. So hopefully everyone's self-interest will in fact be better for all of us. I just want to make sure that I didn't want to falsely give the impression that I thought it was something as simple as you just portrayed.
No. I mean, but I think actually this is perhaps one advantage that we have in this situation versus the situation of the Soviet Union, where there were at least a certain number of people who were ideologically committed to the socialist and Soviet
But
cause.
Nick, I'm gonna have to push back on that because the group around Putin is the old Soviet Union. These are all hardcore communists coming back from the Soviet Union. So I'm going to agree with Liz on that. That we're not dealing with a group of normal individuals. Some of the people surrounding Putin are even worse than Putin, and that's the problem that would go to these degrees. So let's maybe change the subject because it's something that hopefully never happens, and let's pray it never happens. And hopefully we don't ever have to talk about it, but there is options, and you're 100% right. There's a whole process. There's lots of people that would have to be involved, and I don't discredit that in one bit, and I agree with you. But I'm gonna agree with Liz 100% that knowing the people around him and the mentality of him and the people, that you're not dealing with sane individuals. Just like in North Korea, you're not dealing with sane individuals. Even though Kim Jong-un is it's the same theory. He doesn't just press the button, but believe me, the people around him, there's enough people around him that would be happy to press buttons and to try to wipe out South Korea or so on and so on. So hopefully that never comes to that. And also I have like 5 minutes left, and then I have to go put the kids to sleep. So I just want to give a 5-minute heads up, Alan and Robin.
Thank you very much, Lev. Nick, before circling back to you, my God, Robin, the order of hands I think is Gina, Jack, Furious, Rex, Bearded. Gina, go ahead, please.
Hi, all. Great discussion. I want to thank, in particular, Lev for kind of level setting some expectations. I spent this day kind of in shock over, Prigozhin's death and, trying to suss it out. But I think that we do have to keep in mind that this isn't necessarily going to set off the cascade of events that we really hope would bring a speedy end to this war. And Lev, you just really have reminded me again the importance of knowing what we don't know. And we've so badly misjudged the Russian mindset here, that it's just so important to keep in mind that this is a different way of thinking. And that, as you said, to paraphrase you, they're going to kind of shrug and say, all right, well, I was even looking at a video of people laying flowers at the Wagner building. And it's like, okay, it's a handful of people, it wasn't like sobbing crowds. So thank you again for that level set of expectations. And I remember too, even when I was in Ukraine at the end of June, and when the coup, or what we thought would be the coup, was in place, my guide was actually really frustrated with me because she said, "You Westerners just don't get it. This is not what we're worried about right now. We're more concerned about the nuclear threat from the power plant." So and here I was thinking, like, I shall be in Ukraine at the glorious moment when, and, I do hope to be there in that glorious moment. But again, it's a level set of expectations. And then really quickly, last, I wanted to point out, we talked earlier in the discussion, I think Liz, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, brought it up about, the mental state of Putin and such. I mean, one thing that struck me early on was a rabbi, and I have to dig up his article, early on in the full-scale invasion. It said, it's okay to call Putin evil. And evil is its own logic. We spend so much time trying to dissect his psychology, and is he crazy? Is he a cornered rat? And psychologizing him. But really, there is a category that's just plain evil, and it's self-preserving, and it's going to do whatever it takes, and it doesn't fit into neat psychological schemes or even war games. It's just evil. So I'm going to try to repost that article by that rabbi. I think it's worth some thought, and will help us as we navigate these coming months, which will ultimately lead to Ukraine's victory. So, Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
Really good point, Gina. I hope you find that article, repost it. I'll look for it on your timeline, but also DM it to me. There is a category that is just evil, and it is probably the most difficult thing to understand. You can put Hitler in it, you can put Stalin in it, you can put Putin in it. Try to understand it. For us ordinary people, we just can't do it. We have to stand up to it. We can't be horrified by it. We have to stand up to it. That, I think, is the lesson. So to Jack, to Furious.
Thanks, Alan. Wow, so many different subjects have come up this evening. But I think what I'll try to focus on out of the recent bit of conversation is this threat, the nuclear weapons threat. And I'm afraid, and I am intimately familiar with how U.S. nuclear weapons can be launched, and the Russians have kind of a mirror system of that. And it's astoundingly simple and straightforward. And it's people are drilled to respond without too much thought when that order gets given. There is a series of checks to make sure that the order being given is straightforward and authentic. But once those checks have been met, the sequence of events is pretty rapid because, and it's a necessity, the launch has to happen very quickly. We don't have hours to debate this. We have minutes to get the launch off. And so it's a streamlined and efficient process. I think what we're hoping for here is a kind of Albert Speer figure. At the end of World War II, Hitler, call him evil if you want. I might say he was more of a narcissistic psychopath, but he decided that if the war was lost, that there was no point in Germany continuing. What's the world going to be without Russia? And Hitler issued what's euphemistically called the Nero Order, in which he ordered the destruction of Germany, not the rest of the world, but of Germany. anything that might be of use to future people who were not worthy because they'd lost the war would be destroyed. Albert Speer was the recipient of this order, and he stonewalled it for a sufficient amount of time to prevent that destruction from happening. So while I respect greatly, Leb's thoughts that we don't want to dwell on this subject too much, and we can't be immobilized by the fear of that, keep in mind that there are types of people who are, when they push comes to shove, can become very self-destructive, and they don't care who they take with them.
Yeah, that is true. We've seen examples of that throughout history, Jack. This is not a subject we want to dwell on because it's not a fear that is well placed in almost any conversation I can think of. It's not the 1950s. It's not 1963. So much has changed. And, a narcissistic psychopath probably is an evil person.
If you like.
And Jack, I agree with you that it definitely, like I said, I don't dwell on it, but that's my biggest fear also. That's how we started the conversation, that, if push comes to shove, we're dealing with some crazy individuals. We're dealing with people that are not sane. And they don't think the way we think. They don't have the same thoughts we have, and that's a scary part. But that's not to say that that should stop us from continuing and doing what we do. And I'm just gonna land my plane there, and I have to go. I want to thank everybody. Wonderful conversation, Alan, Robin, Dr. Nick, and everybody up here. Keep up the good fight. Please donate to MriyaReport. It's one of the best organizations out there helping Ukraine out.
Thank you, Lev. Znimna Nezalezhnosti. Come back soon.
I think we've already lost Lev, but thank you so much
I
for
think so,
all
too.
of your time tonight and for your contributions. Really important. Thank you so much. And get those kids into sweet dreams. Luckily, our kids can have sweet dreams tonight. Ukrainian kids won't have sweet dreams tonight. And here it is, the top of the hour. It is coming on to 4 a.m. in Kyiv. This is Independence Day in Ukraine. If you want to give Ukrainian kids sweet dreams, give to MriyaReport, because there's a lot that MriyaReport does that will help Ukrainian children in Ukrainian cities, delivering nutritious food, delivering power generators, delivering individual first aid kits. Yes, primarily to the frontline soldiers, but Ukrainian civilians need first aid as well. Ukrainian civilians need their first responders, and MriyaReport helps those first responders. So please do tonight. Go to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Celebrate Ukraine Independence Day today by making a contribution and be just as generous as you possibly can. Furious is next. Furious, go ahead.
All right, just really quick so we can move off the subject. Just remember, these people that are maniacs, that are narcissistic, that, if they're going to die, everybody's going to die around them. Even though that's their sentiment, it always fails. Remember, everybody's, I understand where Lev's coming from, but we can't forget history. One of the most brutal regimes out there was the Nazi regime, right, Alan? Can't get any more brutal than that. They murdered 6 million Jewish people, millions of others. in the concentration camps. Probably about 8.5 to 9 million people were killed. But besides the Jews, there was other people that were, what they considered undesirables, whatever you want, whatever twisted words. And they had an iron grasp on the country. But when push came to shove, and he ordered, and the previous speaker mentioned Spear, but Spear wasn't actually in charge. He was in charge in certain sectors of this order that Hitler wanted. He just wanted to destroy everything, infrastructure, everything. It failed because other people said, to hell with that. Self-preservation took over. And even though Putin's surrounded by maniacs, they want to live to see the next day. But I do want to get back to one of the things that was mentioned. It was mentioned Senator Tuberville, or whatever his goofball name is, the guy that's holding up all the all the appointments. He's on this anti-wokeness in the military crusade and blah blah blah. And there is a theme behind all this nonsense. See, these guys love strong men because, you got to be a man's man, right? That's what they believe in because they've never served in the military. They don't know shit from Shinola when it comes to that. And they haven't read their history. Remember the big Soviet army, the Russian army, #2 in the world. Their recruiting posters with all these big buff guys and they're all testosterone. The same type of recruiting posters and things that the Nazi Germans had. The Aryan race, the master race. Well, guess what? They lost to a bunch of guys. Some guys volunteered. A lot of them were drafted from democratic countries. Totalitarian armies are always doomed to failure. It's the system. Because there's no independent thinking. And you need to have independent thinking in the military because you've got to make smart decisions, Alan, on the fly. And that's why the militaries, especially of Great Britain and the United States, Canada, during World War II were so good because our NCOs could make decisions on the fly. They weren't automatons. That individualism, that independent thinking was an asset in the military. Yes, everybody was trained the same way, but they were also trained to think on the fly. And that's what these guys don't understand. All I remember from being in the military, Alan, there was two things that were important to me about who was next to me. I didn't care who they were, what they were. There was only two things. Are they competent in the job and the task that we were assigned? And two, and this is a little bit me being selfish, did they have the strength that, God forbid, one of us was injured, that they could drag me 25 meters to safety? Those were the only two things I worried about. I didn't care about anything else, about their private lives or what they believed in. It was just those two things were the key things. Can I trust them? Are they competent? If I get hit, can they pull me out? And people that have never been in the military bring all this nonsense up. Look, there are people to this day that think that women shouldn't be pilots or whatever. And history has proven that wrong 1,000 times. Yet there are people that think that that's some kind of, it's going to weaken our military. How? What advantage does a man have in an airplane that a female doesn't? Like what? It's absolutely stupid. But these guys, and some of the women that they've brainwashed into believing this nonsense, it's because they love these totalitarian, male chauvinistic, narcissistic figures. That's the bottom line. And those that think like that in Alan, they're the most anti-American people that live in this country, because all their beliefs go against what the morals and the Constitution of the United States. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, George. And I want to go right away to Daryl, my good friend Daryl, when you're going to come back to co-host, then to Dryfly, then to Rex. Daryl, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Alan. I just wanted to drop in real quick and say Slava Ukraini, because it is Independence Day, birthday. Prigozhin's gone, and there's other events that's on the battlefield. So I've had, and then there's some American drama that's also been brewing. So had a pretty good day in that respect. So I love what Lev was saying. He brings a lot of truth. It tones down, but we need that as well to get the realism of what really is going on in Russia when it comes to these changes at the top. So anyway, what George was saying is very true about women in the military. We've seen women in the military all over the world, and we have been late to the party on our women serving in critical areas. For all of you that did not know, one of the best sharpshooters for a while was a woman in the competition. They do pretty good with the rifle. So before people start bashing and talking about females in the military and different things, our society is a lot better because we have integrated. We learn different issues. We learn different problems because we have integrated our militaries. And with that, we are better for it. And we can actually go into places where we could not, say like in Afghanistan, where societies are split, and men can't go places that women could. Women can go. We had women in the military and different intelligence folks that were able to go in and talk to these folks. So people are bashing that whole thing in our military. They need to grow up here and grow up and see the world for what it is.
Thank you, Daryl, and happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Daryl.
What a day for you. And
Happy birthday, Daryl.
And where are the party sounds, Daryl?
Well, right now it's a bit quiet. Me and the wife, we did some gardening today, and she's cooking me a cake right now. I don't know if you heard in the background. So we had a mixer going there for a minute, but it's just a solemn day, and we went to lunch and had a good time.
Well, it sounds like you had a great birthday. And thanks for being here with us. And thanks for telling us it's your birthday, because it's not everyone who wants to say they're 101.
101. Thanks. But the day has been a good day. MriyaReport, you guys have been on top of it, getting the information out. This was a big news day, and this space, since day one of the war, probably before then, has been providing the information that people need. And I just want to say, folks, if you can, this nonprofit that it evolved into has done a lot of good things even before it was a nonprofit. If you can, give it a shot. Give what you can. Give a little bit. They have a lot of drives, different things going on. Do what you can. Be a part of this. This is our moment. All right, Alan, I'm gonna check out.
Thank you, Daryl. And remember, 101 is the new 31. Uh, you have a long way to go, and you're going to enjoy every day and every year. That's my hope for you. Uh, to, oh my God, I think it's Dryfly, Rex, Bearded Chris. Dryfly.
Yeah, I was going to ask some of the other guys on earlier today. I tried to get in, but there was so much traffic. What the hell was Prigozhin thinking that he would get on a plane with two of his key people and then just fly around Russia? Has anyone answered that? Did Malcolm or Chuck or anyone else? I've just been reading some of the other things like McFall, and he's like, yeah, I think that happened, but why did it happen this way? I mean, why so blatant? Why with a missile? Why not just poison them? Why not just throw them out a window? And if so, why would someone as careful as Prigozhin get on a plane with three of his lackeys and just like they're going to Disneyland? Anyone speak to that? Because I really haven't heard much on that other than kind of shrugs. Any input you got? I'll listen.
I don't know. Is Prigozhin that careful?
He was earlier. He sure was earlier. He was really, really careful up until probably the visit of the Africans to St. Petersburg. I mean, he was crazy. He was crazy careful.
I personally think I'm prepared to be wrong. I think that a combination of somehow Putin may have um, made him feel comfortable enough that at least in the near term, he may have felt that he was okay, indispensable, perhaps because of some of the things going on in Africa related to Wagner, whatever, Wanker, um, and that he may have felt okay enough to do something like that. That he, with all the things going on, that he may have been kind of indispensable at the moment. Um, and that he wouldn't have to worry about his safety right now. Um, and that's my only guess, is that Putin must have, when they met in Moscow after the coup attempt, when it blew up, I'm sure he was scared shitless and during that initial meeting. But I think that he must have really reassured him somehow. Putin must have made it seem in that meeting in some way that he still had some role to play, and that Putin wasn't going to do anything. That's in he believed it, obviously, at least for the time being. And that's the only thing I can think of, is that he felt indispensable for the time being and just didn't think it was going to happen. I don't think that he thought that it was a permanent situation. Like, I definitely think he realized that he was a marked man at some point, that his day was coming. And, because obviously he knows who Putin is, he knows how he operates, and he knew that going into the coup. But I think that somehow Putin convinced him that, he did need him right at that moment, and that maybe the coup happened at a very inconvenient time. And so, at least for the time being, he was safe. So I just feel like he thought that it was just a timing thing. So that's just my guess.
Yeah, I clearly a misplaced feeling of safety, but I can understand it. I mean, you're in a private plane over Russian territory. Uh, you're going to shoot that plane down. I know Prigozhin did take down Russian planes, or the Wagner forces did on their march to Moscow. But he's not in a high rise. He's not on a balcony or next to a window. He's in his own private plane, flying over Russia. A misplaced feeling of safety. Dryfly, what do you think?
I think that's credible explanation, but there's so many more questions. Another one is I was reading Tim Hogan's tweet today on the same theme, and he says it's really odd that Prigozhin has been flying. He's been following Prigozhin's flights like crazy, and he says the guy shows up out of nowhere. He never runs his transponder. Okay, so that plane is flying around, and it never has its transponder on unless it's outside of the country. Now, it has to have it for a landing, if it's in some international city. But today is the first day that he's flying around Russia with his transponder on. Now, I know they don't need the transponder to find it, okay, to hit it. But it's just weird that today would be, of all days, it'd be the day he lights up and then they knock him down. There's just so many questions about, he was reported to have had such good intelligence internally about what was going on inside the Kremlin. That was one of the ways he had kept alive both Key and Gherkin. They had so many very, very good tipsters letting him know that when they're in trouble, when to dodge this and when to dodge that. I mean, he'd had a number of assassination attempts, supposedly Prigozhin has had, and he'd been tipped off every single time.
Well, I
Why
mean,
not
that's
today?
how Prigozhin was able to do this coup attempt in the first place. He had people inside the Kremlin who were supporting him in the first instance. I mean, he wouldn't have been able to feel like he could have done something like this again because he knows who Putin is. He must have
Right.
had people supporting him, making him feel like this was something that was feasible, that he could do, that they would support him when he got to Moscow. And for whatever reason, he pulled up the brakes. And, maybe those people got on Siri. Maybe they got cold feet or whatever it is. Um, but so obviously, him being in the inner circle would allow him to cultivate those kinds of connections. And of course, he had his own security and intelligence detail as well. So of course, that kind of thing makes sense. But at the same time, I think that that he obviously after the situation where the coup occurred, he had to have had his own security and intelligence detail, feeling out the situation constantly, looking into things constantly, to double check, verify, whatever. And he must have felt safe enough, just generally, to where he felt like things were okay-ish, like I said, for now. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
or maybe Dr. Nick and Dryfly, Prigozhin, this triumvirate of the Wagner Group, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Maybe there's a purge going on inside the Kremlin that's unseen and we know
Sure.
nothing about.
Yeah, that could actually be happening too, of course.
That's what Tim, or that's what McFall said. He knows that for a fact that a lot of the Prigozhin supporters in the military were rolled up in the last month or so, and it may be that they rolled enough of them up that they feel safe that now they can take Prigozhin down. In other words, they've been bugging him, following him, seeing who he's talking to, and then those are the people that are, going into the gulag, or just disappearing. But it's so odd that three of them would get on a plane together, knowing that the heat is out there, unless they
really didn't know, which suggests his own security team had been compromised or something. I mean, that's the question I would love to have asked the guys like Malcolm who have been there in the security side, and maybe they couldn't say anything. You know, he may not be able to really comment on it, but I'd
Well,
love to know.
well, obviously that, we talked about this earlier, that, Putin, when he made this deal with Prigozhin, why did he kill him now, right? The question that it's a simple answer. I think he was biding his time because he needs to, he initially makes him feel safe. You're going to be okay for now. He needs to find out who are the people that enabled this thing to happen in the first place. Who were the people within Prigozhin's circle, within Wagner, Wanker, whatever, that enabled this, who allowed this to happen? Who are the people around Putin that supported him in any way? So he's going to get his people, maybe people within the FSB, etc., to suss all that out, to figure out who these people are, and he's just going to sit back and figure this out. And so when you're talking about rolling up those people, in Wagner, definitely that stuff was going out, or was going on over this period of time,
Well, it's
leading up
not
to
even the
this.
people. It's not even the people in Wagner. From what I read, it was
Right,
actually the people that were outside of Wagner in the
right,
military that were supporting that were supporting him, and that was what Putin was really trying to find. Wagner is a known entity; they're a threat, but most of
right,
them are other outside of Prigozhin. Most of them are harmless because they're too far down the feeding chain. But you don't want to have high-placed generals and colonels who actually could do damage, and especially if they're in the intelligence services like FSB and GRU. Those
right,
guys could,
exactly.
yeah, could really be a problem. But the point
Well,
is that how did those people not warn, or how did Prigozhin not see? Because if they're rolling them up, Prigozhin's got to know that they're going down. They're disappearing. They're falling off the face of the earth. I would not get on any plane, man. I'm not sure I would ride a bus. With knowing that everybody I knew was disappearing. I mean, I'm
right. I
really
mean,
surprised it
that's
wasn't
a good
done.
question. That's a good question. I mean, I guess it would depend on the circumstance, exactly when these people were being rolled up. Perhaps they were being rolled up on the, on the down low. um you know that's a good question. Perhaps his own security detail failed, and again, there were oligarchs that had to have been supporting, perhaps some lower level ones, that were supporting him too. We don't know to the extent yet, who some of those people were, but some of those people, maybe in the mid, because it's layers, around Putin's inner circle. Some of those people, what layer of oligarch, I guess, remains to be seen, but some of those people were probably supporting him too. So there's that as well. So you're talking about, yes, some people within Wagner, some people, perhaps within the military structure, some people perhaps within the FSB, some people perhaps within the oligarch structure, some people perhaps within politics, right? Say within the Duma or something like this. So, you have to figure out who these different people are within Russian society. And so that's what Putin has been doing all this time since that meeting with Prigozhin. And I guess once he figured out who these people are, now that he knows, and I don't think he got rid of them all at once, I imagine there's going to be more heads rolling.
Can I ask you one more question about the oligarchs? Because I've heard a
Sure.
lot of people talk about that. And there's two schools of thought. One is that they actually have power. There's another school of thought that says they do not have power, that they're nothing more than vessels of Putin's power. In other words, they
Right.
are oligarchs because they're vessels of the state. So them stepping out, that's no biggie. They'll just end up having their neck broken in their villa in Spain. But it's the military and the security services that really, really hold the power. And what the oligarchs are, they're really like bank accounts for Putin. That if he needs money spent in the West that isn't going to have fingerprints directly to the Kremlin, that's what they're for. And especially with things like corruption and uh, political influence outside of Russia. In other words, donating money to American political campaigns, for example. Have a Russian oligarch who's citizen do it, as opposed to having it come directly from the Kremlin. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, no, that's pretty much true. They're good for laundering, Putin's money, being fronts, for various faux charities or faux businesses, stuff like that. Uh, they run or have majority large stakes in various state businesses. In many instances, have their own private businesses, but of course you can't have these large businesses like this without Putin's say, and of course he gets a cut of all of these things. But yes, of course, that's definitely true. But at the same time, you know some of the idea, though, that some of these various people could potentially be supporting him because maybe they see him as somebody who might um, might uh, be a political player, right? And so perhaps they don't like the situation that they're in right now, right? Because they see themselves or perceive themselves as having less power than perhaps they would prefer to have, right? So it's something that I've talked about before as far as winning coalitions, right? So the alternative to Putin being, in this instance, say Prigozhin, and when people defect, people would defect to say the alternative if the alternative person is one, they believe that person is viable, and two, perhaps if that alternative promises these people within this potential winning coalition um, goodies, right? And perhaps maybe Prigozhin would say, "Hey, I will not take as big of a cut." Or, I'll give you some position in, my government or something like this, right? And so those kinds of incentives to people like various oligarchs or whatever, that they might want to throw their name behind somebody like Prigozhin in a situation like that, if that makes sense. So that's why I would say that it would make sense for people like that to throw their weight behind him. And it is suspected that at least one or perhaps two or three of them may have done something like that. And again, why would they do it? Because they would have perhaps gained something from it. But obviously, whoever these people were got cold feet on the march to Moscow. Why they got cold feet, nobody knows. And if anybody says they know, they're lying, because really nobody knows.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's another question I had for those guys. Is it was obvious to me anyway that as he was going to Moscow, he thought he had support from other people, either in the security community, in the military, or somewhere, that there was going to be much more support, and that it wasn't just going to be him trying to take Moscow. It was going to be him coming in, but there'd be a whole lot of other people who would be supporting him, and they were no shows by the time he got 60, 80 miles from Moscow, something like that. And I will listen to it, let others speak.
Yeah, it's an amazing situation. I don't know if we ever really understand it, but Bearded has been trying for ages to get up. So let's go to Bearded next, and then we're going to go to Chris and then Rex. Bearded, it's your turn finally. You there?
Hello, everybody. Aloha.
Aloha, Bearded.
3 hours to get to talk. Must be popular. For 1 minute, I thought we were a rolling 24-hour news channel, because at 12 o'clock my time, we were talking about Russians dying in Russia on a Russian aircraft, maybe shot by Russia. And then I come back a bit later, and we're talking about global thermonuclear war. It seems to be people have got their panties in a knot. And what do we actually know? Some Russians died in Russia, maybe at the hands of Russians. We're 4 or 5 hours into an incident. I just urge people, just calm down. Let's see what happens. And that's all I wanted to say for the last 3 hours. Thank you.
Why, thank you, Buddha. That you showed a lot of fortitude in waiting to let us know that. Much appreciated. We'll try to calm down now. Okay, Chris, next.
Hi, thanks everybody for hosting and for letting me speak. I was gonna make a different point, but I'll make that second here real quick. But I guess the first point I'll make is that's more kind of directly on topic and relevant. So thinking prior to this, or prior to the coup, what was it, a month ago or 2 months ago? Prior to that, thinking of who would have been, say, within the chain of command that could have alerted Prigozhin that something was up. Uh, what comes to mind is Sorokin. Even though he probably wasn't near as involved as what Putin probably thinks, or is, kind of paranoidly believes he was involved in the coup. It seems like Sorokin maybe was on the fence and just he wasn't sure, but that if something like Putin making a move on Prigozhin was happening, and say Putin told the air defense team as part of the air defense battery, hey, shoot down Prigozhin's plane, and they were to talk, say, to their superior officer who would relay that to, somehow Sorokin would have caught wind of that, he probably would have told Prigozhin. He may not, again, he probably wasn't near as involved as Putin thought in that coup, but it seems like he would have been the weak link that would have probably ratted Putin out if he had made a move on Prigozhin using the air defense battery like he did. That's just what comes to mind in terms of what was significant about the purge as part of the coup that led to this directly. The other thing was what I was going to make. The point I was originally going to make was it's a point I've been meaning to kind of wait for the right opportunity to bring up, and I was the previous topic about women serving in the military. One thing I think that is kind of we talk about how Russia has co-opted a lot of Ukraine's achievements and brightest minds and highest achievers as their own when they were in fact Ukrainian. So Ludmila Pavlichenko, she was the Soviet sniper that was renowned during the Second World War against the Nazis. She was actually born in Odessa. She went to the University of Kiev. And what gets kind of lost is that she is talked about as a Soviet sniper, but if you watch the propaganda film that's on Netflix right now, which from my understanding was Putin's response to American Sniper, it's called The Battle of Sevastopol, and it's about Ludmila Pavlichenko. It would be a good movie, to be honest. The production was really good if it weren't a propaganda film for Putin. And I saw it before the invasion occurred, but and then two, I hope at some point Hollywood does give Ludmila Pavlichenko her the rightful credit, the rightful cred as a Ukrainian sniper, because that's really what she was. And you think of the Enemy at the Gates with Vasily Zaitsev, and all the the escapades that and his accomplishments that he made against the Nazis. He killed 200 Nazis, whereas Ludmila Pavlichenko killed 307. And so that was over 100 more Nazis that Ludmila killed as a Ukrainian sniper than the famed Vasily Zaitsev that is the feature of a Hollywood film. So I hope at some point Hollywood does kind of set the record straight and portray her as a Ukrainian sniper, because that movie on Netflix right now, it doesn't really make any mention of her being Ukrainian. It only talks about her being Soviet and kind of gives the impression that she's Russian, and she's not. Anyway, I just thought I'd add that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, that's unfortunately that happens a lot. Hopefully, one of the good things that may come out of this war is people will finally understand that Ukrainians are not Russians. So we can hope. Okay, let's go to Rex and then to Curry.
Hey, so sorry, this goes back to I joined the conversation around the upcoming election and getting equipment in. So it sounds like we're way past that, and so I'm happy to just drop down. But that was that's where I was looking, and I really appreciate Alan and Dr. Nick's comments around the statesmanship and everything else. But again, if we're past it, then
I think if you have something you want to share, I don't see any reason why not.
Okay. Well, yeah. So real quick, I think Alan had a great point about Biden being a good statesman and being, reaching across the aisle. I like Dr. Nick's comments around, how Americans kind of prioritize what's important to them in an election. Whether it's schools, the economy, women's rights. So I thought that was spot on. And then, Alan really kind of answered, what was I think the question at the time. And my question is, he's got this war room of generals, and some people are like, right away, send everything right now, well, let's just crush them, and other people that are, maybe, playing their cards closer to the vest for whatever reason. I guess my question comes down to like two basic things: is what about just pride and greed? And I say pride, like as Americans, like going into election, why not be the president that has delivered? And I was born in 1980, so I had that like kind of sense of, you grow up, you watch Hollywood movies, and it was us versus the Russians, Rocky, everything else. So what about just the pride of like, hey, we went in, we helped Ukraine, we gave them everything they needed. It was a coalition, it was international, and guys, we took out Russia. Like there's pride in that win, right? I mean, everyone wants to be a winner. They want first place. And then the second part of that is, and I think there's a greed component too, right? I understand like there's kind of this juxtaposition between, this war really isn't costing us a lot of money. It's probably saving us some money in some respects, because the equipment that we're donating, from my understanding, I could be wrong, I'm not a military guy, a lot of that stuff we were going to have to pay to decommission, or we were selling it for a penny, whatever it is. So it's really not costing us a lot of money, but there is some greed. And I don't know if I think it was Dr. Nick, she was talking about like, well, what if Raytheon's in your backyard and they're gearing up, and I live in the Midwest and Garmin is nearby, and like, what if we want the war machine to kind of kick up a little bit more, to be able to test our equipment, to sell some stuff, to get some tax revenue back in, certain districts. Maybe that's like, would that help? And then kind of that third piece. So we've got pride and greed, and like, what does Wall Street think? Wall Street likes deadlock in the American government. They like, a Republican president and a Democratic Congress, or vice versa. Like they don't want the change of pace to be too fast when you've got parties controlling, Congress and White House. And so I'm wondering, like, what does Wall Street think about? Should we smack these guys even faster, give them more equipment, or just kind of let it play out? And I'll pause there. And I don't know where I'm going, but that was just kind of my thoughts.
Yeah, there's some interesting questions. I don't know, Alan, do you have any concept of what's going on with Wall Street? I have not been paying attention to domestic news, I have to admit.
Yeah, it's some really interesting thoughts there, Rex. I don't think Wall Street actually cares a damn, unless you're a broker pushing Lockheed Martin and Boeing, various other defense businesses and stocks, and they are going to do well, but they're not going to do well only because of Ukraine. They're going to do well because the United States has woken up to the fact that it needs to once again rebuild stocks. You would think that the United States would be able to do this with a nearly $1 trillion defense budget. But trust me, in 2024, the defense budget of the United States will be more than $1 trillion. And we happen to be living through a time when it's actually needed, because that kind of budget is able to prepare the United States for potentially what is coming. And so I don't think Wall Street doesn't give an opinion, Rex. Wall Street makes money. That's what Wall Street does. Hopefully, sometimes Wall Street makes money for more Americans than fewer Americans, for pension funds, for individuals with 529 funds to put their children through college and 401ks to retire, etc. But anyway, I just don't think Wall Street has an opinion. I don't know. What do you think, Robin, Dr. Nick, or Rex? Back to you.
Well, as I said, I don't have an opinion only because I really have not been paying attention to domestic news. Rex, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I was shaking my head yes and agreeing with Alan as he was talking, and it dawned on me that it goes beyond Ukraine to, I mean, you've got China, you've got North South Korea, you've got a lot of other conflicts, and so Wall Street is probably betting long on Raytheon and Lockheed, and maybe they don't care so much again because we're donating a lot of surplus equipment. But I guess we're still creating artillery shells. So anyway, I appreciate your comments, and I'll that I'm good. Thank you. Oh, and happy 101st birthday, Daryl. I'm kind of kidding, but happy birthday, Daryl.
Okay, let's go to Curry.
Wow, I really love this space for so many reasons. I mean, you have so many very well-versed, educated or informative people who are involved in different areas of expertise, be it kit or in politics and so on. What kind of caught my well, we were speaking about what the hell happened to Prigozhin, and so it sort of brought me back to a little bit of some of the stories that were written by Le Carre about Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and in some of those spy areas and who was involved with who. This is a side comment in a way. I'm kind of wondering. I heard the stories that and read the stories by John Le Carre about Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and that whole era. And it became a series here on PBS, and I'm kind of curious about what will the stories be, say another 10 or 15 years from now, that will be on PBS, talking about Prigozhin and so on, and the whole intricacy. As far as Russia is concerned right now, and their consolidation of power, I guess. Well, it certainly is a mystery to me. I'm not an expert or even not that I haven't paid attention, but I'm just like, wow, what's going to happen? What I thought about with some of, first of all, I want to thank Maria this platform. I'm a fairly well educated person, and I'm fairly well informed. But listening to the various speakers throughout the day, I'm a retired person, so I have some of that luxury from time to time, except for doing normal duties. You have provided with me quite an education. I'm just sort of a information addict, to be honest with you, and going back to World War II, because I have friends who are German. My Finnish relatives fought in the Finnish-American War, and so I've always been a collector of, memories, to be honest with you. And so what I was thinking about, as far as people, one of the older books I got republished recently was a book by Milton Meyer called "They Thought They Were Free: The Germans, 1933 to 1945." And I've been reading through it. It's been republished and is available on the Chicago Press. You guys here on MriyaReport, with your wonderful effort, and I support it. I'm a contributor, and sometimes. Well, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. At any case, thank you, MriyaReport. I really appreciate Alex and those, and the fact that you give me a little bit of a space on this worldwide network. And I'm just living in Duluth, Minnesota, but I can't sit idly by. I mean, I contribute to Maria Aid, and I've contributed to various pushes that you have highlighted. And I come from a fairly left background, and I'm frankly disappointed in some of my far left friends who are compatriots and friends, and they bought into some other rhetoric. As I've mentioned before here on this report, my parents were older when I was born, but they grew up in the Depression and were young people at the beginning of World War II. I don't know. I'm just a Roosevelt progressive Democrat. That's just the way it is. Roosevelt was able to, sort of steer through the shoals and things and get some aid to England when they needed it, and then we became part of it. Alex has said, I think previously, this is our 1939 moment, and I agree with you, Alex. And so I can't stand by idly. And I don't think if you have a good heart and if you listen to the facts, that you can stand by idly too. For him, and I do appreciate it. And so I want to, and I think about the stories written by Jean Le Carre about Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy that came out 20 or 30 years later. I might not be here in another 20 years if but I think there are going to be novels written and read, but the fact of the matter is, here we're at this I won't say crucible, but a defining moment for us. And so I truly appreciate you all and MriyaReport. I really do. So that's what I want to say. God bless you all, and Slava Ukraine.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you so much, Curry. Thank you for coming up. We always appreciate your thoughts. I agree with you. I think I had thought more about biographies and Budanov telling us what was going on underneath everything and all the secret stuff afterwards. But it's also true. This could be another boon for novel writing, like the Soviet Union was. I don't miss the Soviet Union at all, but I do miss some of those great stories, as your Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and things like that. How about you, Alan?
I love John Le Carre. Not just Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, but he was a superb writer. He and Graham Greene, for example, really raised the quality of writing of spy novels, and in much the same way, I'm trying to think of my very favorite John Le Carre book. Although I love Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, the whole series there, but Le Carre also wrote from his own background, not only as a member of the British Intelligence Service, he was a spy, but also um, from his own bringing up, his own father, who was apparently a bit of a grifter. So he's an excellent writer, excellent author. The books are riveting, and the BBC series with Alec Guinness as George Smiley is a must watch.
Yeah, I love those. I love that series. It was really something. Alan, I see we've got about 9 minutes before we were supposed to hand over to our next co-host. I found a beautiful poem recently, and I wondered if it might be a good time to share that with all of you.
I love the poetry you find, Robin, and this is a great time to share it.
Okay, this is a more modern one. This is by a writer named Mariana Savka. She's a contemporary writer from the Ternopil Oblast. And this is a poem that she wrote 1 month after the invasion, the most recent invasion. And to give you a little context, this was before a little bit before Orthodox Easter, so you'll hear some references to that there. But anyway, this is 1 month into the war. Here lies the Lord, slain in a coffin. The resurrection, it seems, is off schedule. He was a volunteer in the last, most terrible war. Drove around the city, so calm, unarmored. Delivered bread through the hellish traffic. Told those around him, don't live in anger. After all, even a horrible criminal has a chance of repenting. But the sun was setting over the city, behind the hills, black ridges, and the buildings were burning like dry masts, and the fight between the light and the dark might last a while. He was struck down by a fragment of a missile to the chest. Beside him lay 12 others, a child among them. A good 50 people quickly surrounded them, and they said, Herod spares no one, not even the kids. But they soon left because it was already curfew. Here lies the Lord. He was kind. He divided the bread. He came from somewhere, from Izium, from Bucha, from Popusna. He's lying in a coffin. We're awaiting the wonder of wonders. He asked us not to kill. He walked here among us. He will rise again, casting off his cross and vulnerability. He will rise again and will join our ranks, desperate, brave, familiar, alive.
Wow. Robin, amazing. I am so impressed you find this Ukrainian writing to share with all of us. And you have to send me a DM with the link with that translation so I can have it. And we're going to read it again.
Yes, I will do that. I'm hoping to find the original. Maybe we can get Boris or War Dog or someone to read the original, because I'm sure it's beautiful. I haven't found it yet. I've only found the translation. But yeah, you can feel what Ukraine is going through in the poem.
Completely. I'd actually like you to read it one more time. Can you do that?
Okay, sure. Here lies the Lord, slain in a coffin. The resurrection, it seems, is off schedule. He was a volunteer in the last, most terrible war. Drove around the city so calm, unarmored. Delivered bread through the hellish traffic. Told those around him, don't live in anger. After all, a horrible criminal, even a horrible criminal, has a chance of repenting. But the sun was setting over the city, behind the hill's black ridges, and the buildings were burning like dry masts, and the fight between the light and the dark might last a while. He was struck down by a fragment of a missile to the chest. Beside him lay 12 others, a child among them. A good 50 people quickly surrounded them, and they said, Herods spare no one, not even kids. But they soon left because it was already curfew. Here lies the Lord. He was kind. He divided the bread. He came from somewhere, from Izium, from Bucha, from Popasna. He's lying in a coffin. We're awaiting the wonder of wonders. He asked us not to kill. He walked here among us. He will rise again, casting off his cross and vulnerability. He will rise again and will join our ranks, desperate, brave, familiar, alive. That was written April 23rd, 2022.
I think that poem says everything that Ukraine is going through. A stunningly beautiful and moving poem. Robin, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I never really read much poetry until recently, and I find it, very, it cuts to your heart the way prose doesn't always.
That's what poets do. That's what poets do. And I think that's what Ukrainian poets do, especially right now. They distill the Ukrainian experience. And I think in this poem in particular, we can all connect with it. This poet makes the Ukrainian experience accessible to each and every one of us. It is a fight between light and dark. And I ask all of you to help MriyaReport fight for the light. You can do that by going to MriyaReport, MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, and your contribution will fight for the light.
You know, Alan, you saying that is reminding me that President Zelensky, during the first days of the war, made that exact reference that it was light against darkness, and it's so true. Just so people know, I just want to repeat the poet's name, Mariana Savka, Savka, and I know she's published. I know there are collections of hers in English. So.
Thank you, Robin. You know, this makes me think, although we're going to read some pretty serious books on the MriyaReport book club starting next Sunday night, every once in a while, or maybe every Sunday night, we should take a moment to read some Ukrainian poetry that you find. I mean, you are becoming a source of new poetry for me, and I really appreciate it. But there's no reason why, after reading a book by Timothy Snyder or Sergei Plohi, we can't take a moment and read a poem and talk about it and feel it, because that's what poetry is. Poetry is like music. When you go to a live concert, whatever kind of music you like, the vibrations of the instruments vibrate through your soul. Well, when you read a poem out loud, it does the same thing, and especially poems like the kind Robin finds.
Thank you, Alan. I have. It's been a real. I'm learning a lot from it too. It's opened my eyes. You know, Alan, you and I are supposed to be out of here, but why don't we have two? We have two hands. Why don't we take those two hands and then we can say our goodbyes for the evening? I think it was Karen first, and then I. Oh, it is Heimar's time. I like that. Okay, Karen, over to you.
Well, I was busy starting my laundry, and I came back, and there I was up on the speakers panel. So anyway, that was a lovely, lovely poem, and I appreciate you sharing it. But what I want, I'm going to make a couple brief points because there are still quite a few people that want to come up to the speakers panel. And one of them is that I would wish somebody would put together, somebody knowledgeable, would put together a timeline of events from when the first reports came in, when, you know, that a plane belonging to Prigozhin had been shot, and then the story began to develop. At what point did a Western intelligence source confirm that Prigozhin was dead? And I am saying this, and I don't want to sound like some kind of weirdo, but the thing is, for a while, you know, everything was coming out of Russian government sources and Russian media. And then I was reading it from Western sources, you know. But the thing is, I know we can't just walk up to Mr. Burns of the CIA and ask him when did they know and how did they know. But as much as we can, I would like to see some more confirmation that Prigozhin has probably been murdered. And because, you know, everything about events has been nuts. Not, you know, and it wouldn't be, you know, if Prigozhin were to pop up somewhere, Putin would be, oh gosh, Putin would be just apoplectic. He would be so embarrassed. It would just be crazy. But now I doubt if that will happen. I think he's dead. But could we create a timeline of events and, to the best of our ability, list some sources that have verified this? Now, there was also a mention of a possibility of a bomb rather than a missile. But if you go to, what am I looking at? Just a second. Let me go to Flight Radar 24. Says that its data showed the flight leveling off at 28,000 feet and made some slight altitude adjustments. The last minute of available data shows the plane making erratic climbs and descents, at one point climbed above 30,000 feet. That sounds like maybe a little bit of desperate evasion. Of course, I'm not a pilot. I don't know. I'm just a little old lady. And if somebody else could comment on that, but that, you know, to me,
Honestly,
that, okay.
honestly, Karen, I was going to say you know a lot more about this than I do already. Why don't you work on that? It's you know, we're in the fog of war sort of at this point, and it sounds like you've got the good beginnings of a timeline. You could
Okay,
see
well,
what you could do with that. It would be great.
go to flightradar.24. Flight Radar 24. That has a lot of good information, you know. But the thing is, what I don't know is how much of the information is coming from Western intelligence. And that's something that I would have no clue whatsoever. And it's something I wish I could have asked Chuck Fair, but understandably, he just didn't have time. And maybe somebody here has some comments on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I have a feeling that we're all just going to have to be patient for a couple of weeks. I mean, I would love to see DNA evidence that actually was Prigozhin in the plane. I mean, I'm not 100% sure I want to believe it. I mean, I want to believe it, but I'm not 100% sure I do. Anyway, let's go over to It's Heimar's time, and then Alan and I are going to get out of here. Hi, It's Heimar's time.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so pick up right where she left off. So a missile or shoulder-launched rocket, something takes down the plane. It's kind of high, 28,000 feet. I don't think a shoulder-launched rocket could hit that high. But you know, the thought occurred to me: look at the 50,000 foot level. Look straight down. This is very close to where they took the 5 bombers out the other day. Is it not?
Oh, that I don't know. Alan, do you have any idea about that?
I think it's relatively close, but I'm also certain it's just not connected in any way.
Yeah, just a thought. Ukrainian partisans maybe have some sort of missile there. You know, they're just playing around, just like they did on the airbase. Who knows?
That sounds. I mean, I'd love to think they could do it, but it does sound unlikely. I mean, it's one thing to have drones inside of Ukraine, but to have a missile that doesn't sound possible, honestly.
Okay, so let's flip the script then. So Putin takes it down, and I will give him 72 hours because, you know, as Chuck says, it takes a long time to clean up from a psyop and to playing your next move. So, you know, in my mind, they're printing up all the recruitment posters right now with Prigozhin's name and picture on it. Going to distribute it in all the regions where he was, looked at as very highly, as equal or above Putin, and
Then 72 hours from now, after all that's done and the posters are starting to go up, he comes out and he says, "Oh, Prigozhin was actually one of my best friends, blah, 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 blah. And, it's for this reason and this reason only. I'm going to have to, start conscription again, and I need 1 million men overnight. Who's going to help me? So avenge Prigozhin's death." To me, this is, this has got Putin written all over it. So
One way or the other, I think you're right. It will take us a while to figure out exactly how his fingers are all into this. But yeah, I think that's pretty.
and he's going to show at that press conference, of course. Either a Ukrainian drone that flew to 28,000 feet, or missile fragments from a Ukrainian missile, and say they shot him down. I need 1 million men to go get revenge on Ukraine for hurting my buddy Prigozhin. I just laugh every time I think about this. But it sounds crazy, but it's something as stupid as Putin would think to do.
Alan, I just remembered. I know what happened. It was the Jewish space laser.
Yes. Anyway, I'm going to drop down. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Come back anytime.
Will do.
Thank you. It's HIMARS. Yes, Robin. What else could it have been? A Jewish space laser, of course. I can't believe that hasn't even been mentioned here tonight.
I don't know. We're really slow. Anyway, with that, Alan, I think we have to have our little half a second of Ukrainian. Then you and I have to get out of here. So it was Ukrainian Independence Day, 32 days of a free and sovereign Ukraine. May she live
32 years, Robin.
Yep, may she live to 1,000. And so I'm going to say Z Dnem Nezalezhnosti.
Z Dnem Nezalezhnosti.
Very nice. Okay, and okay. So who's going to drop down first? I'll leave it up to you, Alan.
Well, okay. Let's flip a coin. So here's what we'll do, Robin. I do have a coin in my pocket. So heads, I win. Tails, you lose. How's that?
Exactly. Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, I'll drop down first. I know Primus and Heather are here, eager to come up. Thank you so much. Really looking forward to this coming Sunday night. It will be the inaugural edition of the Maria Report Book Club. We'll get some information out here on Maria Report. Oh, I'm going to say before Friday. Okay. And with that, thank you, Robin. Thank you all who listened and came up to speak. Thank you all who promoted yourself from listener or speaker to donor by going to MriyaReport.org, tapping on the donate button to celebrate Ukraine Independence Day. Good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you, Alan. It's been a pleasure, as always. I just wanted to mention to people will be wondering, we are going to be discussing Timothy Snyder's very small, almost booklet book called On Tyranny on Sunday. We're going to start it. I'm not sure we'll be getting through the whole thing, but we are definitely going to start going through the very important book on how democratic countries can ensure that they don't slip down the slippery slope to tyranny. So that will be what we're going to start discussing. After that, we're hoping to work on some different books in dealing with the current genocidal invasion into Ukraine. The next one is by Serhiy Plokhy, who is a wonderful writer, professor at Harvard, called the Russo-Ukrainian War. It's a book I've read. I'm going to read it again before we discuss it. Whether you want to come to the book club and discuss the book or not, I highly recommend this book. If you read only one book on the present situation, it'll give you a lot of perspective on it. He's a historian. He's a passionately involved historian. He's Ukrainian himself, obviously, but he does his best to try to write this passionately, although the passion comes through in every word. It's an incredible book. So I highly recommend reading it, and we'd love to have you join us at the book club. Prince Heather, so nice to see you. Welcome.
Did something happen today?
Nah, same old, same old. Putin's doing in his hench people.
Yes, well, that's somebody came up and this bearded Brit came up and said, Russians killing Russians. To me, that's about the same as every other day, as much as we see them killing each other at will along the front lines.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
that
exactly.
happens on a regular basis too. So it's another day of Russians killing Russians. This was just a variation on it.
Although this is, I think, what they call a public service murder. Some people are much better off for the world is much better off when they're dead, and this is definitely a case like that.
I don't disagree with that. The only thing that would have been better is if somehow a sledgehammer may have been involved, swooping out of the sky and just, sledgehammering the plane in half, because that would have just been appropriate, as we've seen some pretty awful things from Prigozhin and his people. My only thing that I sort of regret is that I don't get to see him rot in prison for the rest of his life.
Yes, that is my regret too, but I'll take this either way, and hopefully we'll still get to see Putin rot for many years. And with that, on that cheery note, I'm going to say good night. I'm looking forward to hearing what you and Primus get up to in the next few hours. As Alan said, did we have a roller coaster of a session tonight. Leif Parnas was here for a long time. A whole bunch of other people. I don't even remember all of them. It was really amazing. I hope it continues with you've got some good people waiting, I see, so it will continue with you too. Thank you, everyone who came up to speak. Thank you, Alan. It's such a pleasure to co-host with you. If you're listening still, thank you, everyone who came up to speak. Thank you, everyone who's come to listen. Thank you very much, everyone who has been moved to donate to MriyaReport to really put something concrete into helping Ukraine get through this situation and get back to being a peaceful, prosperous country again. And with that, I will say good night. Z Dnem Nezalezhnosti. Dnem Nezalezhnosti. Try that again. Happy Independence Day and Slava Ukraini.
Here I'm Slava Robin. We will see you tomorrow, I am sure. We will see what happens tomorrow, because one day after the next, we just keep learning more things. And while I wait for Primus to come up, go ahead, Marcus. Marcus?
Oh my God, I didn't turn my mic on. Sorry. I just wanted to say that it's official. Putin did kill a Nazi.
Hey, he finally got one.
Yeah.
I'm very, I think that is a major accomplishment. Actually, I think Putin might have gotten a couple of Nazis because, well, I don't know. Anyway.
You know it's bad when your file photo for this guy was killed today is you without a shirt on and SS tattoos on your neck. Yikes.
Yeah, I know. And that is sort of a bonus point. I think there were a few bonus points on that airplane, and it doesn't really make me sad, and I'm okay with that. So, good evening, Primus. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's been an interesting day in the news. I was looking forward to Prigozhin rotting away in prison. If not that, rotting in the ground, but apparently not even that because he's just cremated. So, it's a tragic day for all the Wagner Group supporters in Russia, in the U.S., like Jackson Hinkle and those kinds of people. On there who seemed very despondent. There was a Spanish woman who's been supporting Russia, and she's usually all made up and looking really good or whatever. Supporting Putin and supporting Wagner Group and so on. And she looked very off her game today. I thought that was hilarious. Very upset about that. But yes, Prigozhin be dead. Dmitry Utkin, Utkin, whatever his name is also dead, along with several other people as part of the Wagner command team, such as it is. So, well, it's not anymore. It's past tense. So they're all gone. I know there's a lot of theories about what happened on here. Is like, was it really a Prigozhin body double? It's like, well, if it was just Prigozhin alone, I could see that maybe, as being a question. But I mean, why would you have a body double plus, the senior leadership of Wagner all on the same plane? I would think they know something's up when the boss doesn't get on the plane and his body double does. Yeah, so that's interesting. There was another plane apparently flying along with him that circled around later and landed at a military airport. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting few days in Russia. So, and I wish them well because, left or right, when it comes to this war, I just vote for chaos when it comes for the Russians. So, I'm happy to see this. So, also made my show prep a lot easier today. So that was good. So I just have Prigozhin be dead on my notebook. So yeah, that's and what are the implications of that? So what are your thoughts on the implications of everything tonight, Prince Heather?
Well, I'm not surprised. I think that 2 months to the day after the attempted coup is a perfect time. I think that it was a bonus to take some extras out. I am, happy to see it. I would like to see some more confirmation, but I believe with some of the reporting that I've seen from places like the Financial Times, and I have read, some different things such as that do give me a fairly. I'm feeling fairly confident that that Prigozhin is no longer with us, and it does not break my heart. I bet you Stephen has opinions. I don't know if I've heard Stephen on the space today as I've been listening.
Well, let's rectify that. Stephen, go ahead.
Many thanks. Sorry. And also, yes, you will hear that I have been drinking happily today. Yeah, because a lot of very bad people died today. Sorry. So yeah, we were talking about Prigozhin and whether or not he was on the aircraft. Of course, I, like many others, like anybody who has a brain, questioned whether he was really on the aircraft, whether this was Maskarovka, whatever else. I'm now convinced that was not the case. I think he is dead. Maybe the others are dead along with him. The really interesting figure is Dmitry Utkin. Frankly, he is a much more frightening character, and also a much more pivotal character in some ways than is Prigozhin. Prigozhin is not a military guy. He's a player who made his way up in the ranks of the Russian political elite. And formed what he formed, I guess. So it's just a veneer. The question is what is happening underneath, specifically with regard to the ranks of the Russian elite forces. Now, when I say that, of course, Wagner is not synonymous in any way with the Russian elite forces, but it is associated and quite integrated. And if they, well, if they,
Yeah, I mean,
if they really killed Utkin, not only would I applaud that significantly myself, but I think that the blowback on that will be very significant. That is a serious miscalculation. And also, a lot of people have been wondering, and I have myself, of course, we've all been scrambling to understand this. I've misunderstood it 20 times already today. But I will say this here now, that if Utkin was on that plane, I would say the reason that Prigozhin got on that plane was because Utkin was on it. And I would also say that that was a fundamental mistake. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can definitely classify that as a mistake in retrospect. Hindsight is 2020, for sure.
I do ponder that if Prigozhin had the chance at this moment, he may question his decisions of the day.
I think he questioned his decisions to not keep driving to Moscow. Of course, he wasn't really the one going to Moscow. It was Utkin who was leading that column. Prigozhin stayed back in Rostov-on-Don and was taking pictures with people and meeting with people and that kind of thing, trying to drum up support or whatever the heck it was he was doing down there. So, yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't, if we hear 6 months or a year from now, somehow, Prigozhin is still alive, I wouldn't be incredibly shocked by that. I would be impressed, but the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing people he didn't exist, and that would be kind of what Prigozhin would be doing if he somehow lived through this, but or wasn't actually on the plane, or who knows what. I mean, there's going to be conspiracy theories about this for years, but the reality is, almost certainly the guy is dead. It was planned. The Russians, kind of immediately started taking actions in terms of sending a couple planes to Belarus to round up some of these Wagner guys. And, it seemed like the government was well prepared for it, that kind of thing. So I guess the thing that kind of surprises me the most is he didn't see this coming. I really wonder what Putin or someone told him to even get him on that plane, that he'd feel safe doing that. I mean, honestly, I figured he was out of it. I wouldn't say scot-free, but I figured life was just going to go on. Because he had enough power and utility to maybe get away with it, and so long as he could go down to Africa and continue to pursue Russian interests down there. Maybe not let bygones be bygones, but it's something. It was a solution everyone could live with. But someone asked Putin years ago. If he could forgive, and he said yes, but what's something you can't forgive? And his response was betrayal. So, pretty sure he's dead on here. I'm pretty sure Utkin is dead. Because he was kind of a military commander. He fought in Chechnya and all these places on there. So yeah, I mean, he's certainly a bad soul. Probably one of the worst guys in Wagner. from our perspective, but it's full of a whole bunch of monsters and trolls out there. So I hope they all meet equivalent fates. What's going to be interesting now is to see what happens, because I feel like Prigozhin being alive and Wagner still being around was kind of staying Putin's hand. So, this could either be, Putin's establishing himself as the strongman again, and, things are, he's righted the ship and regained his gravitas, that kind of thing, or, it's going to be the start of purges. It's going to be a start of, retribution, because, once the knife is drawn, it hungers for blood, and the knife is out. So we'll see what happens. Again, I'm all aboard Team Chaos on this one. So let's see what happens. Let's see. We got a few hands here. Mirka, go ahead. Mirka, can you hear me?
Oh,
Prince
I'm
Ever,
sorry.
can
Can you
anyone
hear
hear me?
me?
Oh, yes,
Oh
I
my
can hear you.
gosh, I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get on for about an hour and a half. The greatest conversations tonight with Alan and Dr. Nick and Robin and everybody. And I was trying to get on. I had technical difficulties. And by the time I have, I have something to say, the topic has already been done to death and they've moved on. And one of the topics that came up earlier was, was people were concerned about Putin as a psychopath, and that, psychopaths feel they have nothing to lose. They're just going to detonate, the world. They're going to take everyone down with them. And I have experience. I was a forensic social worker in a maximum security unit in Canada working with psychopaths. And so I have experience with them and working with Robert Hare's psychopathy scale and doing assessments. And so I don't understand I'm not a military expert or military adjacent, but I do understand psychopathy. And so since the beginning of this war, Putin is just like basically every client I've had to deal with, and I've come face to face with. And so I wanted to reassure the people who were listening earlier. No, he's not going to take the world down with him. Psychopaths are a small minority who are suicidal, but they are largely self-preservationists and are going to take care of themselves. They do not want to die. And they, operate, very much, like the mafia. And so, yeah, while they are crazy, while people think, wow, that's so crazy, they are very, very motivated and very astute and conniving and smart in many ways. But it's their arrogance that's their downfall. And Putin is incredibly arrogant, and so was Prigozhin. And I think that was his downfall, and I think that's part of the reason. This is just a amateur opinion. Like I said, I'm not military. I don't have all the information, but just from the psychopathy standpoint, the only way he could trust Putin, and I think Dr. Nick, spoke to it and very eloquently. The kind of things he could have smooth talked him into, because psychopaths all have these codes, and they can outwit each other, but Prigozhin was arrogant. He was known to be arrogant. And I think he thought that in some way he could somehow outsmart Putin. And I think that, taking down Prigozhin's plane was a message to the oligarchs, the elite in Russia, who are also flying around the world. Like, if we can take him down, nobody is safe. You're not safe. That's a message to everybody now. Anyway, yeah, I had more to say, but now I'm just so brain tired that I forgot half of what I had to say. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But I do know that, like, Putin himself is afraid of flying. and he'll take trains whenever possible. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the psychopathy of Putin is something people are going to be writing books about for a long time. You're trying to figure out this guy. I know, was it back in, during the Bush administration, I mean, but well, how was he putting George Bush, met him and, shook his hand and, looked into his eyes and, saw his soul was supposed to how the quote went. It's a little different than that on there, but I mean, they had a fairly positive relationship. And, kind of the heart of that was dealing with, Islamic extremism, dealing with Al Qaeda and so on. And apparently after 9/11, Russians were one of the first to call us. And, basically the gist of it was, so now you understand what we're going through. Right. And, they kind of bonded over that. But later, when Obama met him, he kind of ripped out. It's like, well, what did you see when you looked into Putin's eyes? And he said, I saw three things: KGB, which I think is accurate. And then where did it go here? Yeah, Biden met him, and when he was vice president, and he said, well, when Biden was vice president, and Putin was masquerading as the prime minister instead of the president of Russia, when he let Dmitry Medvedev have the keys for a few years. And Biden said, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm looking into your eyes, and I don't think you have the soul. And Putin, basically said, and I looked back, and he looked back at me, and he smiled and said, we understand one another. So, I think that says a lot. I think Biden at least is under no illusion about who he is. I mean, say what you will about everything else he's done, positive, negative, all that. That's not the point. He basically has an idea of what this guy is. And I think that impression that he had of Biden, or Biden had of Putin, going back there, has kind of informed his actions, after the invasion, basically trying to help and contributing here. So, yeah, those are kind of my thoughts on that. And yeah, I don't think Putin has a soul. I don't think Wagner, what's his name? Prigozhin had a soul either. If he did, it's somewhere else right now. So,
yeah. And they have spidey senses in terms of, they can sense the weakness in somebody, and so you just don't engage in a way. You don't show your fear. One, you stand up to them. I had a personal experience with a psychopathic patient who came into my office, and he had to sign some legal documents, and we were not supposed to give them pens. And I made that mistake, grave mistake. I was very early on my social work. We were alone in my office, and I gave him the pen to sign a legal document. He took the pen in his hand. He looked at the pen very slowly. He twirled it around very suggestively and looked at me very pointedly, like, you just gave me a pen. I could just stab you. And I was terrified, but I did not show my fear. I don't know what it was. I didn't at all. And he didn't do anything. He signed the papers. He was a very violent person who ended up in jail afterwards for hurting somebody badly. There's no bartering with them. There's no bargaining. They're very seductive and charming, and you just can't. You have to stand up to them. You have to stand up to them, not in a threat. Yeah, they can sense weakness in people. And so that's the main thing that the world needed to learn, because I was born in the former Czechoslovakia. My family moved to Canada because the Russians invaded my country. We had to leave. Some of my family members were imprisoned, lost their jobs. And so we came to Canada as refugees, and we were not allowed to communicate with family members in what became Slovakia. And a lot of my family members were very upset and resentful that we had left, and we left them behind and to suffer the consequences. And my father taught me at a very early age about the Russians and Russian propaganda. And he was offered a job. He was a lawyer, and he was a journalist as well. But he was offered a job, a very lucrative job, when the Russians came in. But he had to become a registered member of the Communist Party. He had to show allegiance and loyalty to the Russians, and he said, "I will not do it." And we left. And so I've known about the Russian propaganda for such a long time, and it was really upsetting for me, to see how long the rest of the Western world and North America, because this is something that I couldn't talk about to other Canadians. They would just think, conspiracy theories, we don't understand your perspective. And so I'm really happy. I'm happy now that people understand, and I'm happy that MriyaReport is putting this information out there. I've been listening since its inception, and I don't speak often, but I really appreciate all the speakers, and I just hope all the listeners come back time and time again. There are, different reports. The reports are different in the mornings and daytime, evening, but you're always going to get something incredibly meaningful and educational. And I do donate to MRIA or org, and I encourage everyone to do the same. And thank you so much for letting me speak, and I'm sorry that it's gone this long. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mirka. I appreciate your comments. And yeah, I don't really think people who don't have the experience of living under Soviet rule, fully understand what that is like. I mean, we don't really have in a civilized Western style democracies. I don't think we can fully appreciate what that was about there. And it really kind of underscores the fact that it's it was very much an imperialistic operation. To an extent inside the Soviet Union. And I say only to an extent because it had just been, the concrete had really set into that. That was just the system at that point because it had been going on so long. But in in Eastern Europe, if you wanted any sort of role or whatever, you needed to be part of the Communist Party. On some level, you needed to, accept, the Russian rule and whatever puppet government was in charge there. Because whatever it may look like, they ultimately still controlled who was in charge, and they didn't mind making a change, and they didn't mind invading people either. I'd say the biggest difference between, well, not the biggest, but certainly one of the bigger differences between NATO and the Warsaw Pact is that NATO existed to defend it, basically defend itself against the Soviet Union. The Warsaw Pact existed mainly to enable the Soviet Union to invade other members of the Warsaw Pact to keep them in line. Because that's all they ever did. They at some level or another they intervened almost everywhere. In every one of their member states. If they didn't actually do it, they certainly threatened it. And that threat, after seeing what happened in, Czechoslovakia, where they rolled tanks in, I mean, you think Tiananmen Square was bad? They did that to basically a whole country on there. So, I think any sort of organizers or anyone who wanted freedom or whatever, they just got to look at the situation. It's like, there's only so much you can do. And, that's why I think a lot of people fled because of the futility of trying to change the system. And they just, people want to live their lives and, just go about their life somewhere else that's not going to try to oppress or kill them for just wrong think on there. So, yeah, it was an awful place to live, and that's the system they want to bring back. And now they're not going to have the constraints of ideology. It's just straight up Russian nationalism. And yeah, good. Thankfully Ukraine has the wherewithal to stand up to it. But and once this war is over, I don't think they're going to hopefully not try again. They will have been fairly dissuaded from that proposition. But you still have all these other countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union, like Kazakhstan or Azerbaijan, that could be rolled back into it. It could be vulnerable, and have a lot of resources, particularly Azerbaijan, on there. So fortunately, they also have friends. So yeah, a couple thoughts on that, but yeah, I'm lucky that I have a bit of a perspective because I've also talked to people that kind of went through the situation your family did, Mirka. But I don't think a lot of people are fully equipped to understand what that is because they're just so detached from our reality. All right, Prince Ever, anything you want to add on to that?
No, I'm good. Other than I actually have a fond memory of Czechoslovakia, and in the portion that is now Slovakia, and it was still in 1989, while it was still under communist rule, and it was starting to lighten up a little bit, and you could see that it was going that direction. But I do have some very fond memories of getting locked out of a hotel there. That's about all I have to add. My night in Bratislava, a couple of nights in Bratislava. It's also where I saw the first bidet ever in my life, and the ceiling got wet trying to figure out what it was.
Right? Those things are confusing. I to this day, I don't thoroughly understand the concept of a European bidet and how I'm supposed to use that. On there,
I
so.
have a bidet now. I love my bidet, but that bidet was not the same kind of bidet as I have.
It really is one of the cultural differences. I was like, what is that? Fortunately, the thing I really liked about the Czech Republic when I was there is the beer, and just going around Prague and different institutions, and they had basically beer straight from the brewery. Oh my god, it was so much better. Have quite a fondness for Czech beer to this day. So I definitely want to get back to Prague. And some of the outlying areas are interesting, like the ossuary, which is basically a little temple underneath the earth there that's very Baroque in style, as in is completely decorated with bones. So that was disturbing in some level, but yeah, it's a good trip. Frank, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Primus. Actually, I had kind of put my hand down and I ran out of things to say, but I guess I will say a couple things. Stephen, don't worry. I think you're not the first person to have a toast to the toast today, and I'm sure there's many of us that are in the same boat as you. So, oh well. Yeah, I think it also, yeah, it remains to be seen how this plays out in terms of um, in terms of if it is a mistake on Putin's part. I mean, obviously, it was clearly a very public power move on his part to show to get everybody else in line. Yeah, I don't know enough about the internal workings if it's going to be that's going to backfire. If there's going to be enough Wagner troops that are loyal to Prigozhin and the other guy, about if they're going to want to rebel any further, or if now that their paymaster is dead, if they're going to have to just fall into line. I'm not sure the answer, so we'll have to see.
I think there's a lot yet to see, and a lot to be found out, and a lot to see what is going to happen tomorrow. And realistically, some of the responses that we've seen from Russia, as Jason was up talking about, all of the people like who were on National Guard and things such as that were recalled, or all vacations have been canceled, and basically the local military units have been put on high alert, National Guard, and things such as that. this possibility of Putin racing to the Kremlin tonight. So what is the response within Russia going to be? We do see a few small people laying flowers at memorials in different places. Interesting to see what will happen with the soldiers in Belarus. I've read a couple of different things. One is that there was a Russian cargo jet sent to evacuate them. Now, where they were going to take them, I'm not quite sure. And then I also read that there was a caravan of them in the vehicles trying to make their way to the Russian border. But the Belarusian military was trying to stop them, at which I sort of giggled, rolled my eyes, and moved on to the next story. Because, I'm not sure which ballet maneuver will stop a Wagner convoy of vehicles. So that's all a lot. There's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot to see where this goes, and it's going to take time to play out. And we don't have crystal balls, and well, I might have a magic 8-ball around, but I don't think it's going to give me the right answer. So I guess we're just left to wait. And I'm not one for calling the 1-800 psychic numbers just to see if I can figure it out either. I don't have money to spend on that. If I had money to spend on something, I would donate it to MriyaReport. Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, I don't really see the Belarusian guards trying to stop a Wagner column that has a grudge to settle. If they did, I think the only thing they'd really say is like, hey guys, you're going the wrong way. Minsk is to the west. So I think that would be about all they'd really say to try to stop those guys. But the reality is Wagner has been broken up and kind of distributed. They took away their heavy weapons, their aircraft that they had, and missiles, and they were basically became a kind of reverted back to being kind of a light infantry kind of unit thing again. So unless they commandeer things, I don't see them being a particular threat. But as a large group, a march to Moscow kind of thing, I don't think they have the wherewithal of that. But there's still a lot of people that were in Wagner or had been in Wagner that cells of people that might still cause some problems. I'm kind of curious how some of the the Russian military is going to react to an extent, and how some of the Russian soldiers are going to react, because I think from their perspective, a lot of what Prigozhin was doing is just trying to improve their lives, and not have them wasted in stupid wars, and make sure they got fed, and really speaking truth to power that they couldn't do on there, which is why he was kind of a popular figure among them. So this is either the end of it, or it's the the second act in the Russian Civil War. I don't know. We shall see. Stephen, go ahead.
Perhaps I misinterpreted some of those latter comments. In any case, first I would like to say to Mirka, her psychological description, or her description rather of her psychological, her clinical experience spoke to me. There's a lot about me that you all don't know. One of the things is that I have been an external consultant in hundreds of clinical forensic psychologist cases, or psychological cases, mostly within the United States. You can go and chase your tail about that. Yeah, when she talked about that particular case, it spoke to me profoundly. And I just want her to know that I heard her very much. Also, well, Actually, I think, well, there are, yeah, no, that's enough. Thank you.
I will say one thing I will kind of add to what Mirko was saying, just on like psychopaths or whatever. I mean, I haven't had a lot of experience with it, but I know I've been in the room a couple times with people that seem to fit that description, and you just kind of felt like you were in a room with someone who was dangerous. It didn't seem outwardly, but just something about it just kind of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Like, someone just didn't kind of pass the uncanny valley of, like this person, is a functional human. This person is dangerous. It's kind of like, a wolf amongst a bunch of dogs. It ain't the same thing. So it's something like instinctual. You just kind of sense a predator, and yeah, it's just some people just you don't want to be around. And I would think that's probably a fairly accurate description of Putin. I'm not going to try to diagnose him per se. Toxic narcissists could also be part of it. I don't know. I'm not a a social scientist, but
I have to interject. Sorry.
Yeah.
I really do not think that is what Mirko was saying at all. I don't mean to disrespect you in any sense, but what she was saying was something quite different, I believe. And perhaps you can bring her back up to explain.
Well, she's still here, so go ahead, Mirka.
Okay. I feel sorry. I kind of went away and I came back and I just caught the end of the conversation. But I felt very much like he was a cat and I was the mouse, but it was more of a psychological game. It was like he wanted me to know that he had the power and I didn't, because he was sitting between me and the panic button. Like I said, I was new and I did everything wrong. And so he wanted me to know I'm in power and I could kill you right now. And, and it was really, it was just like a psychological game I felt with him. Once I didn't, I don't actually know why he didn't hurt me, honestly. We can speculate all we want, but I refused to show my fear, and it was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I had to act. I had to sway my feet, casually, and just look around the room like because I wanted to break off the eye contact. The eye contact was like boring into me, and yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if this even answers the question or even.
Mirko is perfect. Please continue.
No,
Please.
it's a psychological game. They want you to know they have you. They have you. That's what it was all about. And I didn't give him that satisfaction. And I don't know, maybe he was bored and he just chose to not stab me with that pen. We were not allowed to give them pens, and I did. And he did not. And later, he put someone in the hospital very, very badly. So, so why he didn't do it to me, I don't know. But yeah, I could write a book, but I'm not allowed to. So that's all I can say. The cases that I dealt with have been published in the media. There have been books written about them. But yeah,
I understand you.
I
I
can't
understand you. I
yeah,
understand you. I
I can't
understand you.
identify
Well
anyone.
done.
Yeah. I'm bound by privacy and confidentiality.
Understandable. Well, we had another hand here just drop down here. For every child. on here. What would you like to add?
You know, I didn't come in where I heard what Merker was talking about, and I certainly don't want to detract from anything that 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 is going the way the space the topics being discussed. I the few words I heard related to me and my personal experience, and I'm sure that it's totally off topic to what Merker was talking about, but maybe it wasn't. So just in case something that it triggered in my thought relates, I will try to say some of it. Um, when I was before I was a teenager, uh, one of the times that we were on the base during a red alert, I was at the movie theater. I think probably as a distraction from other stuff that was going on, and the only movies that were being shown at the theater were about Russia and communism and different aspects of the terror within the behind the Iron Curtain. Uh, it was absolutely frightening to me, even though I wasn't had no experience in the country. I had experience from that film of how scary it was, and my entire childhood was filled with fear of the Soviet Union, even though I was in a kind of remote area of the Adirondack State Park. Um, every aspect of our life was governed by what was happening in Russia, because Dad was in Strategic Air Command, and we always watched the news, and anything on the news about Russia affected the living room, affected everything in the house. And at one time, uh, the wives of Dad's crew actually lived in our home because we were farther away from the base, because it was so um, there was such a sense that the men could be scrambled at any minute, and they were in the bullpen. The wives were like 20 miles away from the base at our house, and it was a frightening experience for me, just in this country, away from what Merca actually lived through. So that's all I have to say about that, really. Uh, um, as far as well, I don't need to go into any other topics because I want to just not change the subject. But Mark, I thank you so very much for what you've shared. I so appreciate it.
All right, thank you for every child. I think we've talked. I mean, we've been talking about Prigozhin and what happened today. I think my only regret on that whole news story is that Igor Girkin somehow wasn't on the plane, because if there was an ironic way or maybe a just way for him to go, going down in an aircraft that was shot down by a Russian missile seems like some sort of cosmic justice, but unfortunately he's eluded that fate for now. Prince Heather, anything you'd like to share with us here in terms of other news stories here? I
There
think,
is.
yeah.
There is a little piece of nugget that I found today that and I found it not long before we started co-hosting, that I am just sort of dying to share.
What was it, a chicken nugget?
I don't know if he serves chicken nuggets or not. Does anybody remember hearing about the little Japanese man who happened to be on vacation in Ukraine when Russia invaded? And he stayed and he started feeding people. He went back to Japan, I believe, and like sold his apartment, got rid of all of his stuff, and has moved to the Kharkiv region and is feeding people every single day. Okay, so here we go. Today, President Vladimir Zelensky, accompanied by Eldina Zelenska, presented National Legend of Ukraine Presidential Award. And there are several people who got this award today, but Japanese volunteer Fumiori Takashiko. With the beginning of the full-scale invasion, he came to Ukraine on purpose to support those who were forced to live in the Kharkiv subway, hiding from shelling. He opened a cafe at his own expense where he organized daily free meals for locals. Yes, he received an award from the president today. An absolutely wonderful, wonderful thing. And it made me so excited. I can just see if I can share some of those additional ones. The Presidential National Award of Ukraine is awarded to citizens who have made significant contribution to the development of the national economy, science, education, culture, art, sport, healthcare, as well as for active charitable and public activity, personal merits in the establishment of independent Ukraine, strengthening its statehood, defending the homeland, and serving the Ukrainian people. So yes, this is a big award. It sounds like it's probably the highest civilian award that you can receive in Ukraine, and not all of them are citizen awards. The first that they named was the first lieutenant commander of the Da Vinci Wolves, Demetrio Da Vinci Kotzelibo, posthumously, of course. And it explains why, of course, he received it, and I think we all know why he did. There's a neurosurgeon, Andrei Surko. He's head of the Center of Cerebral Neurosurgery in Dnipro. Volunteer Lalika Foundation, head of the Lalika Foundation, Irina Hook. Since 2014, she's been engaged in technical medicine, providing critical medical supplies to Ukrainians defenders. Then our Japanese gentleman, Ukrainian rhythmic gymnastics coach, Albina Duragina, posthumously. She organized Duragin's School of Rhythmic Gymnastics in school, which has gained worldwide fame. Albina has trained a number of Olympic and world and European champions. Honored journalist of Ukraine, war correspondent, presenter, screenwriter, Andriy Tispliko. And since 2014, he's actively been filming materials about the war on Ukraine. In Ukraine. He was injured in March of 2022 while performing his editorial assignment in Chernihiv. A power engineer from Kramatorsk, operation engineer for the linear part of the main gas pipeline. A rocket hit the gas pipe and caused a fire in the pipeline, leading to the gas distribution center. The flames were over 100 meters high. Under the fire, he stopped the gas leak and saved lives. He also took part in mine clearance in Kharkiv. Almost done. Ukrainian musician, singer, composer, poet, people's artist, Taras Petrenko. He is the author of Ukraine song, which has become kind of an unofficial anthem for our country. This year he turned 70. So the first time this award was presented was in 2021 on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Kyiv's independence. So this has been a very important award in Ukraine for the last few years, and I think it will continue to be for some time. And I was just so excited as I was thumbing through the news on the president's website today, and noticed somebody familiar, and it was that little Japanese man. And I wanted to share him with you, but thought since I was at it, I would share the rest with you also. I hope that you enjoyed that. And if you want to read more details, because I did skim over a bit, You just look at president.gov.ua and look at the news.
All right. Well, I will check that out. If you can share that to Vanessa, it would be great if it's not up there already there. Let's see. We've got a couple comments. One comment here. Anda, good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, Anda has had her coffee.
On my way. I'm on my way, finishing my coffee and having my breakfast. But I'm happy. May I say I'm happy? Not for the obvious reasons that you have discussed for the past 24 hours, I think. That it's a side story. I'm happy for something else, actually. So, for the past week, I have been watching TV for personal reasons, but that's what I did every evening. Looking at the World Championships in Budapest, actually. And one thing that popped to mind was that I see no Russians here. Usually Russians and athletics, you usually see them there in one shape or another. So I searched for it and I found out that the International Athletics Federation banned Russia and Belarus from participating to this competition. Therefore, there are no Russians in Budapest right now. There are a lot of other people from other countries, but no Russia and no Belarus. And actually, apparently, the International Olympic Committee opposed to this. And because the reason is because these competitions prior to the Olympics are kind of qualifiers for the Olympics. But they didn't budge. So I've been enjoying this part of the competition, and I've been enjoying watching this competition, especially for that. It's like I can sigh in relief that they are not there, because this is something I advocated for in tennis, actually, where I had no success. But, well, someone else had. So I was keen in sharing this with you for a couple of days now, but I didn't have the means or opportunity to come up and speak.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. I know there's a whole, you're probably referring to like the Wimbledon thing where, they were apparently okay with, Russians showing up to that kind of thing. That event because, the integrity of sport or whatever the nonsense was, or it's not the athlete's fault or whatever the nonsense is, even though like, a lot of them, pretty much all of them seem to be, supportive one way or the other, with a couple of exceptions. Um, I mean, there's a lot of Ukrainians that can't, compete in any of these qualifying events because they're either busy, fighting on the front line, trying to take care of their families and survive in occupied territory, or they're dead or they're amputees. I mean, someone who was going to run in a track meet, can't do that if they lost a leg to a landmine outside of Bakhmut. or someone who's a gymnast, had their hand crushed in a, in a fallen building, can't do that sport anymore. So, I don't think it's fair to, allow Russians to compete on there because, what is the, the point of the Olympics on there is to, in a lot of ways, to kind of celebrate, all, people coming together through sport in peace and so on. Well, yeah, that's not really the case. And, I think during World War II, they straight up canceled the Olympics. I'm not sure what happened during World War One, but I would expect so. Maybe not, but I mean, I think there needs to be a reaction to it. This isn't normal. So, yeah. Prince Ever, what do you think?
Yeah, no, it's I am glad to see that. I am glad to see that you are not watching Russians on TV. Um, and that is always a good thing. Um, I I actually have had this sort of in my notes for several days. But I always look at what the Stratcom Center says on Twitter and on Telegram. And on the 17th of August, they put out a tweet um, that was answering the question, what about Ukraine's participation in the Olympics? And so, just so it's clear at this point, Ukraine will participate in the Olympics in 2024 unless there are official teams from Russia and Belarus. The Olympic Games should not be a platform to whitewash or legitimize terrorist crimes. So yes, that is the point that Ukraine is making here. Ukraine must be represented at the Olympics so that athletes can properly represent their state and demonstrate what Ukraine is, was, and will be. Russian aggression has caused irreparable damage to Ukrainian sports. Terrorists continue killing and injuring Ukrainian athletes, destroying sports infrastructure. Russian athletes, many of them being servicemen, are also responsible for crimes. The participation of Russia and Belarusian athletes under national flag is unacceptable and may become a reason for Ukraine to refuse to compete. The performance of Russians and Belarusians under neutral flag is the limit of compromise that Ukraine is ready to make. So Ukraine has made that official statement through their Stratcom Center, and that is where Ukraine stands on it. And I will support whatever Ukraine wants. Personally, I don't even want to see them under a neutral flag. I don't want to see them there at all. But that's just me. Primus, anything?
Yeah, that whole neutral flag stuff is a joke. Um, everyone knows it's kind of a joke on there, and I don't think it really affects the Russian perspective on it because I mean, you listen to some of these interviews of these clowns. Remember from the last one because it was it doping on there? They're giving their athletes steroids and so on, which they've been doing for decades. So they don't ever go clean. They just find new ways to evade the controls on there. So I mean they've been cheating at the Olympics for decades because it's a big thing for national pride for them. Look at us, standing up against the whole world and winning these gold medals. We're number one. Whatever, dudes. Yeah, but I mean, if I see any of these, quote unquote, neutral flagged athletes, go out there with a Z on their chest or something like that when they're up there getting a medal or whatever. I mean, I think they should just kick the entire neutral team out of the Olympics on there because I again I've said this before. I kind of apply the Nazi test to a lot of these things. Like, would you let Nazis compete in the Olympics under a neutral flag? No. Okay, well then why is this a question? So yeah, I mean the only reason why Russians haven't been as bad as the Nazis is because someone stood up to them in the beginning, on there. So which is what Ukraine is doing now. But yeah, I mean, it's I remember, what is it, the Sochi Olympics on there. They put together this all this great presentation, all this stuff about Russian culture, and these weird little nesting doll dance things. And the Moscow State Police Choir came out and sang some snappy tune like "We're gonna get lucky tonight" or whatever. And it was so kind of like, I mean, I guess they are so chill. I can't believe they perform it in front of Vladimir Putin. And pretty much as soon as the Olympics were over, didn't they invade? What was it? Was that when they took Crimea, or was that Georgia? I forget. All the years have been kind of a blur to me, but I remember like right after that they did that. The same thing with the Beijing Olympics in 2022. They waited until that was over because I don't think they wanted to insult the Chinese, and they didn't want their moment in the sun before the whole world and all that soft power, because that's what it's really about. It's soft power and selling Russian culture to people. Um, it's a big kind of prestige thing for them. So let's see. Prince Ever, do you have the order?
Yeah.
Actually, all right. Well, actually, since I'm kind of responding to Ando, we'll go back to her quick, and then we'll go to Stephen and For Every Child.
Sounds good.
Just just one quick mentioning. Two. I'm sorry. So first and foremost, Ukrainians are at these games, the World Championships that I mentioned in athletics in Budapest, but indeed there are not many. They are represented. Most of them are women, at least the ones I saw. I didn't watch everything. And you were right on your comments. I would also, my tongue is not helping me this morning. I would also like to mention the fact that at one of the Olympic sports, which is pole vault, for men, Sergei Bubka record is still standing. He's Ukrainian. The record was set in 1994, so almost 20 years ago. And Ukraine has had and has a lot of sportsmen, as you said, which are fighting right now, which are in the front lines, on the front lines in Ukraine, of their own free will, actually. So most of them chose this to go and defend their country. So I wanted to mention that. Thank you very much. I will shut up now.
You don't have to, but okay. Think of more questions. We like your questions. Stephen, you are up next. Go ahead.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the significance of sports and the Olympics. So, you were confused as to whether the Olympics took place at all during the Second World War period. They did, but it was circumscribed. Basically, they did not. But just before the beginning of hostilities, well, just a few years before, there was the Olympics in Berlin, and it was very, very significant. There, Jesse Owens, at that time, almost the first, what we would call black, I guess. I really don't like that term. Person of color, maybe you could call it. Person of African descent. I don't really care. He won gold in defiance of the Nazi elite. It is something that rings in history. It is not trivial. Everything, every single such event that has subsequently been performed in any way that has any political significance whatsoever derives its significance from that one moment. There is a photograph of Adolf Hitler being basically forced to shake hands with Jesse Owens. Look at it and remember the significance of the politics in sport. It's not trivial at all. Thank you.
No, it isn't trivial at all. And, I think, my understanding of the context of it was, the Nazis were, at least to themselves, were all about, oh, we're the master race. And then this, black guy, African-American guy, comes in and, just dominates his events. And that really kind of showed that, to the world that, maybe, maybe the whole this Aryan race thing or whatever isn't all it's cracked up to be necessarily. And it was a little embarrassing to Hitler. So and I thought that was, it is one of those moments in sports that's in the history books for, for a reason. It's not just because an American went there and won. It was because of the
foundational.
Indeed. Let's see. Let's go to Every Child.
Yes, there was a backstory about Jesse Owens at the Olympics there in front of Hitler. He was failing to qualify. I think I'm not clear. It's been so many years, but I think they had 3 jumps to qualify, and however many jumps they had, he was down to just 1 jump that he had left in order to qualify. And what he had done was his foot had passed in front of the line that they had to start from, and he was fouling. And I think he fouled twice. And a German athlete that was in the same competition came over to him, and he spoke to him, and he said, "You're too concerned." He said, "You're fearful about this jump," and he said, "If you will jump early, you'll have no fear and you'll qualify." And so, in order to even qualify, he had to jump early, like a foot or 2 or even 3 feet. I don't know what it actually was. It's been too many years since I heard the story. But he was able to jump without fear, knowing that he was jumping early, and he did qualify. And it was the encouragement of a German athlete that helped him overcome his fear.
Beautiful.
I'm moved even today. Every time I hear his name. And then another thing about a neutral flag for competition for Russians. In my humble opinion, if Russians compete under a flag, it's no longer neutral. That's all I have to say about that.
Fully agree.
Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, I don't know. Have
Heroes.
they ever just considered just not
Hariam
letting them
Slava.
participate? I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, it's like, have they ever considered just not letting them participate? Because I think that would probably be best.
Yeah, that would, but that is a wonderful story about Jesse Owens. I may have read it at some point in my life, but there are sometimes I have to yeet things out of my brain in order to remember other things. And I think that, to quote Dr. Nick, and our new favorite word, yeeted it out of my brain, just to make room for something else. But that is a really amazing story, and you know, in some ways, I guess it shows there's more than unites us than divides us. I mean, that is really one way to look at that story there too. You know, sports united them. There were big, huge problems between the countries, and for him to have taken the advice from a German was probably not an easy thing to do, and it probably wasn't easy for the German to give him the advice either at that point. But they had something that united them at that point, and it did probably some good for both of them. Primus, what's on your mind and your agenda tonight?
Oh, got a few things. I just posted something to the nest. You can kind of change the topic on here. Yeah, there's a few things to roll through because there's stuff happened today. I guess one thing that may not be fully known. Here's the Kyiv Independent posted. Russia has 27 operable Tu-22 M3 bombers left after airbase strikes. So that's interesting because I thought they had north of 60 on there. So I don't know if they strictly mean M3 versions and they're not counting the M's on there. So I don't know of the full accounting of that, but they certainly have less of the bombers than they did a few days ago on here. So that is good. I would like to dig a little more into that story, but yeah, it basically says following recent strikes against Russian military air bases, Russia currently operates 27 serviceable Tu-22 M3 strategic bombers. Military Intelligence Chief Kirill Budanov said on August 23rd on there. So that is good. I mean, I guess when you're looking at plane counts, you got to figure anywhere between a third to half of the planes aren't necessarily operational. It's often often a little bit more. It gets kind of depends on funding and how new the aircraft are, but all of these planes are manufactured in the 80s and hard use with poor quality control. So they're probably not 100% serviceable. So it's 27 that they can fly. That could be some more in depot, or if they just don't have parts for because of problems or whatever. But 27, whatever it is whatever the full extent is, it's certainly good. They're wearing themselves down, and they're getting blown up in their homes on there, which I'm fine with. I think it's got to be driving the Russians kind of nuts, knowing that the Ukrainians are in the house, with the drones going after their bases here. It's got to be very unnerving for them, and I'm sure they're very nervous about that, and I'm okay with that. So there was that story, and then there was another story about a Russian Mi-8 HIP helicopter that defected. So they apparently the pilot knew what was going on, and he flew the helicopter to a Ukrainian base and landed it. The helicopter is apparently full of plane parts for flankers, so I'm sure that'll come in useful if that part is true. The crew may not have been as supportive of the idea, so I'm not sure what happened to them. I've heard everything from they ended up having to be shot to they're probably more likely they're prisoners of war because I mean, let's be honest, it's they probably at this point a lot of these Russian guys have got to be thinking it's like this just isn't worth it. I know Malcolm Nance was talking about this earlier. The Ukrainian government has been running a program where if you defected like a tactical fighter jet or a bomber, they'll give you like $1 million, of a helicopter like 500,000 or whatever. So that pilot is he's in a better place and much better off financially now on here. So good
Hey,
for him for
Primus.
making the right choice. Yeah.
I had also read in passing today, with all the news that was flying by me faster than I could read it, that his family had already been moved to Ukraine. The pilot, helicopter pilot's family, which I thought was a very interesting little twist and a piece on there. This was well planned.
Yeah, yeah, very much so. I wasn't aware of the family part. I was kind of wondering, it's like, oh, what about his family? I guess he didn't have any, tragic backstory as an orphan or something like that. But yeah, no, it's good if they got the family out, because if they didn't, bad things would happen to them, because it's Russia. I think we all just pretty much assume that, they'd probably pick up the family and torture them for information and throw them into a Siberian prison colony for the rest of their lives. So, because that's Russia. It actually reminds me of one of the absurdest things that one of my friends ever said to me, and this was like 2 years ago. Shortly before this started, we were talking about the American prison system, and he's like, "No, the Russian prison system is so much better, because they take you out to these colonies, and then you can just kind of just do your time in like an open air prison, and there's nowhere you can go, and it's much better and safer, and they take better care of the prisoners there, and so on." And I just looked at it and said, "Are you on drugs?" And then sent him, some like a documentary on Black Swan Prison, and a couple other items on Russian prisons and so on. So, I mean, at least say what you will about the American prison system, at least they generally care if you're alive. So, yeah. Let's see. I would not want to be in a Russian gulag. At this point, I think if I went to Russia, I'd probably be in a gulag, and I got to tell you, I don't think I'd do well with the food there, not at all. Let's go to Anda.
You made me laugh. No, I don't think you're like in a Russian gulag. Unless you like very brutal dietary changes and dropping weight very fast. But not even for that. Not even for that I will go there. So yeah. I wanted to, I don't know if you discussed this in the space, but I found something very endearing, actually. So today is the morning of August 24th here in Ukraine. So it's the Ukrainian Independence Day. This was declared in 1991 by the Parliament of Ukraine when they split from the USSR, right? This is all well and fine, and they will have probably celebrations today, and it's gonna be, I don't know, a special day for everyone in Ukraine, and I'm looking forward to see what's there. But one of the finest, the things that made me smile actually is something that I read in US news, because today US news was filled with something other than Ukraine. Let's put it this way. So one nice thing that I read about Ukraine in US news is a statement from the Governor Gretchen Whitmire. Gretchen is a she name, I suppose. So
Yes,
she's the
she.
it's a she.
Governor. Yes,
Of
it's a she. She is governor
Michigan.
of Michigan.
Yeah. So she put up a statement. I will share it with you, Heather, about the Ukrainian Independence Day, and about the fact that she's urging all citizens to join in commemoration this important anniversary. And she said, in the end, let us commit ourselves to helping Ukraine, the Ukrainian nation, reclaim full sovereignty over its international borders, and remember the heroes who sacrificed their lives to ensure freedom and happiness for future generations. So I liked this actually, and I hope that going forward we will see, at least today, more statements, um, more statements about the support for Ukraine, and more facts. I'm I'm sure Ukrainians, at least I am. I'm not Ukrainian. I'm Romanian. I'm just looking at it, and I'm bored to death by words. I want facts. I want ATA camps. I want F-16s. I want shit done. I want. I'm sorry, but I really want things to happen because I'm tired of words. So thank you very much for everything and for listening to me, and wishing you all a very, very nice day. For all the Ukrainians, a very nice celebration today on your Independence Day. It's actually the first time I'm I'm able to come here on the 24th to say this. So happy Independence Day, Ukraine, um, and may Ukraine win.
Okay, real quick, I do need to say this. Um, I want to, I want to, there's a twist on here that is it's what a governor when a governor says what she says in here, it's something that's really important, and this isn't just it's not just a nice statement by her. It is more than a nice statement by her. When you live in it may be the same in Romania. In When you live in a city or you live in a state, um, they sometimes will want to honor something or someone, and they will like dub it Darcel 15 Day in the city of Portland. Is whatever Darcel's birthday was, I can't remember. It's in November. Anyway, say they wanted to make Prince Heather Day, which would be in June, June 21st every year. No, this is sort of what she's doing. She is proclaiming She hereby proclaims August 24th, 2023 as Ukrainian Independence Day. So that's a proclamation. She's not saying that she's just recognizing Ukrainian Independence Day. She is making it Ukrainian Independence Day for all of Michigan also. She's making it a special day. It's not a holiday or anything like that, but it's more than just wishing Ukrainians a happy Independence Day. It's proclaiming that in Michigan today is to be known as Ukrainian Independence Day. And I hope I sort of got the nuance to come across a little bit better, because some people don't think they're a big thing. I personally like them, and I think they are sort of a big thing when they happen. And for a governor of a state in the United States to declare today, um, Ukrainian Independence Day is sort of it's a good deal. What it is to signal to the people of Michigan that you need to pay attention and support Ukraine and realize that today is Ukrainian Independence Day and we need to support their independence. Primus, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I wasn't aware if they did that, but in the U.S., but I think that's certainly good. I wish more states did that. They honored it like that because, well, they should. In the context of everything that's going on, there's really so many, Ukrainian immigrants in the U.S. Now more than ever, unfortunately. And I don't mean that we don't want them here. I mean that in the context of if there's a war going on, there's a lot of refugees that have had to come in and be relocated here, which is unfortunate because of the circumstances. The state where I'm in, there was already a large Ukrainian community. I was actually at a Ukrainian festival the other night, and it was quite an event. They were kind of prematurely celebrating Independence Day. There was a lot of dancing, just a whole night of dancing, and a lot of happy people, and there's some great food and all that kind of thing. And then you kind of look back and in some of the the tents and so on where they're selling some merchandise, and it was kind of a different tone. It was like a U.S. and Ukraine stand united, or they had one guy that was selling a picture of a bunch of burned out Russian tanks in a trident, and there was a relief organization raising funds, and I mean they're all very much aware of what's going on. So and just kind of just talking to some of those people and telling them about MriyaReport. I actually hadn't heard about it. I was kind of surprised. So we may be having a couple guests come on from that, but yeah, it's there's definitely a a sad undertone to that as well. Even though you're kind of celebrating almost kind of in defiance of what's going on. It's certainly a different tone than it was last year, but when I went, when things were I think a little more uncertain the way things were going to go. Um, Now, of course, I was planning to talk about Independence Day of Ukraine on here now. Usually, as part of the Independence Day of Ukraine, they'd have a military parade called the March of the Unconquered. That was, let's see, I believe that one was held in 2016 on here. But it's basically supporting Ukrainian military, especially the ones who fought the Russians in 2014, and honoring them. So I think that's very important. The original Independence Day of Ukraine was celebrated was it January 22nd, Declaration of Independence of Ukraine's People's Republic in 1918. That was when kind of the Russian Empire fell apart, and they had a moment to try to get free there. So there was that. But one thing to put in context of this here is this. Prince Ever, have you ever heard of the Chicken Kiev speech?
I have heard of it and I need to read it, but I keep forgetting to. We have a couple of hands up too when you get to it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that, but let's go to Every Child in Merca on here, and I'll kind of explain what that whole speech was about.
That was a real big deal to have a whole state recognize Ukraine Independence Day. It's huge. It's as big as replacing Columbus Day with recognition in the indigenous communities. It's just a monumental salute, and I missed it. I was not aware of it. I'm late with this, and it may have already been talked about, but Sarah Ashton Corella for Flag Day did a 1 hour, what is it? It's a broadcast that she has on vets being discharged and how they're being helped with PTSD. They spent an entire hour talking about vets after service and handling PTSD. So that was a very important broadcast as well. And that's what I had. You may have already talked about it, but perhaps not.
No, I didn't see that, but I do know that they're doing a lot to provide Ukrainian veterans who are leaving the military. They are doing a whole lot to take care of them. They're doing a whole lot to guide them through the transition from being in the military to being out of the military, and so it does not surprise me one bit. I mean, they're planning on hiring, I think, 15,000 people in the next 6 months to help with that. So go ahead, every child.
Excuse me. She was interviewing 2 Americans that were invited to come over. Excuse me, and see what was happening here with the vets, so that they could go back and recommend to NGOs in the United States what Ukraine was asking for in the way of support that we could send from this country to help them with with things that they were focusing on. So it was very, very special. It is an hour long. I thought I couldn't sit through a whole hour, but I did manage to. And I was quite moved by it.
Yeah, I know some of the veterans. I know of Lindsay, who is part of one. I think it's Lindsay, one part of a veterans organization. And you remember ever talking to Angry Ants on this space?
Are you asked?
Yeah, Angry Ants. You remember talking to him on the
Yes,
space?
I do remember talking to Angry Ants.
Yes, he is there. He is one of the veterans who is there taking part in the activities that they have going on this week to try to help American veterans understand how they can help Ukrainian veterans better. And I know that when he comes back, he will be giving us a bunch of information and sharing a lot with us. He stopped by a couple of times since he's been there, but I haven't heard from him for a few days. I think they're keeping those people pretty busy, which isn't a bad thing. So
Lindsay is one of them that was being interviewed, and then
yes.
there was a man being interviewed as well.
Do you remember if his name was Will?
I don't remember. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay. No worries. Because Will and Angry Ants, I mean, he comes back, he comes on as both, and he doesn't care if people know both profiles. But yeah. So anyway, he's just been coming up a lot more recently as Angry Ants. Primus, anything to add before we go to Mirka? She sent me something. I got to look at it too.
No, let's go to Mirka.
Mirka, are you speaking to a muted
Thank
mic?
you so much. Oh my gosh. I just want to say that Canada, as you know, has a huge Ukrainian communities in Manitoba, in Ontario, where I live. I live close to Toronto, and I sent you a link, Prince, to the Toronto Ukrainian Festival that I attend every year. This year, I'm going to be a volunteer at the festival. So anyone who is in the Toronto area, I encourage you to come down and support Ukraine. They have all kinds of last year they had entertainment that was from Ukraine. They had dancers that were brought in from Ukraine, opera singer, and they have booths where you can donate to the just different organizations in Ukraine. So I just wanted everybody to know that it's really huge. When you were talking about the Independence Day celebrations, they had them on the 19th here, even though their official day is the 24th. They held them on the 19th, and one of the reasons given why was it was to coincide with the start of the war. But anyway, yeah. So I just yeah, anybody in the Toronto, Ontario area, just come on down and support Ukraine. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I know we have several people in the Toronto area who listen to the space, so hopefully they will be out there and maybe You know, you could wear a shirt or something that says, "Do you listen to Maria Report too?" And you may run into some people you know. You never know. I can think of, I think, 4 or 5 people off the top of my head that are in the Toronto area. So yeah, there's a few of them, and that's not a bad thing. Go ahead, Primus.
No, it's not a bad thing. There are quite a few Canadians, that either are co-hosts or speak here on a regular basis on here. So there's a very large Ukrainian community, especially around Toronto. So let's see here. Prince Edward, can you take it away for a moment? No.
I sure can. I can take it away for a moment, and I can take it away for probably even longer than a moment. And I won't even talk about the fact that my mom spent a part of her childhood growing up in Toronto. Oops, I did it. Just a real quick thing. We do stray away from American politics, but there are times when it's very important to talk about American politics. And in talking about American politics, when it comes to Ukraine, is one of those times. And pointing out for this time of day with our very American audience, usually this time of day, or Canadian audience, as the case may be. I did want to point out that President Zelensky met with some U.S. senators today. And what is important about these senators? Boy, howdy. You have a little bit far to the left, a little bit left of center, and somewhere between a little bit to the right, and about 20 minutes down to the right. So we had Senators Richard Blumenthal, Lindsey Graham, and Elizabeth Warren visiting today. And you know what makes me happy to see this group is, as I described, Elizabeth Warren is known to be more on the left and more on the radical side of the Democrats. Richard Blumenthal is known to be much more, I believe, towards the center as far as things go. And Lindsey Graham, he fluctuates. But one thing I can say about Lindsey Graham is his support for Ukraine has been true for many, many years. He and John McCain were best friends, and he and John McCain made several trips to Ukraine together. Lindsey, not all that long ago, I think this is actually like his 3rd or 4th trip to Ukraine already this year. The last time he was in Ukraine was just a couple of months ago, and he came alone, which is very unusual for a senator to visit a country like this alone, to go and have a visit with the head of state alone without other senators. So what made me happy here is you have quite the spectrum of politicians from the United States, from the United States Senate, who are united together in meeting with President Zelensky. A very, very nice bipartisan group of people to talk about the things that Ukraine needs and how the United States can continue to support Ukraine. So I just wanted to point that out because I think it was very important. It was very interesting when they, on the video that I watched, when they first walked in, he greeted Richard Blumenthal first, and it was a nice professional handshake, and then greeted Elizabeth Warren. It was again a nice professional handshake, and then came Lindsey Graham, and they clasped hands and they went in for the bro hug, twice pat on the back, and it is clear that these two gentlemen have formed a very good relationship, and that makes me happy. That makes me happy because Lindsey Graham, I believe, has the ability to bring some of those farther to the extreme on the right-hand side, closer into support for Ukraine, and to make sure that they stick to support for Ukraine no matter what. And I firmly believe that. And if you would have asked me a year and a half ago, I would have said no way, and I would have said totally different things that I said about Lindsey Graham, and I would just like to officially blame Axel for making me like Lindsey Graham. It's all his fault because of the things that he has said, and I have learned because what he has said and things I have read because of MriyaReport. Primus, take it away. That's my constant disclaimer. I blame Axel because I actually like Lindsey Graham now.
Geez, I mean, I'm not entirely sure I like Lindsey Graham. I guess there's a foreign policy Lindsey Graham we can like, and then there's a domestic policy one we can have differing opinions on there. So yeah, Lindsey Graham, he's doing the right thing in Ukraine. So, and
exactly, that's the point. That's the point. As far as Lindsey Graham and as far as this foreign policy goes, he is doing the right thing for Ukraine, and that's what matters to me right now.
yeah, and sometimes I mean, I look at this and like how, Congress particularly often handles foreign policy things where they go as like joint delegations. They're like, hey, let's get to the facts of this thing and try to figure out a way to help or do something in America's best interest that's also good for other people, or America's best interest, or whatever. They go and do that, and I just wish they could kind of take that same approach to domestic politics sometimes, because it seems like the partisan gloves come right back on, and we need more of you know, I think politics needs to stop not at the water's edge, but at the problem's edge. But that's just my thought on that. So, speaking of foreign policy, what I want to talk about here is the Chicken Keep speech here. So, what that is in reference to give a little historical context, is when the Soviet Union, I wouldn't say fallen apart quite yet, on there. There was definitely a desire to renegotiate things between some of some of the leaders of the old Soviet republics and Gorbachev and that kind of thing. So what they were looking to do in the post kind of falling apart of things, when things were kind of just hanging on there, is they wanted to have a union treaty where it was a more, as a friendlier, kinder Soviet Union that gave the different republics much more of a much more independence, but they're all still part of the Soviet Union on there. I guess something somewhere between the United States and the British Commonwealth would be how I'd be thinking of that there. So now the United States was in support of that. They were in support of this union treaty because they didn't want the Soviet Union to break up, because they, a variety of concerns. One of them being the question of, hey, what happens to the nukes on there? So George H.W. Bush, Herbert Walker Bush, Bush 41 there, he actually went to Kyiv and the Verkhovna and spoke there in support of a more decentralized Soviet Union there. And he basically said, well, he didn't basically, this is what he said. I come here to tell you, we support your struggle in this great country for democracy and economic reform. In Moscow, I outlined our approach. We will support those in the center and the republics who pursue freedom, democracy, and economic liberty. He warned against independence if it only changed a distant tyrant for a local one. So Americans will not support those who seek independence in order to replace a far-off tyranny with local despotism. They will not aid those who promote a suicidal nationalism based upon ethnic hatred, is what he came and said in Ukraine. And that didn't really go over well with people on there. I think because you had the leadership kind of in Ukraine at the time, which is trying to figure out what to do. I think the leader there is some sort of reform, maybe reconsidering it, kind of communist. And then you had a independence movement there that wanted to leave the Soviet Union entirely, which Bush refused to meet with. Which, I mean, in a sense, I kind of understand, because it's kind of bad form to go to any country and meet with the opposition government, I suppose, but it's certainly something that has been done. So, yeah, that didn't go over well. Like some of these critics are like, well, why didn't you ask Kuwait to sign a union treaty with Iraq? No, no, you just went in and Desert Storm. That was a thing on everyone's mind. What was happening in Kuwait and Iraq. And I think what he was getting at is how Yugoslavia was falling apart and it was breaking down on ethnic lines and religious lines. And, things were going to go badly for that. And, they didn't want to see, the Soviet Union fall apart like that, kind of being a massively larger version of Yugoslavia was kind of the intent on that. But he shortly before the vote for Declaration of Independence, because I believe that speech happened. Oh, let's see, on August 1st, and the Rada voted on August 24th to declare independence from the Soviet Union, and then then everyone else started pulling the cord. I believe Kazakhstan was the last one out of the Soviet Union, which should actually make them the successor to the Soviet Union and possibly the Security Council seat. That's a whole other thing. But that is the context of that. We're talking about Ukrainian independence, but less than a month before they actually voted on it, an American president addressed the Parliament of Ukraine, which was just kind of coming into his own. America said, no, you shouldn't declare independence. And fortunately, they were wise enough to not listen to him and make the right choice of voting for independence. And generally speaking, I'm a big fan of George H.W. Bush. I think, if nothing else, he was a kind man in some respects, but Heather and I would probably disagree on some aspects of that, and that's fine. But I really think that was a historically bad take on here. And let me put it this way, there's a certain fear of the unknown. And, why is that relevant today? Is because we're going to be probably in a situation where now Russia itself may be falling apart at some point in the future. And we got to think about how to handle that. Are we going to have a chicken Moscow speech where, we try to convince, parts of the Russian Empire not to fly off in their own directions? Or what are we going to do with that? Are we going to support independence, or are we going to support, that? So I think it'll be a relevant question at some point in the future here. And I'm sorry, there were a couple hands that were going up and down there. I was just trying to finish up what I was saying because I get easily distracted. I apologize for Nico. There, I was just about to get to you. I'm so sorry. But anyways, Prince Heather, anything you'd like to add to that before we go back to For Every Child?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to do with the Kiev speech, the chicken Kiev speech, but it has to do with the idea of who is the last to actually leave the Soviet Union. So we can come back to that and go to Every Child first.
All right, let's go to Every Child.
I had a little bit. I keep mixing up the two Bushes because they were both in Texas and so on and so forth. And I was born in Texas, and my family's been in Texas since before the Alamo, but on both sides. But were you speaking of the father?
Yes. HW.
He lost his first election for Congress when he ran in Texas, but I was in high school at the time, and I was invited to be seated at the head table next to him at a fundraiser. That's my only claim to fame with him. But my uncle was an energy advisor in his administration. I was kind of a fan of his, but I'm not happy that he didn't support Ukraine, and I'm delighted that they didn't listen to him. I do recall a story about Khrushchev's son or grandson. I think it was the grandson is now an American citizen. which I found to be interesting after the shoe banging on the desk incident. But when I was living in California, I was doing contract work there. I visited Angel Island. A friend took me there, uh, and we was it Angel Island? It's on the Bay Bridge. I think that's Angel Island. I believe it is.
I'm vaguely aware of California is on a map, so I'm
Okay,
I'm not going to know the geography there. So a
there's
island is fine.
there's an island there halfway on the Bay Bridge. If I've got the name wrong, it's whatever island it is that goes to the Bay Bridge and then continues on. Um, Gorbachev lives there, or did at one time. I don't know if he's still alive. And I found that to be interesting, and I don't know the backstory on that either. But that's I'm sure that's an interesting story for him to come to the United States when he gave up his term of office in Russia. Anyway, that's all I had to add. Um, um,
Yeah, I believe one of Stalin's kids actually defected to the U.S. On there at one point. That was quite a to do about that. So let's see. But yeah, I mean, I think fear of the unknown has really led to a lot of hesitation in historical moments, and it's not good. It leads to some bad choices. It delays the inevitable. American lead to hesitation when decisive action is required. And I think when you kind of boil it down to like things like giving Ukraine ATACMS, on there, that's some of that is fear of unknown. What is the reaction to that going to be to giving the Ukrainians effectively short range ballistic missiles? On there, I mean, I don't really see an issue with that, especially in light of the cruise missiles that they've been given at this point. Why it makes such a difference, but apparently it does to some people for some inexplicable reason. But that's why it's important, as sure Angry Ants would remind us, is you want to go and try to lobby your congressperson, try to let them know that you support those kinds of things, that you support Ukraine, you support additional weapons transfers, you support you know basically you support them not until as long as it's required, but you support them until they win on there. So, I think that's a much more confident way to talk about it. So, big fan of that. But take a moment, sometime this week or next, and figure out who your congressperson is. Write them a letter. Do a phone call. Tweet probably doesn't help too much, but they certainly look at letters, particularly handwritten letters. So, what was that app, Prince Heather, that helps you write stuff? It's some sort of AI thing. Do you remember what it was called?
Resist bot.
Resist bot. Okay. Yeah, and check that out, because I mean that'll help you figure out who to write and what to write, and just kind of make it your own. But sometimes it's hard to kind of sit down and really write a proper letter. But I mean, hey, just think of it as like an email with a little more a little more care, and it doesn't really need to take much longer. It doesn't need to be long. You're not writing an essay. You're just trying to get the point across, like, hey, I support Ukraine. And if your congressman is supportive of Ukraine, let them know that their constituents support what they're doing, so they continue to do that. That their constituents care about it. If your congressperson is not supportive of that, please make sure to basically send them a letter, and in that explain to them that you'll also be willing to send them a spine at some point. Um, Not a real one, metaphorically. Because I mean, clearly they're in need of it. So you know, they listen to your they listen to their congresspeople, or the congresspeople listen to us to an extent. on there because they want to get reelected. And someone who's willing to take the time to write a letter will definitely be a voter in their eyes. So, they need to address that. Now, something I think every child ever mentioned about George H.W. Bush. Again, broadly domestic politics, it is what it is. But just a kind of a personal story I had with that is I was listening to a congressperson that served in Congress with George H.W. Bush, name of Barbara Conable. He was a great guy. He was, I believe, he was a veteran. Certainly he'd been in Congress quite a while. He's kind of one of the elder statesmen kind of people, but he wasn't at the time, and he was on an energy committee with H.W. Bush in Congress, and they were talking about basically the oil industry in Texas and how they were basically like evading regulations or whatever, and doing things that profitable when maybe there should have been some more regulation on that. So Bush actually goes over to Conable and says, hey man, I can't, I know this is going on. I can't say anything because I run for, I'm basically from Texas. I'm running in these districts on here. And if I got up there and say that, they kill me. But just FYI, this is what's going on. So if you wouldn't mind standing up and saying this kind of stuff, I would appreciate it. And I thought that was both pragmatic and classy on there. So, and yeah, apparently they did have a positive effect on whatever that legislation was at the time. As you recall, I wish that it wasn't in the day where you could a lot of the stuff was recorded. You can find it on YouTube, but it was a good talk on here, and he seemed like a good man. Anyways, couple thoughts there. Prince Heather, anything else you'd like to cover?
Well, I think I want to see what every child has to say in response, and then
Yeah.
and yeah, and then I can then if we want to go into why I've suddenly questioned whether or not it's really good for Russia to have the seat at the UN Security Council, and it's a little twist you might not expect. Go ahead, every child.
Yes, email is really, really effective, and the reason I know it is because when I was staying in California, Kamala Harris was running for Senate, and I sent her an email and I told her, I said, I'm not promising to vote for you, and I don't know who I'm going to vote for, but I am promising that I won't vote for anyone that doesn't support the Native American causes. And she wrote me back immediately, and it wasn't a form letter from somebody else. It was her answering me, and she was saying, "I want to assure you that I do support the Native American community, and I will continue to support them, and I hope you will vote for me." So email is or was specifically effective in that case. Um, I did call the White House comment line 3 times this week, and the problem was apparently they have short hours with Congress out of session. Um, and the comment line is only open on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On my time from 10 a.m. till well, it's 4 hours. I think it's 2 p.m. Yes, and I was sleeping part of that time, so I had a lot of trouble getting the call through. I did make it through today. Um, and as far as my representatives are, Tom Cotton is one of the senators, and he is actually blood kin. He does not know me as a cousin, but he actually is a cousin, and uh, I'm not overly pleased with different things that he says or does, but he does support Ukraine. Um, and I'll be doing emails to them as well. As far as writing letters, the website said they prefer typewritten letters to come. I I might manage to get my hands on a typewriter someday, but right now I don't, and I don't have a printer. Um, but they said if you write by hand, please do it with ink. And I'm not too certain that my handwriting is very impressive. So if I get a teenager to take a transcript for me that has good handwriting, I might consider doing that. Anyway, the email is definitely been promising for me, so I'll be doing emails as well.
Yep, emails are good, and yeah, I have not been a person blessed with good handwriting on there. I think a doctor would have a hard time reading it. So, but you know, it's sometimes you can ask a friend or a family member a favor to write something for you if you need a handwritten letter. So I've had to do that a few times. So good stuff. All right. So, Prince Edward, did you hear anything about the oh actually there was the UN thing you wanted to talk about. Let's do that. Curious what you got there.
Yeah, it is sort of interesting. Actually, tomorrow, somebody did send me a message about this, so I can pull it up. The guy who founded Save Ukraine, who helps to bring back the children, Mykola Kubla, will be testifying in front of the UN Security Council at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That's just sort of an aside. I thought I would bring it up since I was bringing this up. So I understand that the argument for getting Russia out of that permanent seat of the UN Security Council is that they just sort of usurped it. They were not the actual last ones to leave the Soviet Union. So it should thus go to another state. The issue I have here, and this only came to light in my mind in the last week or so. I am reading in a very, very thorough way a report on genocide, and the name of the report, I can pull it up really quick because I've got it right here. I will pull it up in just a second. So anyway, in this report, what they point out though is because Russia took over the seat of the Soviet Union, it meant that they were automatically obliged to all of the previous conventions and treaties that the Soviet Union had also signed. One of those treaties, one of those conventions is the Genocide Convention. So if we try to remove Russia from the UN Security Council as a permanent member, that will automatically mean like they unsign that treaty, along with probably a million other treaties, or convention is what it's called. And so that would mean that they are not a party to that convention. Do you see where I'm going with this? And so all of a sudden, Russia looks at the Genocide Convention and says, well, we're not a party to that. That doesn't apply to us. But right now, they are a party to that convention. They are responsible for doing things that that convention says that you should not do. They automatically signed on to that when they took over the seat of the USSR. Now, you know, if history had played out differently and a different state would have taken over the USSR seat, and who knows, between then, it was in the late 40s, early 50s when this finally actually did end up being completed. You know, they may have since 1991 gone ahead and signed the Genocide Convention to be part of the UN, but they may not have. And so realistically, it sort of gives you pause for thought. For is now the time to try to find a way to remove Russia from that permanent seat on the UN Security Council? You see where I'm going with that, Primus? The name of the article the name of the article that I'm reading, by the way, is New Lines Institute for Strategy and Policy, the Russian Federation's Escalating Commission of Genocide in Ukraine, a legal analysis. And this is one that came out in July of 2023. And there was one that came out in, was it March or May of 2022? Very soon after the initial invasion happened, where they were already able to identify genocide that was happening in Ukraine. And this is sort of an update, sort of building on it, and it looks at the fact that Russia has not lessened at all their genocidal actions. They have only increased them and escalated them. And that came out in May of 2022. I knew it was one of the M words. So anyway, Primus, thoughts before we go to every child?
Well, there's never a bad time to kick Russia off of the Security Council. In a sense, I have mixed feelings about it. Just because, I mean, if they're not part of the Security Council, then, you know, they also don't have to listen to all of these other countries, you know, basically tell them, you know, you're being horrible, and, you know, holding, you know, making them come to a forum to be held in account on here. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, if you have a UN which, you know, suddenly can pass laws, or not, they're not passing laws, but passing resolutions, you know, saying such and such a thing, you know, and then I think the role that Russia kind of plays is vetoing things, so, you know, other countries don't necessarily have to on the level of sanctions and that kind of thing. So, you know, a lot of times, like, the Chinese will abstain from things, you know, then maybe they'd have to actually vote on things, for example. Or maybe there's some things we count on the Russians vetoing that, you know, by and large, you know, sometimes it's more about just getting the resolution out there than getting something passed on there. But I think it is important that they have to come to the forum, you know, that they have to have a seat there, because the last time they walked away from the seat, well, the UN intervened in South Korea, well, in the Korean War. So I guess there's that. So mixed feelings on it, but generally speaking, I don't think, well, don't think, I know Russia certainly doesn't have the honor to have a veto over, you know, decisions at all. They're not a responsible member of a world community, and frankly, I don't think they ever really have been. But that's neither here nor there. Let's see. We have let's see, Christian. I haven't seen you before tonight, so go ahead.
Hi, Primus. I've been on MriyaReport since it was the Walter Report in February, actually on the first day of the invasion. I haven't been in a while on Mriya. I just want to say that never has it ever given Russia and others something that pause for thought, a piece of paper and ink for Russia not to commit genocide or anything else that it wanted. So this argument is either another from a string of arguments that try to appease and motivate inaction. So Russia being part of a convention does not matter for Russia. It does matter to us. It does matter to international law, but it has never mattered to them. So this is not an argument. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. You know, there's, you know, Russia has never really abided by any, you know, any treaty that they didn't have, you know, do out of self-interest or indifference to. So, you know, unfortunately, the thing about international law to a large extent is I think, you know, we say international law, you have to follow the law. Well, I mean, the law is what people are willing to, other people are willing to enforce, whatever people are willing to abide by, and, in a rules-based order, in a order of, a certain altruism, a certain kind of concern for just all trying to play in the same playground there, kind of the global commons, so to speak. Then, international law is a way of interacting with each other in a safe and legal manner for, things like commerce and so on. But while there are, certainly conventions on, don't do genocide, I get it's good that it's codified in a sense. I don't think you need a treaty to say don't do genocide. I think just the sentiment in of itself is enough. Generally speaking, I mean, Russia in general just doesn't agree to any treaties or anything like that unless it absolutely has to. And as soon as it has the strength to do whatever it wants again, then it'll break that and pursue its self-interest again. Certainly they cheat on a lot of treaties, like the Intermediate Ballistic Missile Convention or whatever it was. The big sticking point was like the Iskander missiles, ballistic missiles on there had probably a much longer range than the treaty would allow, which I think couldn't exceed 499 kilometers. Yeah, it's quite a bit longer than that. In other areas that they kind of cheated. That's why we kind of walked away from it. And, the response from, the United States has been, all right, you want some kind of dollar store, ballistic missile system, which is, it works. It has a fair range. All right, great. Well, we're going to have, ground launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, and we're going to call that the medium range version of what we're rolling out. Now you have Dark Eagle hypersonic cruise missiles, which are going to be running out in a few years on there. So, they could have mitigated that capability by following along with the treaty, but they just had to cheat on it. And now look what situation they're in. How does that meme go? It's like you played yourself. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what happened to the Russians there. So, Prince Ever, what do you think?
I think I want to hear what every child has to say.
Alrighty, then we'll go back to Christian. So,
I'm just so grateful that I'm not crying tonight. Russia has brought a lot of tears to me throughout my life. Um, um, I love the information we're getting talking about the genocide convention. Um, I definitely want to see it actually be used again, or I think it was used at the Nuremberg trial, or was it not in place at that time?
It wouldn't have applied because it was not applicable to the time when the Nuremberg trials were about. The Genocide Convention came about because of what happened in World War II.
I would then apparently it would be applied for the first time with Russia. I assume. I definitely want to see it applied to Russia, and I'm thinking that perhaps some smaller steps to work for a little public awareness there. One could be if MriyaReports would consider a speakers bureau, having people address their local communities in public as part of a speakers bureau. If there is a speakers bureau, then there's a phone number and request that could be made, and that's another venue that could be open to give a platform for whatever issues were up, and certainly genocide could be one of them. Uh, uh, Getting the children's rights convention ratified in the United States could be another opening for mentioning the genocide that Russia is committing. But those were some of my thoughts. I was originally thinking that Russia should be forced to leave the UN, but just listening to the conversation here, I flipped on that right away. I would rather just go through the doors necessary to go for criminal prosecution for everybody involved in the genocide, and not stopping it all until every child is returned. Um, that's really important.
You know, I will say from a historical perspective, um, you know, caring about genocide and so on is, I wouldn't say it's a new concept, but it's definitely not a old concept, because you know, you very much look at, you know, what the Mongols did or the Romans did, um, slave traders did, any sort of colonial power did to varying extents. You know, like when the Romans would take over an area, just because I mean that's a good frame of reference for me, because shocking, right? Um, they take over an area, and they'd basically sack it, and they would let the soldiers go and tear apart the place and loot it and rape and pillage, and then they take all the prisoners, they turn them into slaves, and then go sell them off to different parts of the empire. And sometimes they'd execute large portions of the population and just move in their own colonists. And that was how business is done, back then in antiquity, and in different times. So it's not. Let me put it this way: it's not. It's certainly absolutely not good, and I'm glad as a civilization we've far moved past that. But that's why conventions like that are important. So we're all on the same page. Like, this stuff is bad. This isn't how you do things anymore for a lot of reasons. And I'm glad that we've advanced to that level of civilization, but clearly it does require some reminders on there. But I mean, it's not just reminders. I mean, it actually requires doing something about that, because I mean, we pretty much sat back and watched what happened in Yugoslavia, and we definitely sat back and watched what happened in Rwanda. And for as many people as you say, it's like, hey, we can't go around the international police. We can't go around and fix every problem. It's like, well, no, I don't think any one particular country should be responsible for that. I think everyone should be responsible for that, because why wouldn't we be, as just human beings? But yeah, sometimes I'm a real pessimist, and sometimes I'm a real optimist. So I guess pick a day on that, I suppose. Let's see. Nafo Dave has joined us tonight, and I see Gunny is coming up. Let's see here. It should be always good to have you, Gunny.
Yeah, morning, mate. Look, the UN was born out of the Second World War, and a acceptance that the League of Nations failed catastrophically, because various countries signed up to the League of Nations and the Washington Naval Treaty, and two of the countries within that treaty, three of the countries actually, blatantly lied. So the Washington Treaty, the idea of it was to stop another arms race at sea, which was one of the primary reasons why everyone kicked off in 1914. And they introduced tonnage limits. So us and the Americans went, yeah, okay, that's fine. Maximum number of ships, maximum amount of tonnage. And the Italians, the Germans, and the Japanese said, oh, yeah, absolutely. And then probably fucking lied and built what they wanted anyway. So it didn't work. So then you go to the UN. And when you think about it, what is the UN? It is 5 permanent members, of which 2 habitually, continuously disregard the basic tenets around which the UN was built. So UN, collective nations, 5 permanent members coming together to ensure humanity behaves in a far better way, far more responsibility, and we try and stop war. And 2 of the countries go, yeah, all right then, mate, and then go and do what they want anyway. Therefore, the UN as an organization for the good of humanity is dead. It's defunct. It has no purpose, because 1, it's toothless to implement these basic tenets, and 2 of the 5 permanent members don't give a toss about it anyway. They're just going to do what they want. And by keeping these two permanent members in, we give them a degree of respectability and credibility when basically they're bearing their ass to the whole organization and what we consider to be civilized behavior anyway. You know, you sign up to these things, I mean, you go and genocide Muslims, or you invade other sovereign states, or you threaten military action, enforced reunification. You break every single rule that there is, and you still have the nerve to rock up. It's a bit like me smashing a sponge cake and then going to a weight loss meeting and crying and saying, wow, you know, it's terrible, isn't it? We really need to get a grip of this. So the UN is dead. The only real way you can salvage it is to remove the two biggest miscreants, the two biggest instigators of trouble globally, and say, well, no, because the UN is for civilized nations. It is for nations that believe in the rule of law. Therefore, you two can fuck right off. Away you go. Then you have a degree of credibility. But as it stands at the moment, you know, people will point to all the good the UN does in the world. What? UN singing competitions? UN dance competitions? UN officials cutting about impoverished countries in white brand new 4x4s? Fact-finding missions? Condemnations when they come, but which are pretty meaningless. And a UN that has just essentially sat on its hands all the way through the past 13, 14 months and done nothing. It's done absolutely nothing. The Vatican's been more used, and God knows that's an organisation that's a waste of space. So, you know, it's a nice thought, kick them out. But because the UN is compromised and the UN is toothless and the UN is spineless, it's just not going to happen. So I think it's just an organisation where people rock up, bump their gums, make the right noises, say what their national leader wants to say, and then everyone goes home and no one pays any attention to it outside of the UN. No one really gives a fuck. Who here logs on in the morning, grabs a coffee, and thinks, I'm going to have a look at what the UN have been talking about for the past 24 hours or what new initiative? No one does. No one cares, do they? So, yeah, you know, boo them, won't happen. UN, pointless. Absolutely nothing. Needs replacement. Something made up of civilized nations willing to take action. And until that happens, it's just a waste of taxpayers' money globally.
Well, that is a very pragmatic perspective on it. So, yeah, I think one weakness that the League of Nations had is that the United States wasn't part of it on here, and that was a lot of credibility that it should have had by having us there. So, I mean, I would hate to see, well, not hate, but I mean, I think it's important to have everyone there. But you know, I'm also in saying that I'm not expecting them to really do anything either, because then if you have, you know, these civilized nations, you know, passing resolutions and the Chinese or the Russians don't want to do anything about that or respond to it, then what do? Well, maybe you have the freedom of actually doing something at that point, or maybe it's just as toothless because, oh, you don't want to impose something on those guys because, you know, they might fight back or something. So I don't know. I'm not smart enough to have an answer on that. So, yeah. Prince Heather, anything else you got tonight?
Oh, I mean, I have other subjects I could talk about, but that's a whole nother thing. But as far as this goes, I just think it's you know, the more I listen to Gunny, the more things make sense. The more I hear reason, and you know, it's as I've been sitting here thinking about it, you know, I would hate that, you know, all of a sudden Russia isn't a signatory to that convention, which makes me feel like they don't need to follow it, but they're not following it anyway. So I'm not sure that it makes one hoot of difference. And Gunny, I wish you had an easier time expressing yourself. Just kidding. Because you you express it in a way that makes me understand it a whole lot better, and is just plain and truth, and right out there, and no holds barred. That's sort of my thought, Primus.
Well, I think the thing is that the problem is we've all got very short memories. So if you look back at some of the things that have happened in the past 30, 40 years, post 9/11, who remembers what the UN response was? No one will, really. There would have been the usual meaningless drivel coming out of people expressing sympathy. Everyone knew who did it. Which countries jumped into Afghan that night? Predominantly UK and the US. Other countries got involved after, certainly the Danes, Canadians, the French for a little while till they bowled it. But often meaningful interventions happen either without the UN blessing or with sort of a sullen sort of silence. Breakup of Yugoslavia, absolute shit show. Could have saved 2-3 times as many people, but it was slow getting off the start line. It was badly implemented. NATO were very hands tied in some of the responses, and we did incredible things like, oh well, it's a two-way range. Everyone's fighting at each other. Let's stick everyone in blue helmets. Genius. Genius if you're an infantier on the ground, because that's what you need, really, isn't it? A bright blue helmet while you're cutting about trying to do stuff. And when there were massacres, the chain of command was so convoluted that we couldn't do anything. Even though we were ready, even though we could have put aircraft up, I sat and watched it unfold. Didn't do anything. Where was the UN mission for Sierra Leone when we had Rwanda 2.1 in the offing? That was going to descend into an absolute massacre. But who ended up sorting that out? UK. We just went and fixed it anyway, because we'd have been sat with our thumbs up our asses till 2050, waiting for the UN to actually do something about it. So, you know, as an organisation, it's really good at handing out food parcels and sending, you know, nice little bits of PR and stuff like that out. But when you think, what has it actually done? What is it actually? Oh, Cyprus. Oh, God, really? That's been going on for decades. Has it made any meaningful contribution towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? No, it hasn't. What was its response about Myanmar? Oh, naughty. Yeah, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, you know, not a lot really. Not a lot we can do. Genocide of Muslims in China. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, it's a bit naughty really. But you can't do anything because one of the 5 permanent members will block any measures taken. You know, the whole thing, when you look back at it, you will really struggle to find anything meaningful it's achieved. It's just kind of, you go there, you make the mandatory points. Other people will nod sagely, and you go and do what you want anyway, really. So I just see absolutely no purpose to it, and we really do need something else. Much as I think NATO needs fundamental reform, because not everyone's pulling their weight. Because in the past, it has proven itself to be bureaucratic and made up of nations with their own individual requirements and needs, and essentially acting in own self-national interest, and more than happy for 50,000 American troops to sit in Europe and spend 1.2% on defence. Oh, well, it's your job. You're the world policeman. Get your fucking hands in your pockets. It's for your benefit, isn't it? So, you know, all of these organisations, I think, are just made by people who have lived very privileged lives and actually think that human beings can be coerced and convinced to kind of get along and operate in mutual self-interest. and the only way that you do that is if you point a gun at all of them and force them to cooperate, like Korea, like World War II. You know, up until then, it's just a jaw, lovely big arena. and it would make a far better pop concert or comedy club or something like that. Because let's face it, ultimately it does bugger all now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it seems like the only organization that acts to do anything is often, well, NATO, and they're, times they could have acted. I imagine sometimes, the U.S. or the UK have to sort things out, or sometimes the French do in Africa or whatever. And you know, um, it's good someone is doing it, but that none of them should have to do it alone. And people need to pull their weight in terms of the defense budgets because I mean, look at what's going on right now. I mean, in a lot of ways, I think NATO is lucky that there was Ukraine in between them and Poland or whatever, because I don't think they would have been prepared to deal with this, or at least not as prepared as they should have been. If they'd been spending the 2% of the GDP like they should be, which is the NATO requirement of the treaty they all signed. They have different, creative interpretations of that 2% of Germans, like, oh, well, we contribute the rest of that in foreign aid. No, that's not governing it. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you were looking at flight radar 24, 48 hours before the invasion, whose aircraft were flying into Ukraine on an air bridge, shuttling in as many munitions as they could? US, UK, Canada. I didn't see one French aircraft. I didn't see one German aircraft. I didn't see one Spanish aircraft. It was the usual suspects, as ever, pulling their finger out. And what you can say, well, NATO has stood up to the plate here. Yeah, but after a great deal of coercion, because you all sat here in the first 6 months of the war, pulling your hair out at the response from Germany and France and Spain, absolutely despairing that they were sending crappy helmets and maybe tack gloves and things like that. So it didn't really step up to the plate. The usual suspects stepped up to the plate, and the rest of NATO was sort of coerced after they'd sat and after they'd watched. And let's put it on the table here. After they'd watched to see if Ukraine would fold, with an eye to whatever post-war, post-conquest deals could be struck with a Russia that was quickly readmitted into the League of Civilized Nations. That's what it was all about. They weren't doing it because they love peace and give peace a chance and stuck daisies in their ears and things. They did it because out of national interest, they wanted to see what the score would be post-war and what they could get out of it. And it was only when the fucking Ukrainians did the worst thing possible and fought and held them off and then started pushing back, but they went, oh, hold on, we're on the losing side here. We better start sending weapons. Well, whoopee-doo. Well done, you, France and Germany. Thank you for sitting on that fence and having your lunch, and now you want to be on the winning side. It just, don't get me started. Europeans, sometimes it's a funny neighbour to be sat next to. No wonder we're scrapping with them all the time.
Yeah, no wonder indeed. Yeah, I very much had a sense that in some corridors of Europe, they kind of looked at it as like, all right, well, this is going to be over quick. Let's not do anything to poison the future relationship with the Russians, and let this go over after a proper amount of time of making it look like we cared about what happened. We'll go drop the sanctions and go back to doing business because I mean ultimately we're dependent on Russian oil and gas and that kind of thing. I mean, the German economy is built on cheap energy in a sense, so I mean, that was a hard thing for them to give up, for all of the, moral posturing that they do about, oh, we're not going to hurt anyone and, we'll never again. And the humanitarian role that the Germans think they have, being the conscience of the world or whatever they think they're doing. They sure sat by and didn't do anything when they had warehouses full of means of doing something. I thought was quite frustrating. I'm glad they're doing it now, but I mean, their first choice, I think for a lot of them, it's like, well, let's just get this over with, and then we'll just figure out the post-war situation. I mean, I can't really explain not doing anything else up until then. So here we are. So, Bearded Brit had something he wanted to share. Brit, are you there?
I most certainly am. Aloha and good evening, everybody, from the Big Island in Hawaii. Yes, I wanted to share something I just recently posted, and hopefully Prince or Primus can put it in the nest. And I'd like to think of it as a bit of a gift for people, so bear with me. The reason why myself and the likes of Gunny and other notable informed speakers get to know what we know, I guess, not only through real life experience, but also the ability to research and understand concepts that we don't know and perhaps would be good to know. So I've retweeted a post which will take you to a link for a group, an organization in the UK called the Wavell Group. And they are very much a bit of a think tank, and they have some very good articles about various defence and security matters, both UK-centric and internationally. However, what I've posted is a link to the first one of two articles where they'll be publishing about the secret source of operational art, how shit gets done in time, space, in sequencing. And it's a bit of a primer, and they detail the deficiencies in the operational art for the Russians and how it's being used quite liberally on the Ukrainian side. And it's well worth a read. It really does lay the foundations of how you can have the tactical battle, you can have the political intent, but if you don't have the good operational art to glue it together, you're not going to achieve effect. And I draw everybody's attention to the summary and conclusions down at the bottom, because it is a bit of a read. I will give it that. And if I can scroll down to it, gives you a flavour of what their style of writing. Conclusion. The reasons for Russia's catastrophic performance are multi-causal and will no doubt be the subject of intense study and revision over the coming years and decades. Russia's consistent failure to practice the barest outlines of operational art during the planning and execution of their special military operation must rank amongst the foremost explanations. Poor campaign planning, a failure to consider contingencies, an inability to logically sequence and focus actions which support a clear strategic main effort, saw Russia squander any opportunity it may have to impose a fait accompli in Ukraine. And it does go on more, giving examples of how some of the major elements of the operational art were not applied in time and space and the like. But, definitely worth 10-15 minutes of your time over a coffee break. Have a read, digest, get informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Britt. Yeah, that really does drive home the point that I've heard many times. Amateurs talk tactics and platforms, and professionals talk logistics on here, because I mean it's great to have all of this stuff, but you need to know what to do with it. I was actually read something kind of similar to this in regards to D-Day, and kind of put it in a different perspective for me. It's like, really, that D-Day was a logistics operation with a maneuver component, not the other way around. Because they were just moving all the logistics of just moving a massive army across the English Channel on there. I mean, that was honestly probably more challenging than the actual battle in a sense. At least getting in beach. I mean, certainly not in cost of blood, but the time, the resources, the planning. I mean, I don't think people appreciate how difficult planning an operational like that must have been without a freaking computer. I mean, obviously there are ways. There have been ways for a while to do things. I mean, the Romans would roll around with it. Sometimes they had like a fleet of like 1,000 ships, which they lost. But anyways, that's more of a story about a bad place to park. But anyways, I mean, it's been possible for a while, but I mean, logistics is really, really hard. And I put that post in the nest, and I encourage everyone to read it. So, Gunny, also being kind of a professional in that field, anything you'd like to comment on with that? Can't hear you if you're talking, sir.
He's stuck on the M3 going to work, bless him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the M3 is a road. Got it. All right. Well, he'll get back. Let's see. Now, Intel Schizo, who I follow, is it's a good follow. I would recommend in terms of open source intelligence. He posted something on here. I also put on the nest. Hacking group Nebula hacked Russian freight rail company Tetrans Transport Technologies LLC. They left some notes to the company. We presume you don't appreciate that we've just encrypted your network, including your railway servers. It's hard work, after all, having to assist in smuggling Russian military equipment into Ukraine. You can relax now, though. You'll have no work to do considering your network is absolutely destroyed. Leave it to us. We'll take care of railway operations. Thank you kindly for the 3.5 terabytes worth of data. Normally, we'd threaten to leak it if you don't pay us, but we're thoughtful hackers. Instead, we've decided to give all of your employees a week off. The hacker collective concluded with a promise. We know it's difficult not having access to files, therefore we'll be sure to make all of them publicly available in the coming days. Have a great rest of your week. So, respect to them on that. Let's see. And just a couple other things I was going to talk about, because we're kind of wrapping up here, is I'm sure, a lot of people saw the targeting of the S400 system and the explosion there. That was, that's definitely the kind of surface area missile battery that, kind of protect like the whole island.